Alright, so we should be live, but I'm gonna say a few words of just nothingness for a few moments, in the case there's a delay, because I don't know how streaming works all that well. And I assume we're live now. So we're gonna be playing Sardinia Piedmont, because this was the winner of the pseudo pool we had in the community section. We don't really have too much of a set goal other than forming Italy. I've now played Sardinia Piedmont before, and so we'll be jumping in, and we'll be first kind of the first few things I look at whenever I'm starting a game is I look at, you know, what the balance is, how much authority I have, and I look to spend my authority and also set out some diplomacy stuff. So let's just do improve relations with France and Austria. I think getting a trade agreement with either of these, because we have direct land access into them, would be decent, and of course Great Britain, because we don't like fingers in our pie. Hey 11 to 22, how's it going? Next, we will be kind of taking a look. Do we have the best state for our capital? As our capital, I imagine it's going to be yes. The main thing we have so much natural resources. We're looking mainly at arable land, and I'm guessing we are not going to have a place with more than 90 arable land count here, which it does not appear to be the case. So we'll continue on our merry way. We'll take a look at this. Do we have any unique interest groups? Doesn't look like it. I believe Catholic Church is just the normal pious moralist patriarchal. So, just kind of vanilla, just with a different name, because they have localized all the names of the religions. We start off with interventionalism, per capita taxation. This is nice. We will probably eventually want to go back to land-based and then proportional, but we can have this on the back burner a little bit as far as law passing goes. We will want to get public schools. I think we have state religion, so I think the first order of business is going to be getting off of that. We're going to bolster the Intelligentsia, because that can never possibly be that. Hey, Space Tree, how's it going? Hey, Momotaro, how's it going? The day's going pretty good. Just kind of started it. I have my energy drink. I'm getting caffeinated. Big fan of rain. And then I think we will come in here. We're going to remove these consumption taxes, just so we can put new ones in. We're not going to tax grain. We're going to tax liquor, services, and then sin taxes. So wine, luxury furniture. We'll take a look when we unpause at the tax rates, how these might change. But in general, you want to be taxing the higher income pops and not so much the lower income pops. Tax the rich, each the rich. And then with our final 100 authority, we're going to come in here and we are going to encourage manufacturing in Piedmont. And then we are going to take a look at our research. Ooh, we start with lathe. Hot damn. This is nice. I'm guessing... I'm not sure how important railroads is for us immediately. Let's take a look at what we have. We have some industry. We have some stuff going on. We're already on sawmills. Fantastic. We're going to be building tools. I'm not sure we need to rush railroads. Let's take a look at society tech. We have a bunch of this already. I think we're going to go atmospheric engine mechanical tools either way, though. But then we might go water tube boiler or something like this. And then, as far as construction goes, we are having a little bit of a surplus here. And our investment pool is growing by quite a bit. So we should be able to get away with building maybe 3-ish construction centers here. I think. Maybe not 3. Let's start off with 2 and just see how things go. We're going to be going at a kind of slower speed so I can interact with chat. Am I going to form Italy? I'm going to try. I haven't done either Italy or Germany formation. I know there's kind of unique stuff. I know that you want to go nationalism a bit earlier than possible to gain access to the unique stuff. If we go into cultures and we go into nation formation, I think there's some unique stuff for Italy about diplo forming it, but we don't have access to it currently. Is it in the diplomacy tab? No. So I'm not sure exactly where it's at. We're going to try and figure all that out, though. But the goal is going to be forming Italy. We will... Oop. We wanted to see how this changed. Ooh, this is new, where they have the deficit and the excess button. And so, if you take a look, these add up to a little over 100, and so they're at a deficit, which means standard of living is going to go down for the lower strata, and the excess means standard of living is going to track up for the upper strata. We see the auto queue kicking in. We probably want to get to maybe 30 to 50 construction and then go laissez-faire. As far as our government goes, we're starting off with the landowners and the Catholic Church and Gov. I think that, we do want to get on to dedicated police force, so why don't we do this? And just have this kind of as our first one, unless... No, let's get colonial affairs. Colonial exploitation will be nice. I believe we can afford it in terms of the institution. We're only paying 34 for the institution. We really don't have a very large population, so colonization won't be tremendously good, but it'll be something. And we'll declare a state region or interest in... actually, we have 5 for our navy, so we can probably land something over here, and then take some territory, take Kutai, something like this, and then we will have a native interest over there, which is going to be good. And then we can come back to here to get the best colonization state of Kenya. So I think we'll do that. Now we are having a bit of a negative here, so we'll just kick out one of our consumption taxes. We have another construction center building up. Everything's going to be good. High-tech run, we're going to try. I mean, we're starting out as Western great power, which is significantly higher power than most of the starts we're kind of used to playing. And I like the idea of kind of building tall. Someone had suggested playing the Papal States, and I think it would have been quite funny to go Papal States, not necessarily form Italy, but conquer all of Germany. And that way you could have the Holy Roman Empire that would be both holy and Roman. Which would be, and just release as many minors as possible when conquering. So you just release Hungary, you release all these, like, I don't know if, like, Silesia is releasable, like, Transylvania is releasable, do all this stuff. Just the high meme run, you release Brandenburg and Pomerania and all this from Prussia, and then you just have the HRE-looking blob. You probably run out of influence, like, instantly, and have significant problems, but it'd be funny. But Sardinia Piedmont won, so we're playing Sardinia Piedmont. Now, let's take a look at our buildings and see what direction we want to be going in. And generally, we want to be kind of industrializing. Actually, we could look at our trade routes. We have quite a bit of authority. So what we're going to do is, what do we currently have going on? I don't think we want to import this stuff. We are exporting tools. We're fine with that. We're importing guns from the two Sicilies. We're kind of fine with that. We're importing this from Russia. We're going to delete that. And we're going to come in and we're going to import all the rural goods, such as fabric, so that our auto queue is not doing as much of this and is doing more like tools and mines. And so we're going to come into this tab because this is kind of my preferred area of doing this. And we're going to take a look at dyes. We're using dyes, right? Oh, we're not. Let's get on all this. Sweeteners, come on, guys. Come on, Italy. We're going to switch up all these PMs to being ones that are capitalist owned. And so the big distinction beyond just being more efficient is this is merchant guild owned, which is going to employ shopkeepers instead of capitalists. And we want the capitalists. Why did the capitalists cross the road? To get to the other factory. Okay. Bad jokes is bad. Unfortunately, we can't do secular academia, otherwise we would. And then now we should be able to, let's just go vineyards. It's not profitable now, it's profitable eventually. We go harvesting tools too. Just to kind of get it in so we can forget about it, and we don't really care if they're that profitable anyways. We kind of prefer that they're not. So let's see what's productive. We can import from the papal market. I believe we have to diplomatically get these guys. And is it really expensive? Yeah, so that's really not profitable for those guys. It is profitable for us to import this, so we'll import it from the French. We're specifically looking for areas that have no convoys. Can import this from the Xing market, but this is going to be quite a few convoys. I don't mind the Russian market. It's not as profitable, but running some trade with that will be nice. And that will grow as our population moves out onto... as they move away from the subsistence farms, the demand for grain will increase sharply, and so that'll grow as that occurs. I don't think... Oh, I think we are using silk. We'll just put in the import route to them for that. And sugar, we are using it, but it's not expensive. Tobacco. Yeah, we just... our market's not large enough to really be... for any of these routes to really be tremendous. Although, as we finish another construction center, we might need... we might need more fabric. And an empire. A Holy Roman and an empire, all at once. Voltaire would be proud. So I think we might just try and find one of these that is maybe closer to being productive. And just put in the import route initially. Let's put it with the Sicilians. And so it's not profitable now, but it helps to discourage the building of the cotton plantations in our place, because we want to be mainly industrial. And as this construction center finishes, stuff should start ramping up. I think we will want the tools. We will put the tools on auto expand, kind of make our life a little bit easier. It's so nice having a bunch of industries at the start. Normally this is not the case with a lot of our starts. We have like kind of a bunch of everything, or a little bit of everything, not a bunch of everything, not a bunch of anything really. How's everyone doing today? This morning, at least for me. If you're in a different area of the world, it's probably not morning. We can also, of course, increase taxes to help support more construction. Let's take a look. We want our investment pool to be slowly draining, so we really do want to ramp up construction quite a bit. You're doing better? That's good. Better's always good. I'm currently not using any mods. The mod I've been really thinking about installing is the mod that removes these from the minimap, these little icons, because I think that would improve performance a lot. So one of the runs I did before 1.2 was China, and we got up to 69,000 construction, and we couldn't put all the construction in because of all these icons here and these icons here. It would just crash the game if you tried to fill 69,000 construction. Not related to the stream at all, but is there any Discord associated with the channel? Also doing fine. There is currently not a Discord. I think I saw your comment, but I didn't respond to it yet on one of the videos asking about it, and currently you're the first person to request it, so if there is continued interest in it, I'll try and figure it out. I'm trying to figure out like what I should be prioritizing here. Like we can go up to speed 4, this is slow. Like in regards to like content, like right now I'm trying to work on a thumbnail for nation spotlights, because I would like them all to look the same, and I would like to get the thumbnail to look right initially, and it's looking pretty good. And so I could probably even show it to you guys if that's something you're interested in. Let's actually take a look. I don't want to accidentally show you something I don't want to show you. Not everything on my computer is stream safe. And I'm not that familiar with OBS. Thank you very much for your videos. They're very high quality and been very helpful. You're very welcome. I enjoy making them, and so I am glad that they are helpful for other people. Also, it seems like there's not a lot of people making only Victoria 3 videos. Like, it's a lot of the people who are making Victoria 3 videos are like Europe Universalis guys or CK guys or like Hoey guys or this type of stuff. Can I read you some Putin facts while the game is slow? No, I don't want to lean into that, although I really hate Putin, so there's that. I don't want to get... I'm glad to see you still alive, 1122, given that you're in Ukraine and you hear bombing and this sort of stuff. Nation Spotlight would be... we would do like a focus on a nation, kind of talk about what they have strong at the start, what they have bad at the start, things you would maybe want to be thinking about at the start, and potential RP paths you could take with the nation, but not really going into like a very deep gameplay, like oriented, trying to figure things out. We are losing a little bit of money here, but we can pretty much increase taxes when we want. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and get onto iron mines pretty early here. Or we're going to try and get onto that. So we're going to see, I think we have another place that has iron mines. We're going to put these on auto expand to kind of crank those up. And we do want to get atmospheric engine, which we are working on now, so we will be getting it. Love your tutorials, but not biggest fan of the YouTube comments for actual interaction. Yeah, I think, so I've tried streaming a few times before, but I just didn't get a lot of traction, and so I was kind of leaning away from streaming because it seems that people preferred the video format. But if people prefer the streaming format, more than happy to do this. This is actually probably fits better with my skill set because I don't edit anything, and so... and I don't have a problem stream of consciousness like talking for an hour straight, and so that probably fits better with streaming than it does with making videos, although I'm trying to get better at the editing. Oh yeah, we can ignore it, and we can increase some consumption taxes. The consumption taxes don't really pay out that much while the people's standard of living is so low. And we see, in the auto queue, we see grain, which is unfortunate because we tried to import it to head this off. Will I be doing the tutorial series I consulted? Yes, I will be planning on doing that. I'm trying to figure out what I want to put in the first video. I can show you. So the most important thing, I think, for new players is actually knowing that you can do this. So almost everything, so Victoria 3 is a really complicated game, right? And it's very important to, like, know how to use tooltips. And you can change the tooltip settings, and this was, like, the actual just most valuable piece of information I received, like, on game start or discovered, was you can change these tooltip settings. So, for example, if we click delay and we hover show delay, it's going to take 5 seconds for this to come in. Boop! And then also, you can change the speed at which it locks, so if we have this lock delay, we can never, like, scroll over for the nested tooltips, right? And so, 65 is fine. And so when we return the game, like, just trying to figure out what's going on, like, you usually have to, like, come in and you, like, hover. And so knowing that you can change the settings, I think is super critical. Like, and so for the first video, I was going to cover that, as well as, I was thinking that I was going to talk about how you actually don't want the national revenue to be as high as possible, which is different in Victoria 3 than it is in other games. Like, in Victoria 3, the national revenue, you, like, need to think of, like, all of the money as a pie, and you can take some out as the government, and you can also inject some in. So sometimes you want to be running, you know, negative money because you're just ejecting money into the economy and just cranking up the GDP. And then I also wanted to talk about that construction is effectively GDP growth, which is a little bit of an oversimplification. We kind of, I don't mind taking the, I kind of want to get on colonization. We'll take a little bit of a pause here, and we will declare war on Canal. Actually, we'll save. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Uniquely empty for a main title paradox game, I agree. Are you talking about, like, this overall it just, like, not feeling super good on start? Like, maybe random Italy facts? I guess I would have to talk about Rome. I could talk about Carthage a lot. I was thinking of doing a Tunis into Carthage run. Yeah, it's like, it's rough, because, like, I do want to rip on Putin, but, like, also, like, when I was looking through some of the monetization stuff, they specifically, like, don't want you to talk about the Ukraine war or something for, like, monetization, which I think is, like, crazy. I don't know, like, I think, if there's been a righteous, like, conflict for the United States to be involved in, and I'm coming from this perspective as someone from the United States, since World War II, like, sending weapons to Ukraine is probably it. Great content. Improved your own gameplay. Transvaal and Eastern Mali for early conquest particularly. Transvaal, I've been actually practicing a Transvaal start and, like, looking into it. It's pretty interesting. You have a whole bunch of resources, and you have a bunch of gold that appears, and same with Oranhe, which you can conquer very easily. And so this is, like, fun in this sense, but you do have the huge discrimination problem. Both are valuable. You personally prefer videos, since streaming because Vice streaming because schedule's weird and you're usually not up during normal hours. Yeah, but if I stream 24 hours, will the VOD be available to see later? Yes. I discovered with the Putin stream, which ran for 15 hours, that YouTube has a cap at a 12-hour stream, so you'd have to restart if you wanted to do a longer stream. I think stream save is a separate video. Yeah, they do, but you can have it set so they do not. So, like, if I set something off color, I could just make the stream unavailable. I could delete it, as if it never happened. Agreed on the Righteous War. It's rare to have an actual black and white, so rare. Yeah, I mean, I could direct you guys to a book if you wanted to hear about how Putin's a jerk, and this is, like, pre the invasion of Ukraine. I'm a fan of Winter is Coming by Gary Kasparov, but I, like, what disturbs me in the United States specifically is how, this float back and forth between being a surplus and not being a surplus. I think, once this tooling workshop finishes, we might... let's see where we have all of our construction centers. I think they're all in the capital. if I'm not mistaken. So switching them over will be a little bit difficult. We're gonna put another one in the back of the queue. Ooh, I can tell you that Sardinia, back in like 400 BC, Sardinia was a very important piece of land for the silver mines for Carthage. And then Rome took it from Sardinia in the First Punic War, which was kind of like the beginning of the end for Carthage. But in Crusader Kings 3, there's a huge silver mine in this province, and it's a really strong province to take as well. Potato, I agree, potato. Do Germans run lag crazy for you as well? I have not played Germany. Generally speaking, it seems to be the case that people prefer me to play much smaller countries, and I don't really have that strong a preference. To be honest, like, they all kind of blend together eventually, and so, yeah, I mean, like, all the runs become very, very similar, especially when you're conquering the exact same places. Like, I've conquered Kutai probably like 30 times now. You recommend watching Jake Bro, solid name. He's really good at giving news about the war in Ukraine. I have mixed feelings on like actually trying to update a lot of information on it, because I think that Putin is an enemy of freedom and democracy, and it's an unjust war for him to be attacking Ukraine, and he doesn't have any sort of legitimate claim. And so, like, I don't think no amount of news will, like, my opinion on Putin's, like, gonna be the same, you know what I mean? News is not gonna update my opinion on Putin, other than, like, I already think Putin's terrible. And so, like, just from, how should I be spending my attention, like, thing, it's, like, I don't think I'm gonna just make a new distinction or discernment. I think I'm just gonna think that Putin is, like, evil no matter what. And I really hate using the word evil, but it is what it is. We're gonna try and import some of the stuff that we are now running shortages of. So we're gonna take a pause, and we would prefer to do it from people, like, we're gonna do some from the French. I think we're just gonna do it from the French and try and see if that solves the problem. And for the dyes, we will import it, I guess, from the Qing as well. This is most profitable. It does use quite a bit of convoys. We are going to have a bureaucratic shortfall now, which means we probably want to try and get on free trade. So it might be time to get the corn laws, because we are on mercantilism. If we get corn laws, we can go... Yeah, it's time. It's time to do the corn laws. Besides, I don't want to have to micromanage the import-export procedure. I really think the corn laws should be nerfed, but here we go. Corn laws time. Yay. Probably should have just corn laws from the start of the video, but it is what it is. Putin should practice in Hoi 4 before going to war. I think, so I think Putin's a disgusting human being, but I think that, well, actually, you might even want to not exclude him from, like, that sort of consideration, but I think he was given really not very good information as well. Like, I think that if you are saying that he strategically made a huge error, I think he surrounded himself with yes men to the like extent that he can no longer evaluate information because the information given to him is bad. Like, if you're trying to make an assessment of his understanding of, like, what's strategically important, you know. I think we're gonna put a... Alright, we get exploitation. We're running a little bit of malice. That'll go away once we are able to corn laws it up. And so we will... Now that we have Kutai, we can declare an interest in here, and we can continue to expand in here. So we can go after Buligan, Brunei, these types of stuff. We're gonna take a save, and we're gonna go after Brunei. Nemtsov will say, Putin will not stop until Russia's destroyed. I think that's possible. But I think if Putin could save scum what's gone on, he would choose not to invade Ukraine now. But I think he's in a spot where he can't do anything about it. I think he'd be like, well, this is not going to go out the way I hoped. Is there any scenario in which you would not do the corn laws? There actually is, so there is a downside to the corn laws. I can't think of a scenario off the top of my head, but usually when you pass some sort of voting system, so you come into like landed voting, wealth voting, or something like this, what will happen is the industrialists, if this guy is a market liberal, which he becomes off the Corn Laws, they will generally form a party with the industrialists together, and this is actually a little bit annoying, because what happens as a result of this is, when they're in a party together, it's almost impossible to put the Intelligentsia in government, so there is, like, a reason to not want it, but we have this huge, like, landowner piece, and we want to get free trade so that our trade routes do higher volume. We can encourage them in, like, the automatic queue to, like, build industrial stuff and, like, these types of things, and as a consequence of this, you know, I think it's, like, worth the trade-off of later having a hard time passing the Intelligentsia's laws, especially because the Intelligentsia was nerfed in 1.2, and they no longer, support multiculturalism, so... yeah. Which building increases GDP by the most, do you think? Whichever produces the good that's currently most expensive in the market. But that's a gross, like, oversimplification and not, like, a long-term type of thing. If you are thinking long-term, the building that increases your GDP by the most is a construction center. And there's, it's not close. Were the Corn Laws an actual law IRL? I don't think they were an actual law that allowed you to get rid of serfdom and get to free trading and laissez-faire over the course of 5 years. I don't know what the inspiration behind the Corn Laws is. I really hate... the Corn Laws actually sucks the fun out of, I think, a lot of more backward starts that are interesting on the basis of the Corn Laws, but they're so good, like, I can't, like, not do it, you know? Like, it just feels too bad to not be doing it. We're gonna be up in construction a little bit soon. Gonna see, we don't want the investment pool to be growing, but we don't have enough like money otherwise to like support it. But we're gonna up construction and we're gonna increase taxes. Once this tooling workshop finishes, we're actually, we already have it in there. We're gonna put this ahead of this, and we will cancel the 2 things we picked up from Kutai. Why is this slowed down? Okay, well, it's almost done now. Congrats on the 1K subs. Thank you very much. It happened very suddenly. Like, I got the last 700 in, like, 10 days after, like, getting the first 400 in 3 months. So just kind of, as soon as 1.2 dropped, I just popped off, basically. Like the Monday that 1.2 dropped. Because I don't know, I've been consistently making this stuff for a while. They were a law in the mid-1800s. How did they work exactly? Ramadan Kareem, I am a Muslim. Welcome. I've actually done an enormous amount of Middle Eastern runs, and so, it's always interesting to see how many people, like, from different regions. Like, a lot of my viewers initially were, like, Romanian, and a big chunk still are because I did the Wallachia run into Romania, which I think is... And so this is the Corn Laws, this is what you get, let's take a look. We have, and this is just such a silly thing, you know, we have this landowner boyo. He's currently a moderate, which means he doesn't have any ideology, and it overrides stuff. And so now he's a market liberal, and he goes for laissez-faire, and he goes for free trade, and he goes for serfdom abolished. If we take a look at this, these guys, I'm pretty sure, oppose laissez-faire, but it gets overridden, and they oppose free trade, but it gets overridden, and they also oppose the other one. And so, like, this is just an obscene thing where you get to basically flip-flop what the landowners think. And now... and this is really stupid, we can just go free trade, which is going to solve this problem up here. Congrats on the 1K subs, thank you. What about taking the Dutch East Indies? That would be a little bit ambitious. I don't think we have the Navy to land them with just our 5 boats. But we have the Navy to land these guys, and we also, I forgot, want to establish colony in Kenya. This is probably the #1 spot to colonize. Videos are great and informative. Thank you. I am putting the work in, Time Dog. You're putting the work in too. You're on the grind. Okay. Time Dog's a variety streamer if anyone wanted to check him out. I think he's doing a lot of Red Dead right now. I think he has 1 day a week that he's doing Victoria. Which you can plug which day that is if it's what you're doing. There was one set of restrictions in the UK were restricting corn, grain imports from continental Europe and protecting English farmers. That actually sounds like something. What year-ish was this in? Because I've read about protectionism. When I read Wealth of Nations, you read a lot about the UK's like protectionist methods. We were going to increase taxes, and we're doing this mainly to support the new construction center that's coming in, but we're also going to make this construction center iron frame as we start to try and transition over to being like more industrial, and this will create more demands that are iron based, which in particular is going to be good because our investment pool is growing. And when your investment pool is growing, you generally want to swap up to new PMs in terms of stuff and things. New PMs in terms of the construction centers, because the investment pool only pays for the construction goods, it doesn't pay for the wages. And so if the wages are like what's holding you back, which is kind of the case, then they're going to be good. I think we will put another government administration in here as well. I don't know, is there turmoil in here at the start? I don't know why this stuff has the slow building here. Oh, is there a penalty here? 15% state construction efficiency. Yikes. I think we will be wanting to move the capital somewhere else at some point in the near future then. Taking Brunei. Brunei, gold will appear here, so this is good. Do you have any tips for Serbia into Yugoslavia in the late game? So my guess is you have to build tall, and I think you would want to join Austria's market and then try and sap off pops from them, as well as trying to get Daddy to help you to beat up the Ottomans and try and get to the coast through the Ottomans. Probably, you know, taking southern Serbia and Albania, something like this, would be my guess. Albania has a decent amount of resources, I believe, relative to like trying to go this way. Oh, it's multiple states to go this way. So this might be your best bet, trying to get to the coast in a couple wars that way. And then after you can kind of build up a little bit of base, eventually turning on Austria and not trying to fight Austria from the start, because Austria is going to be a much better daddy than the Ottomans are. Let me wiki this. Yeah, the Wealth of Nations would not recommend it as a read. It's a little bit boring. Corn laws were tariffs and restrictions put in place from the... Yeah, so he does not talk about the corn laws, because the corn laws... Wealth of Nations was written in 1776. But he does talk about... I know he talks a lot about the cotton and fabric protections, and he's generally anti-protectionism. Direct response to the Napoleonic Wars. Interesting. Why is it important to switch from production to buildings so you get capitalists? So, there's different types of ownership, right? And I don't want to fire people, but we're going to fire people to do this. And so in the merchant guilds, when it's merchant guild owns, it's owned by shopkeepers. Shopkeepers contribute 5% of their dividends to the investment pool. The dividends is the weekly balance, effectively speaking. And the aristocrats contribute 10%, and the capitalists contribute 20%. And so in order to get a really big investment pool, to facilitate a lot of construction, where you're thinking of construction as your overall GDP growth rate, which is important, the capitalists are the best pops for this, for like a huge portion of the game, unless you go Council Republic. And so this is why it's important to switch on over, and so this is why we do it. We fired people. Oh no. They lost their jobs. Terrible. And so this is why. The price of bread and the overall... They raised the price of bread and overall cost of living. That makes sense. And I assume there was also a movement for free trade on the back of this, but I don't think it makes sense for, like... playing Sokoto and exporting some grain, and then we're free market laissez-faire. Like, there should be other like preconditions for the way the corn laws function in game is just kind of absurd. The working class was unable to afford anything other than food, forcing them to start buying manufactured goods and reducing the leading manufactured goods. However, corn laws made landowners wealthier, so even though the corn laws hurt the working class, the wealthy elite benefited. Yep, that all makes sense. That all tracks. Definitely. That's interesting, though. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that, like, even the United States, like, does not have, like, we're not really laissez-faire or anything, like, it's not a pure competition, and there's a lot of, like, protectionism in, it's just subtle protectionism. Like, the most, and here, after getting, this, all of our trade is much cheaper, and we're gonna come in. No braid, no freedom. Alright, so we're not going to put in minimum wage, but now that the corn laws Now, we forgot to swap over, actually. Once you get your market liberal, you want to swap back to here. And, oh, well, I guess the corn laws are going to get deleted anyways. Because we want free trade. And end of the corn laws. Let the grain trade begin. Yay! But we're going to want to come in and probably go laissez-faire soonish. I don't really want to go it on 14 construction, though. That's a little low. We're gonna need this coal in a second. We're actually gonna need the coal like now-ish. So we're gonna let this one finish and then we're gonna go coal mine. To get the atmospheric engine pump going. And you agree that game implementation is weird? I think there's a lot of... I think that the devs have a hard-on for certain types of governments and economies, and that shows in the game balance. I think multiculturalism is just way too good. Not that I am against multiculturalism or anything like this. I'm definitely not, but it's just, it's like just so much insanely better. Like, migration should be a bit better when you don't have multiculturalism, and it shouldn't just feel like feast or famine. So, yeah. We want to find a war. So let's have a think. Has anyone done the Italy unification? I assume I can just get all these guys diplomatically, right? Yeah, so we do want to do a large volume of trade with these guys. And so we probably want to go... What's this? We need iron. I think... Alright, let's look into our trade lines. We're going to try and import iron. I think from Austria. Yeah. And then probably also France, because we have an adjacency and we don't mind importing them to kind of stabilize our stuff. Even though we want our own things to build iron, this also encourages them to build iron throughout the game and just generally have a much smoother experience in that front. We will come in and we will also try and import grain. As much as we can. Ooh, we have an adjacency to Qing, which is actually quite nice, and this is because we have, I think, an adjacency here to the Qing market because they have a tributary of, I forget what country this is, Sintang, I think, maybe? But that's nice. We're gonna come in. We already looked at iron, let's look at fabric. We'll import from the Swiss, and that's it, I guess. We'll import this from the Dutch. Now we're also adjacent to the Dutch market. Man, these islands are so good. We get the adjacency to the Dutch here and the Piedmont here. We'll import meat, and we're importing, again, all of the rural landowner stuff to try and discourage the building of those things. And we can export tools, maybe. I think we want to be exporting tools, the Austrian and the French. I think we want these guys to be our friendos, because they are adjacent. You've noticed that with after these updates, it's harder to earn money with tariffs. Before, you used to get 200k with tariffs, no like 20. Is it worth getting free trade and earn no money off of it? I think free trade is best. I think that the way that they nerfed the tariffs, what you're talking about at least, I think we want to find a war. Let's find a war and then talk. And then we'll talk about tariffs. I think we'll take a save and then we'll go after Sintang here. Sardinia, Piedmont. So, with regards to the tariffs, it used to be able to be the case that you used to be able to export or import such that the exporting or importing country would be above or below the equilibrium price. And now, in my understanding, is you cannot be the case. So, for example, you used to be able to import from a country so much that the price in your market was cheaper than the price in their market. And they changed the way that equilibriums work so that trade volume is decreased if it's not profitable, which is probably what's kneecapping the tariffs. But in general, I think you should... free trade is just way better because you can get a much bigger investment pool transfer than you can with like a more tariff-based economy. And so this is kind of why you should go that. Fun fact, the U.S. government during this time made a lot of money with tariffs, especially in New York City. Yeah, so tariffs will give you, like, a little bit more control. So here we're, like, losing money and our investment pool is growing. And so this is awkward. And so, like, maybe tariffs are a little bit better before you get proportional taxation, which we currently don't have. And we might try and leapfrog to this run. We'll probably have egalitarianism coming up pretty soon. We'll see what we can support. We might need to increase taxes a little bit here. We're already taxing the bejesus out of our pops, though. So, there's that. But we have a war in place, so let's read the chat. Yeah, I agree. Never give up. You haven't chatted at all, and then you just say yeah? Interesting. Or you chatted, like, I think before the stream started. Online Tesco Sicilia is a bit harder. I don't know what that means. Italy unification is fairly easy through diplomacy. That was my understanding. I guess we should be improving relations with these boyos, but I really don't want figure in my pie, so I think I'm just going to improve relations. Yeah, well, we're kind of already improving relations with the guys we need to be concerned about. I guess we'll just do some of this. For now, you're still doing your first tutorial game, US 1900 currently. Very nice. US is like a lot of fun and flexible and feels very sandboxy, and also is just super powerful, and you can kind of do what you want, but you have like a plan. Like there's only a few countries that have like kind of oh, we should have dominioned these guys instead, because no one's gonna want to annex them because they're inland. That's a mistake. But the United States is, like, nice because you already have, like, this war track with Mexico. So I think Mexico and the United States are fun starts. I think Egypt and the Ottomans are fun starts as a result of this. And these are kind of the ones where you have the predetermined, like, conflict going on. Once you research nationalism and 50 relations, most Italian states would join you. So I guess we want to maybe rush nationalism a little bit then. We might switch this around. We get atmospheric engine, but we don't have any coal yet. I suppose we'll just swap on and then import the coal, and then our imports will change because atmospheric engine pump is just so good. One of the best techs in the game. So we'll come in here and go this. Notably, atmospheric engine pump also moves you from being merchant guild owned to privately owned. We of course have a shortage, but we'll just resolve that shortage by importing on the short-term basis. We'll import from Austria because we're adjacent. And maybe not, we'll just let, I think that'll solve the, we will not have a thing. Annex Qatar. Why do we want to annex Qatar? You mean Bahrain? Is there Qatar here? Or Nejd? My understanding of geography is not the best. Isn't Qatar one of these islands? But Bahrain's good to go for, because they have a lot of oil. But that's not going to come into play until late game. Whereas this Sintang will get gold, which will come in a little bit earlier. But yeah, Qatar, which one is Qatar? Because, like, okay, we don't have, like, the modern borders, right? My Middle Eastern geography is not the best. There's a classic Christopher Hitchens moment where he's talking to some guy about the war in Iraq, and then he's like, dude, bro, you can't even name in, like, all the countries adjacent to Iraq, and you're talking about bombing it? Get out. And then he just, like, the guy looks like an idiot, because he's like, he says that Bahrain has a land border with Iraq or something, and it's like, Bahrain does not. that is not close to Iraq, my guy. Waiting for Ottoman run. We did an Ottoman run. It was a while ago, though. We got the Healthy Man of Europe achievement. We formed Turkey. We did the things. Or, well, you didn't form Turkey. You just switched. Once you switched, like, off of this stuff, you get Turkey. We probably want to do some laws, though. I kind of want to go laissez-faire, but kind of not yet. But, so, the investment pool is currently growing. We would be able to swap over stuff faster. I think we will go laissez-faire, but it's, like, a little bit uncomfortable. Just because it's, like, kind of good for now. And we get Sintang. Hell yeah, brother. Let's use our handy-dandy reset PM button over here. Just to kind of make sure about that. I mean, we could subjugate Bulligan. I think we want to build up a navy and go into Zulu. But we kind of can't afford it quite yet. I don't think we want to push around these guys. We want to get them diplomatically. So maybe we just go for Hooligan, I guess. We're going to take a save because we Great Britain fingers pies and then kind of be looking for it. Doesn't Pennsylvania have a bunch of iron? Pennsylvania has a bunch of iron. I think they have a little bit of oil, and they notably, I think, have a ton of coal is kind of the biggest one. I believe they have a coal bonus. Why don't we puppet? No, we should just take their states. The great powers seem to really like joining in against you a lot. If you have subjects that are what's it called? Also, notably, if we put in conquering their other state, so right now they will be fearful and they're minus 75. If you put in, even as non-primary, the other conquest, now they get the would be annexed if they back down. This is a bug because if they back down, they'll keep North Borneo. So we don't even need to make it a primary war goal because they're not going to back down off of this, which is kind of silly. Qatar is right next to Bahrain. That's kind of what I thought. I think that's what I said, I thought. If I'm wrong, I'm a liar, I guess. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania real quick. So it has a good chunk of iron, but again, it has a ton of coal, and it eventually gets oil, I think. I think it gets 30 oil. I'm not 100% sure. And it has this hardwood building output throughput, and it has the 10% coal mine output. So it is one of the better ones. So is not Indiana. Where's Illinois? Illinois has the most lead in the game out of any state. Arabia has 300 oil eventually. Yeah, a lot of it's in Bahrain. And then also here, although I don't know if you want to consider this Arabia. I guess you could mean by the strategic region. So yeah, up to here. There's a decent amount in Persia over here as well. But Persia is strategically a little bit harder to get into. Waiting for Ottoman around Pennsylvania. Ottoman is such a fun run. Yeah, I think Ottomans are a lot of fun. Both the Ottomans and Egypt side of things is a blast. US being a good nation at the beginning, they're pretty solid. I think that the Confederacy event is a little bit complicated, so they're maybe not the best. Brazil seems really good as a starting one because there's no one near you and no one sticks their finger in your pie. And the great powers tend to not have a lot of interest in South America early on in the game, so you can actually conquer people and stuff and play around with that. It's part of Nejd, I think, not even a province. Yeah. It's one of these islands, right? So why do I always go for Borneo? The resources are good there, and you can land with just... So right now, specifically, we have a navy of 5. And so it's really easy to land there. It's often easy to land. You can build dyes there, which is often a little bit of a struggle. So we cannot build dyes locally in Italy. And so you get access to dyes, and there's in West Borneo, there's a ton of oil, and in East Borneo, there's gold. And so this is kind of why we always go for Borneo. Sacre je suis un chat. Why does the Middle East have a bunch of oil? Because a bunch of dinosaurs died there. If that's what you... And the game developers wanted to be realistic to that. It's a long and complex conversation. Is it, though? It's really just a bunch of dinosaurs died there. We'll probably go after Bahrain. They often rev, and the UK often goes for them. So we'll probably have to save and hope that UK doesn't finger and pie us. Yeah, dinosaur juice is correct. I just read that comment. And we get mechanical tools, yay! We're encouraging manufacturing here, right? Yeah, okay. We will build a steel mill here eventually. And so we're on to researching egalitarianism. Maybe we'll go nationalism first? Let's do this, and then egalitarianism. Well, egalitarianism would be real nice, though. We could swap back. This is something my viewers convinced me of, that I did not rate egalitarianism high enough, although I still think it's not as good as my viewers seem to think it is. but several people objected in my tier list, my tech tier list, to my positioning. I don't think we want to run so big a thing. Once we get laissez-faire, we can decrease taxes, because then instead of just building a half, paying for half the construction goods, it'll pay for 3/4 of the construction goods, and then we'll decrease taxes. But yeah, Borneo is just like, it's very soft is kind of one of the main reasons. We'll take the prestige for now, I think. So far you're observing Borneo, Transvaal, and Arabia to be the natural overseas conquests. I 100% agree with that, with the caveat that if you're strong, puppeting Argentina and Chile at the start of the game is very good because their populations explode, especially Argentina, and so it's cheap relative to how big they get, and how much you can like siphon off and like this type of thing. And then also overseas, I think it's meta to go for Beijing and Shaanxi. But speaking of overseas meta, we actually we forgot. We should be colonizing Suzu. And we currently can't because we don't have a natural interest. So we'll probably go for Zanzibar if we can, so that we can put an interest in Suzu and also go for Eastern Mali, which I think is also meta. I think Beijing is just like, I don't think you go for Bengal because you can go Beijing and you get the Forbidden City, right? And then you can go Shaanxi and get all of this. Plus 30 oil in terms of meta. Plus, every time you declare on Great Qing, you can take war reparations from them, which is based on their economy and their taxes, which, like, if you look at the GDP, Great Qing has an enormous GDP because they have all of the subsistence farms, so they pay out so much when you give them, what is it called, when you do a war reps from them. And so I think it's way better than going for Bengal. Although, yeah, Bengal's probably, like, a second, I guess. But it's, like, it's not a close second. It's just, like, yeah. Having an oil-based economy is going to be a liability. Yeah, long-term. In modern times, yes. I mean, I think that oil companies have had too much influence in U.S. politics for quite a while. Why Mali? There's a unique building that gives you 20% education access that is buildable in Mali, but the AI never builds it, and so it's like effectively a level 2 institution for free. Think about streaming on Twitch. You're most enjoyable. Well, I appreciate the sentiment that I'm the most enjoyable Vic 3 streamer. I have a Twitch. I streamed poker on there a couple times. I could go back to there if there seems to be a large demand for that, but having... I'm trying to evaluate things in terms of the amount of time it takes, and being split between two platforms and trying to familiarize myself with both of them is going to take time, and it's going to detract from my ability to do other things too. And so I'm uncertain how to make that evaluation. Like, so for example, if I stream on Twitch, there will be less playthrough videos and there will be less tutorials, but there will be streams instead. 22% education access as long as you have colonial exploitation, because for whatever reason, colonial exploitation affects monuments, which I think is stupid, but it does. Because this gives you 10% throughput, but it's base 20, yeah. You like Bengal for silk plus opium? That's fair. This is the largest arable land province, I believe, that has both. If I'm not mistaken, Punjab or Delhi has more. Delhi's not conquerable, though. And so we conquer some more. Why don't we hit our button? And now we have a bunch of Borneo. I guess we want to find a war. This is unfortunate. We really wish we could go into Oman right now, or we had another interest we could declare. Don't want to build more boats. Don't really need this government administration. I guess this is a mistake. We're going to put the plantations at the bottom because they're not going to be... Yeah, this 15% construction efficiency is just kneecapping. Is really annoying. Huh. I'm not sure where to expand next. I mean, when in doubt. Maybe we'll try dominioning this boyo. And then annexing him later. I'm curious to test the great power pie thing, but I really do think... Well, the thing is actually just like... He will actually just conquer all of his states. And when we put this in, this is so dumb, because so he doesn't want to back down now. Or he's very willing to back down. But if we just conquer all of his states... Now he doesn't want to back down because he's got the -50, but backing down would save you, my guy. I don't think we need the full Monty on this. We probably should have deleted a little bit of our military at the start, but here we are. Interacting with chat is like another thing that is going to like decrease from the quality of play quite a bit. You're at work, hope you catch your stream later. Yeah, we'll see how long I go. I'm thinking a minimum of 6 hours, but it depends on really how many people are here and this sort of stuff. Farah, you were looking for a place that was easy sea access as well for yeah. That's what I figured you were talking about. Like, it's not the absolute best state, but you can go in right away. But fighting the Dutch East Indies is not the most straightforward at the start. Hopefully we get laissez-faire. We do. And notice now on laissez-faire, if we take the unpause, I think we've got to wait a tick. They're going to be paying for 3/4 of the building, but they'll have a lot more control over what's being built. Yeah, so now they're paying for 3/4, which is going to help us to build more or to decrease taxes. We're going to decrease taxes one level, try and keep construction up. We're currently going for nationalism into egalitarianism, and egalitarianism will let us get proportional taxation, which will help us to kind of kick off pretty high on this. We can go appointed bureaucrats or try to. Let's take a look. I'm thinking we do want to get off of some of this autocracy business and get onto landed voting or wealth voting. Let's see if we can do it like this. Let's go landed voting. And once we get voting, you will notice it will be like impossible for us to put the Intelligentsia in government, because these guys and these guys will join a party together, the Free Trade Party. And so this is one disadvantage of the corn laws, but it's such a small disadvantage that, like, I don't know, you can't even really, you know, whatever. What's the cage on the right in the background? This thing? So I can put up, like, pieces of paper and notes on it, which is what I have, and then also, like, clips, which I have, like, my skeletal hanging from it. I've also hung clipboards from it and this type of thing, and so it's just like an organizational thing. I'm not trapped in here, if that's what your question is. Raising concerns? Yeah, raising concerns about the cage. We will kneecap the Catholic Church. Yeah, right now, no great powers put their finger in our pie, and I really do think it's, taking anything from us takes a lot of infamy, and we're recognized already, so they don't want to, like, do anything versus us. But taking something of a subject that's unrecognized takes very little infamy, and I think this is why the great powers, like, really care about this sort of thing, so... you should conquer East India as Sikh Empire. It's very difficult. It's way harder now in 1.2. It used to be not too bad, but with the much more aggressive AI of the East India Company, I'm not sure. It seems a lot harder. You can attach your Twitch link to your YouTube channel. I tried to find your Twitch and failed. I streamed like twice on Twitch, and I'm not Generalist Gaming on Twitch. I'm just under my like IRL name. You're back now. Welcome back, Space Tree. Isn't there an economic system named the economic system you've named from the French word? Yeah. Laissez-faire, I believe, is French. I don't know what it's French for. The early economists, which were spelled oeconomy, like O-E-C-O-M-O-N-E, which were the early, like, what is it, material philosophers, or whatever they were called. I think it was kind of more of a movement that started out with France, and then kind of transferred over more, if my recollection of economic history is correct, which it might not be. Fake, it's a stream from jail, yeah, you caught me. You're concerned that you were made to play Vic 3 against my will. I mean, no, I like Victoria 3. I think this game's gonna get really good. Right now, it's a lot of the plays feel like very similar, so after you've done like, there's just so much similarity between plays because there's not like localization and flavor, and like, the same stuff is good pretty much for like every country except, and like one of the big differences is actually whether or not your population is obsessed with something is actually one of the biggest differences, I think, like in terms of localization. Like if we have North Italians, if they have an obsession, they have an obsession with wine, so we are going to produce way more grain than we otherwise would, as a result of the obsession and this type of stuff. Laissez-faire probably doesn't mean free hand, because I believe free hand was coined by Adam Smith after laissez-faire. Laissez-faire means let them do or allow them to do. That makes sense. What country are you playing? I can't tell by the flag. We are playing Sardinia, Piedmont, soon to be Italy, hopefully. I haven't done the Italy unification yet, so we'll see how that goes. I think this is occupied. I guess we could check, right? If we can land it, it's not. Okay. So we will be annexing Sulawesi soon. We could pick a fight with Dutch East Indies just to force them to release all this stuff. I think we could also conquer Banjar for not a lot of infamy. I can't remember. Need mods to add flavor? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but like, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys are the viewers and you would know, but from a viewer experience perspective, I think vanilla makes for the best viewer experience. Otherwise, I would fiddle with more, mods more. There's like a Harry Potter mod, which like probably is terrible, but like it's funny. There's like a 1600 start mod, which I thought would be like interesting, but it really just drags the game out and makes the game super boring, so. Obsessions are a great mechanic. I agree. I wish there was more mechanics like relative to like your individual country. We will acquiesce. More substantial variants would be great. Yeah, I mean, there's a few that have like interesting localization. Like Great Qing has interest groups that are like unique in terms of they have I forget what they're called. We can't check another country's interest groups, which is kind of annoying. You can look here and see like whatever it is, but the scholar officials are different, their intelligentsia is different, and their religious group is different, such that their religious group actually doesn't like have negative like relations with their other groups. So this is like kind of interesting, and so I like it a lot. Also Japan has the Bakufu in the armed forces, which is a bit interesting. But you get rid of it with like proper play pretty quick, and so it's not as interesting as Great Qing. Like Great Qing, it's really hard to go separation of church and state. You just have to pray you get a nihilist. You have to pray that you get a nihilist. You have to pray for the atheist. Did you improve relations with all the Italians? Not all of them. I probably should have been doing that more. I wanted to improve relations more so with the great powers around me first. But playing as a recognized country, there's a lot less fingers in our pie. We could probably demand that they peace out here, right? I think that they should just capitulate when you're able to demand, and if you're trying to do a world conquest run, you probably have to be pretty, like, anal about, like, checking things. We're gonna use our handy-dandy smacky-wacky button. This is, like, the best thing ever, by the way. Reset PMs. Mods would be good as a spotlight one-shot, I agree. I've been thinking of doing that, but like it's also hard to. I feel like the amount of time it takes to like try out a mod and then spotlight a mod is like pretty high, in terms of like the return on like how much video you get. But like I probably need to do more editing and more like videos like that. You're sure that Vicky 3 will go the weight of every PDX game start empty? I agree, but I feel it is worth mentioning that I really do, I do not fault Paradox as much as most other people for like this type of thing. Can we declare another interest, please? Please? We really want to go into Suzu. I guess we might build more boats. I don't think our economy is big enough for this to like feel good though. Let's check the market. What's expensive? Tools are expensive? We're exporting tools to 2 people though. And we're trying to build up tools. It is on auto expand. Did we finish the steel mill? No, we didn't. We do want to swap up to iron frame on both. Unless it goes the way of Imperator. Yeah, that would be a shame. But, like, as I was saying, like, I think that, look, Paradox makes games, like, unlike any other, and I think that they should not necessarily be evaluated. I don't think they're, like, as vacuous as, like, EA games, you know, or, like, actually, I don't know enough about EA games to really, like, make a commentary on them, but, I feel that, in general, like, you have to cut Paradox more slack, because what they're doing is just, like, way different, and, like, the game system is, like, difficult, and, like, it's complex, and it's, like, nuanced, and, like, this type of stuff, and so, like, perhaps they deserve a little bit more slack on this regard. Why don't we just keep it at speed 3 so we can keep things going and keeping up with the chat. Maybe, no, speed 3 is too slow. You think that there's a mod that makes more battles take place on a front? That's probably a good mod, but it makes achievements ineligible. I think it also changes the gameplay a lot, such that it will make it so that I can't necessarily give good advice. Although, like, to be honest, I'm way less concerned with the military, I think, relative to other people. And I'm probably not the person to ask for advice on military stuff. What you really wish is PDX to implement their Stellaris Custodian team schema over to other big games. Stellaris is arguably the best maintained title. I don't know too much about that. I'm not saying it's not, I'm saying I don't know. Like, much about how Stellaris is doing. Greater Shing. They're doing alright. They gave up Treaty Port. They have a hard start. Your Shing run, I see it's not Great Shing. Your Shing run is in 1913 and you still have state religion. Feels bad, man. Yeah, but if there's any country that, like, doesn't care about getting the situation, like, getting the maximum migration stuff, it's Great Shing. Like, you actually can't get your SOL to come up for, like, forever with Great Shing. Oh my god, this is so miserable, having to pay, like, the construction malice. I guess maybe we should focus more on constructing in Sardinia, where we do not hitting the malice. We're also going to put this on auto-expand. Just kind of want to set things up. I was thinking that we might try and export paper, because we have this Sicilian sulfur mine, which has a 20% throughput bonus. And so we could get cheaper paper, and we might try and export paper and crash people's economies. I thought that this might be an interesting idea. You really struggle to get any religious or education reforms as Shing. Yeah, it's tough. It's hard out here for a Shing. You have to get a nihilist or an anarchist, I think, in order to pass separation. You think every country needs personal, unique debuffs like the Ottoman ones that make them feel authentic? I kind of agree, but maybe not every country. I don't know. I think that there should be, like, lagging effects to a lot of things that there just isn't lagging effects for. Like, for example, like, your military PMs, like, you swap these up, and after, like, 1 year, it's, like, just all better. I think, like, instead you should develop, like, military tradition, and, like, someone who just stays on irregulars for forever and then swaps to trench shouldn't suddenly have, like, a great military in 1 year's time. At least they're good at communication, in fact. Why is it so important to conquer? It's not necessarily so important. They're just generally, in terms of a trade-off of the infamy that they incur to the resources you gain, they're really, really efficient because they're generally kind of low population, high resources. As well as our current situation is we have a navy of 5, and this is the biggest thing. And so that is a little bit more than we want. But we have a navy of 5, and so we can't land most places, and so we're just kind of expanding in this way. Although I think we're going to need more convoys. Why don't we come in here? We are on all cargo ports, okay. And so it's not that this region specifically, we would actually, I think the best region to expand into is this, and if we had a bigger navy, we would be puppeting Argentina and Chile, and maybe fighting Great Qing to get war reparations, and, because they give huge war reparations in Beijing, which is an insane state. Point of Order Victory is the only Paradox title which allows achievements and mods outside of Iron Man. Iron Man is so unhinged right now, because when you start a play, you can, like, back down right here, but sometimes that back down button is swap sides, and if you have a subject that has a revolution, you can accidentally click swap sides and brick your entire run on Iron Man. So, and there's not even a confirmation thing, unless they've changed this recently. But, because I don't exactly, you know, click the swap sides button to test it out. Didn't Sardinia have a lot of silver mines historically? Yes. It was very important. It was a very important place when Carthage was expanding and developing its colonies. One of the very important ones was Sardinia, which they lost in the First Punic War. And Carthage is actually interesting because Carthage started out as a colony of Phoenicia, which kind of, faded into nothingness. And the city of Tyre, which is somewhere around here, was conquered by Alexander the Great. It was supposed to be unconquerable. Alexander the Great came to say hi. He tried to say hi. They told him to F off. And so then he, he sieged down the city. And he made them look dumb. Thoughts on how this game handles the slave trade? Honestly, I haven't taken a deep dive on slavery. I know it's just not, you don't want to be doing slaves because they don't have consumption and they drive down migration and, this type of stuff. But I haven't deep dove on that mechanic, so I feel like I don't know too much. I mean, the tendency to be autocratic can have pops that have a tendency to be religious, and you can't change it. Yeah, so I think that, it should be harder to do some of these, implementations and, swaps and, this type of stuff. And it just, it doesn't feel like, you don't feel like you have a, long-lasting culture in Victoria 3. It just feels like, suddenly, court laws, suddenly everyone just wants to be open up. And nobody's xenophobic, and nobody's, bigoted and, this type of stuff. Woohoo! And it's come on. Some countries might have greater revolution risks, like France. This makes sense. Yeah, there should be a more deep cultural stuff. There's slave trade? Yep. Not for us. We have banned it. But slavery is a mechanic of Victoria 3. It's not an institution. But we have it banned here. Alexander literally built a massive stone bridge to siege the island of Tyre, still visible from space. What a thug. Giga Chad. You know who the real Chad is, though? The real thug is Diogenes of Sinope. And we'll take the enactment time. Diogenes was a philosopher. He lived in Athens. Alexander the Great visited him, and he's like, "Oh, great Diogenes, is there anything you can give me?" And Diogenes just said, "Get out of the way, you're blocking the sun." Diogenes, also famous for saying that in a rich man's house, there's no place to spit but in his face. Which is a very nice quote. Alright, so we do not have control of very much of the thing. We are trying to ramp up the iron mines quite a bit. We're going to put this on auto expand as well. We're going to add another one. We do want to get iron cheap in the market, and then we can switch over to iron frame construction on our main thing. We are improving relations, as per chat suggestion, in this area here. Love Diogenes, yeah. The dog man. The same guy who, I can't remember if it was Plato or Socrates, said that, a man is a featherless biped. And so Diogenes, when he was giving a lesson, either Plato or Socrates, can't remember which, Diogenes threw a chicken that had all of its feathers removed into the middle of, the area. And he's like, "Behold a man." So we're going to do this, and we're going to demand their other province, which is, so right now they're fearful, they have the -75 modifier, and as soon as we demand their other province, they will get uncertain, because they get the +50, would be annexed if they would back down, except they would not be annexed if they would be back down. So this is very obviously a bug, but message retracted, redacted. Diogenes would not approve of redacted. Slavery, yes, but I don't think there's a way to actually engage in slave trade per se, unless you completely miss the mechanic. It's not active, but it's like a passive thing that allows you to accumulate pops via slave trade. Populations go from the slave trading countries to your country and are purchased when, the demand for slave labor goes up. Something like this. I'm looking for the bones of your father, but can't distinguish them from the bones of these slaves. Yeah, I think Diogenes said that to Alexander as well. He lived in a giant clay pot. That is also the case. And he masturbated in public. I think I'm not supposed to say that for monetization. I have to, stop saying the F word. I don't need to say it that much, but, supposedly it hurts my monetization. Which is effing ridiculous. Because, any type of bad language, like, it's just circumvented, or bad language, like, enforcement, it's just circumvented by saying something else that's similar and implies the word and it invokes the same idea as the word. And so it's really just a language game that's silly. And, like, I used to teach chess to kids at after-school programs, and, like, you would just see it. It would just be, like, the exact, like, they would just effectively say the thing without saying the thing, and it was just a circumvention. And, of course, you as the teacher, you don't really care. You don't give a shit. Like, or I didn't, personally, because, like, I don't consider it obscene. Like, I wouldn't care if every kid's parents signed a release form saying they could curse all they want, I wouldn't care. If you have slave trade, you can import trades. Yeah, it's an automatic thing. Exactly. And so we should clean this up and conquer Siak here, which is going to be big nice. Unfortunately, it takes us a lot of convoys to maintain, you know, our port connections, I believe, at this point. Yeah. Oh, not too bad. King intervenes. The king's will be done for him to be voted out. Sardinia starting political situations, landowners on the power seat. Yeah, we still have them, but, like, so the corn laws is just a stupid thing that allows you to get market liberal, which allows you to, like, kind of override, like, all the annoying aspects of this. So we got nationalism here. So let's see what this is all about. So people will come and support us now? Oh, people also support two Sicilies instantly. Interesting. So we will try and have to bankroll people and get them in the customs union. I'm assuming we do have the thing necessary. This is not too bad. So we'll just try left to right, start bankrolling a couple of people. The people who are adjacent. And we'll try and get them in the customs union. And so we will import, let's see what they mainly have. We're going to just force trade routes. We're going to import, I think, grain and cotton from them. Even if it's not profitable. Oop, we didn't want to export. Whoops. Oh, they're in the Austrian market. Terrible. Come on. I guess we should have been a little bit more on top of that. You want to say that's cool in regard to the slave trade, but you know. Yeah, I mean, it's cool that they have the mechanic. I think people who are trying to generously interpret what you're saying will be able to know what you're saying, and then if people are not... let's see what this guy is. He's a landowner moderate. Let him lead the front, I guess. We don't want him as the politician, because we like our market liberal. Just don't allow it in the title. They went back on the F-word thing? Well, I'm fucking happy to hear it. I don't even say the F word that much. They just don't allow it in the title, sure. We're the socialist trade unions a lot during this time period. A little bit later, in terms of game mechanics. Ooh, we are a major power, so let's take a look and we will declare another interest. Because I believe we get more interests. Yeah. Oop. Actually, we'll just do here and here. But I think we're going to come in through Suzu and go Fudajalon up into getting our handy-dandy building, which will also mean that we can prolong building up an AV for a while. The king wanted to retire. Yeah, facts. I could respect that. There were things happening that were early part of the trade unions during the time period in the game, certainly in the UK, yeah. I am not, while I have read quite a bit of Marx, I am not abundantly familiar with the, like, on the boots, on the ground movement. I don't think you could sway to Sicily to your side until if they are contender for unification. Yeah, I mean, let's actually, we are bankrolling these guys, so can we change them into the customs union? Are we even remotely close? They're antagonistic. Why? Why, my guy? These guys are cautious. These guys we should be able to get in the customs union in relatively short order, but they are more expensive. Yeah, we can't afford all this. Let's stop some of these. We actually should probably just expand, like, I'm not sure which one's better. They are the Tuscan market, though, so let's try and see what's good for them. Alright, they have expensive small arms and wood. And they have cheap clippers and silk. So we'll import silk from them. Even if it's not profitable. We'll also import grain from them, I guess. Even if it's not profitable. And we'll export small arms to them. Which is not profitable, but it's pretty close. And just trying to get them into the customs union. There are things happening. Message redacted. Bam. I agree. I think you can do a leadership play against them. I don't think we want to yet, but I'm not even sure if they might have more army power projection than us. They're protective of us, and they have 52 battalions to our 45. Oh, but we have 271, and they have 166. So we should, in theory, be able to win a fight, but I don't think we could ever land them without a bigger navy, so we would either have to integrate some of the people adjacent to them or try and do something else. You don't think a customs union is needed? I think it helps. You just need to beat down 2 Sicilies. Amicable might be needed with all states after. I don't think we can beat down 2 Sicilies yet. Maybe because you're infamy? We are in good shape on the infamy front. And they don't have interest in here, so we're not nuking the relations every time we do something over here. So I'm not sure exactly what it is. But we should have an interest over here now, so we will establish a colony, and we will do the Suzu into Fudajalon, this expansion route next. Hopefully, after these iron mines come in, we can turn on iron frame construction. Are we on highest taxes? We are. And we gotta start getting stuff more profitable, man. Big pain. Economy's not very big. What is our infamy? I think you probably typed that before we checked, but it is 11.7. I'm not sure. Sometimes the AI... I think it was just as soon as we researched nationalism, they changed their attitude. Yeah. Our infamy is not too high. This is the main reason why people were asking, why do you expand here? All of these are really low infamy relative to the resources you get. Like, okay, it's not enormous amounts of resources, but also notably, here, we'll, look at this sulfur, iron, and, also has gold. And then this has... coal, and it will later have all of this has decent amount of wood, but it will also later have oil, so this is the reason. But we will want to go for Eastern Mali as well as also just trying to keep track of chat and this type of stuff. Steel mill's not finished yet. Yeah, so the downside of going early laissez-faire, the upside is you get to construct more because more of this gets to transfer over, and the investment pool is still cranking up. The downside is, and I think that actually, we want to swap back to land-based taxation here to kind of prep our swap forward. Hopefully this doesn't radicalize enough to cause a rev. But we're swapping back because we are currently researching egalitarianism, and once this finishes, we will want to swap forward to proportional taxation. Why did British people love tea so much? I don't know. They hate the baguette, though. Oh. But this obsession, if your pops are obsessed, it's actually bad. So this is one reason why public schools, which we don't have any schools, why public schools, I think assimilation's actually a negative mechanic. Because you would prefer your pops to all have different, or it's a negative mechanic if your pops have an obsession, because assimilating more people into the same obsession is going to be inefficient. But yeah. You would just as soon not have the assimilation. Oh, I really want to turn on. We need clippers. Let's take a look. Probably need to be a little bit more cognizant of some of these things. I mean, I guess we're going to import them from the Dutch because they're the most profitable, and this should decrease some of our costs a little bit. I wish when you hovered this, it would show you all the construction goods, you know? This one here, I wish it showed how expensive the goods were. We're going to import from the Liberian market, which we're going to be... oh, no, we're not going to be adjacent to soon. But we do want to get this little expansion on. Might want to go soon-ish It's unfortunate we couldn't cut off Kenya, but we might want to do something soonish. You tried laissez-faire in your run, swapped back to interventionalism, couldn't handle the inability to remove wrong-placed industries. I also dislike the automatic building pool. Yeah, so the reason why it's way better, and perhaps we'll go back to laissez-faire, because if we wanted to force paper down people's throats, we do want to be interventionalists. But the reason why it's good is that this 25% capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency, the capitalists always contribute 20% of their dividends. And this 25% juice is just free money. Like, it's just money out of nothing. And so instead of giving 25%, they'll still give 20%, but you will receive 25% of dividends, which is why it's so strong, and like the downsides are not substantive enough. Also, loan interest rate is particularly good if you're going to deficit spend. We're benefiting from it right now because we're paying less interest. And so it's, yeah. But if you want to really micromanage stuff, if you have a multicultural nation, is it better to have private schools? It's better to have private schools if your SOL is really high. I think the break-even point's somewhere between 17 and 20 because it's wealth-based. But, like, that's still a consideration. We did have a vote, so we're going to see who... somehow these guys are not both in the Free Trade Party. Ooh, we have the Right Party. But I think we'll just keep this for now. We could actually maybe get off of bolstering some of these guys, or maybe bolstering the Intelligentsia. If we did this, we could put in more consumption taxes. I don't think we would get enough out of the consumption tax if we put in on tobacco and, like, tea. I mean, this would be a little bit. We're kind of hurting for money right now, so... Oh, we can't put it on tea? This is a little trick. You do this, you get over 100, you put it on T, and then you come back down. Yay. We'll also do a quick look through all of our PMs to make sure we're on the latest and greatest, which we're not. I think we don't have the steel thing, but we can go sulfide pumping and just import the sulfur for now. Eventually, the auto queue will build a sulfur thing somewhere, and this will be fine. We'll import it from the French and the Spanish, why not? And eventually, let's also take a look at our trade routes and see if we have any that are not making money. So we're importing guns, and that's not profitable. We'll delete that. We do kind of would rather... We want to keep importing some of these like input goods. We'll stop with the coal, even if they're not profitable. Well, this is particularly not profitable, so we'll delete that. Something like this, making a little bit of money. Money moves. Ayy. Okay. Tea is the greatest beverage that's ever been invented and has ever been invented. I judge the level of civilization by the quality of their tea-making facilities. Interesting. So considering the UK, is the UK really making tea? I guess all the civilization's here then, right? Huh. Because the queen from Portugal who married English kings, she bought her love of tea and she made the tea popular in English novels at the time. What I don't get is milk and tea. That's like crazy to me. But I guess I don't drink a lot of tea, so... You'd like to see more buildings which add SOL, such as fairs as theaters? I would love to see newspapers, and I think that adding like newspapers and public discourse and free speech and like this type of stuff would be very interesting, and there's a lot of ground to break there. How do wages work in this game? Poorly. Get it? Poorly. Generally speaking, the more demand there is for labor, the more expensive the labor becomes, and industries will compete for labor if there is a demand, and if there's not a demand, then they won't. Looks like we are going to take a look here. Well, we don't want this, but we don't want this either. Okay, looks like that'll be fine. We are going to go for land-based taxation still, which we're going to lose money once it gets enacted, but then hopefully we come out on the other side getting proportional taxation. This like swap over is really uncomfortable. I think if you're playing like recognized countries that have most of the good laws kind of already in place at the start, that like it's not the worst. And maybe we should have gone rid of maybe we actually probably should have gone total separation first. I don't know, we're already in it. Let's do it. Industries offer a certain salary to the workers, then they spend it on the necessities, and they could probably pop up one of the... Yeah, so let's take a look. You are correct. So, they make a wage, and then they spend some of it on taxes and some of it on needs. If there is a surplus, then their standard of living is going to go up. If there's a deficit, then their standard of living is going to go down. We get an atmospheric engine. I don't think we... Well, let's actually take a look at infrastructure. I have not looked at this yet. So we are starting to run into some infrastructure problems. A little bit. How close are we here? We're not even close in here. So I think we might even go water tube boiler first. Big nice though. But as we were saying, we're just coming in here, looking here. Actually, we need to find a war. Or we're decaying some infamy. So they pay some money out to taxes, they pay some for their needs, and they will get paid more income based on largely the demand for labor. In order to get them to work in the first place, though, you have to like get them out from the subsistence farms. And so as long as the wage that could be paid in the manufactory is higher than the subsistence farm, they will move from there to there. But I believe we have unemployment pulling down the average wage quite a bit, and we have no social programs, so those people just starve and die. And as SOL goes up, pop needs change, they demand more luxury goods. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for covering the chat comments. I think we might be able to do this. I mean, I also don't hate wiping out a little bit of our debt and paying a little bit less in interest. We probably should have deleted some of the military at the start of the game, because we have not been using like 50 battalions, right? We can't delete it now because we have a rev brewing, but almost certainly if you're starting Sardinia, Piedmont, deleting every military that's not in Piedmont is probably a decent look. You have a feeling that milk and black tea doesn't come from the UK? I think it might have actually started in China. Interesting. What goods do our people demand? It depends on how much money they have. It's not like unique for Italy. Generally, if their standard of living is pretty low, they will mainly demand grain, and they will also demand fabric and clothes. As their SOL starts to get above like 10, they'll start to demand a lot more clothes, and as it gets above like 14, they'll start to demand like a lot more services and like furniture and these types of things, and then they start demanding luxury goods once they get further up. And so it's just like long term though, they don't consume that much grain once you get the SOL really high, and so you really would kind of prefer a lot of your agrarian stuff to not be grain oriented. What goods do poor people specifically demand? Oh, you said poor people, not people. It depends on their SOL, but grain is going to be the biggest one. And so if you can make grain cheaper, you can make their needs cost lower. And if their needs cost is lower, then it's easier for them to run a surplus and get their SOL to come on up. And so we could be like proactive about, in fact, we're actually going to import grain from them. We've tried to be proactive about importing this stuff, and this is also inputs for some of our stuff. And so we can put in a couple more. This is fine. We could also increase our institution. I don't know why we didn't do that. We also want to get off of the law enforcement for those guys. Now, we actually don't want land-based taxation to pass this tick, because we can't go proportional yet. And so now we're hemorrhaging a ton of money. So I think what we're going to need to do is actually decrease construction. Unfortunately. No, we want to decrease the military. Can this go away, please? If we just go to restore it just to get rid of this a little bit faster. Yes? No, it doesn't get rid of it faster. We'll stop. We'll not do that. I think it's just going away. Nope, it's not going away. Ugh, we just want to delete the military. Come on, boys. Keck W. Keck W indeed. Interacting with chat definitely makes me play worse. What is the demand of the grain for? There's no good for bread. It's just kind of an abstraction that poor people tend to consume a lot of grain in whatever form. You know, like the rice, the millet, the grain from all the different regions. Like, so Mexico has like a lot of maize farms and rice in Asia, and then millet up and around here, and then like regular wheat around here. And so it's just an abstraction of like the base good, yeah. Big pain, though. Intensive agriculture. Yeah, let's go. Oop, we should be on slaughterhouses here. That feeling when you never check your PMs, and so they all just suck. Yeah, let's go all hardwood now. We're dripping. We're dipping from great power. This is a reason to not want to swap. You hope you never play Vampire Survivors. You will forget Vic 3. I actually like vampire games. Maybe I need to get in on that. Do you prefer sell or buy when enacting free trade? I generally prefer buy. What is this? We're gonna take a save, because I think this is an important inflection point. By saying you didn't want it, you might as well have smashed a mirror walking under a ladder. Wait, yeah, basically. I don't know, that was painful. We're, like, hemorrhaging money now. I think we can hemorrhage money for a little bit, though. It's not the worst. We can also, I think we already took that off and put in the consumption taxes. Yeah, that's rough. But this is a weird inflection point. We're gonna try and get some stuff done, and we're probably gonna load if we get, like, bricked out here. I mean, I think we're probably gonna need conscripts, right? Oh, the conscription center only has 8. Terrible. Whatever will we do? Oh, no. Why is our conscription center so low? Whatever will we do? How will we manage to get more soldiers? Alright, we're gonna get more soldiers. So, Piedmont has the most? Okay. Oh, and all of these are these PMs? We would want to swap them off, but what we will do is we're gonna come in here, and we're gonna put in enlistment efforts, which is going to dramatically increase the number of conscripts we get. So now instead of 8, I think we gotta let it wait until Monday. We get 50. So we are gonna clap these boyos. And instead of 10 here, or instead of 1, we're getting 10. So we are gonna brick these guys. Now, we're gonna get leadership as well. Is something, doesn't, well, actually, we don't even have a front with them. We would love a trade agreement with you, yes. How are you guys confident? How do you have a stronger... That should fix that. It's also gonna wreck our economy. And we can't increase taxes. This is pain. I think we don't want to offer them a treaty port, so we'll offer an obligation. We'll go for Sicilian war reps. Yeah, you better be terrified. Back down, please. Just give us the leadership. We won't even make this a primary war goal. Ooh, if we get the Papal States, we will have a front. We'll give them an obligation no matter what. I think this is worth. And then we'll also offer to Russia, I suppose. And now we might make war reps primary. Does anyone know what happens if they back down in leadership? Do we just form Italy? Or what? Alright, how bad does performance get for you? Not too bad, because I updated my rigs specifically for this game. What resources does Italy have? Kind of a mix of everything. They do notably have Sicily, which has a 20% juice on sulfur, which I don't think any other place has a 20% sulfur juice with 100 sulfur mines, so this is pretty substantive. Pasta and tomato sauce, that's the real answer. Forget mine. You joke, but Italy didn't have tomatoes till the 16th century. Beware of your funds. Yeah, that's a problem. I'm aware that's a problem. Geez, you didn't know how powerful the edict was. Are conscripts worse than your regulars? If they are, it's a lot to go into right now, though. So standing them up makes all the goods be required. They don't feed in as much required goods, and I think they have like more. They have a morale malus, but I'm not sure how to check it. If they back down, do you still owe GB the obligation? Yes. Not automatic. You become the leader to form Italy. They are no longer a candidate. Okay, so it's not automatic. In which case, I think we're gonna want war reparations off of them. We're gonna make this primary, and then we might put in. Okay, we're not going to give a treaty port to Russia, so we might put in something to, we can't do that. We could open their market. We're going to let this go kind of up towards the end, and then open their market and hope that they back down, but they should be terrified. You had no idea the edict was that strong, I think someone had said. Yeah, the edict is obscene, especially, so what you could do is you could just have one province and one province only, just have a conscription center with the PMs good, and then you won't be paying that much if the battalions aren't that high, but then you just slap down the edict, like, last second, and you, like, blast the conscripts into, like, outer space. They're no longer a candidate, okay. But they should lose this war. Alright, I think no one else is joining. We'll open the market so they have something to lose if they decide to fight. Doesn't Ligma have the same sulfur bonus? Ligma balls. Okay. They do have mountains, so it's not as good. I'm not sure where Lima is. Is that in Peru? Yeah. So that's pretty big. They have Andes Malice, and it's 20% sulfur. Yep, they do have the same bonus. I think that Sicily does not have the 20% construction problem, though. Yeah, they just have free throughput. So, yeah. They also don't have 100 sulfur. I don't know. I didn't even check how much there was, but it's not 100. 100 is the highest. I haven't played in this region yet. I've been wanting to play South America, but nobody wants me to play South America, so. Oh, they have gold though. That's nice. 28 sulfur, yeah. Not as much. It's where the beans come from. How do conscripts really work? They just build up depending on your population. That is my understanding. They are also affected by a few like laws. So for example, professional army, if we hover, we have a 1% conscription rate. So if you have national militia, which is a 5% conscription rate, your conscripts will be 5 times the size. So it's population modified by conscription rate. And notably, you can also, in no home affairs or with National Guard, you will get an additional 5% conscription rate per level. And so this is one way you could increase conscripts if you if you wanted to try and do that. The worst part about playing in South America, all the stupid construction negatives. Yeah, I mean, we're suffering that here with Piedmont. I don't think we long-term want this to be the capital. You have Garibaldi, so you're good? Yeah. Yeah, we should just, like, clap these guys here, though. I suppose we could try landing from behind, but I feel like, well, let's just try it. I guess we should have landed the cap, but whatever. But this is a huge problem, and we, like, well, we can delete some stuff now. Okay, so let's come in, and I know that we have, oh, we can't, why can't we delete anything? Oh, these are conscription centers. Let's go to the barracks. So we're deleting in the Borneos, because we're not even using these guys anyways, right? And in Aish, kind of paying attention to the chat more than this. And then I think we have to decrease construction a little bit. Well, construction's really not the problem. The problem is we're paying a ton for military goods, so I guess we can come in here and, yeah, try and ease that burden. So we're gonna import from France and Austria. And we're gonna import these, France and Austria. Generally preferring trade volume with those guys. It's, not 5%. Did I not say 0.5%? That is my mistake. If I have a strong enough navy and army, you prefer transferring Peru and dominioning Bolivia before Argentina, Chile? I generally like going for Argentina very, very first, because I feel like their population grows the most over the course of the game, but I'm not sure. What's that? This alert? I believe it is we're losing power rank. Goodbye biscuits? Facts. But we should be doing pretty good here. It looks like the UK is really not helping all that much, but this is not too big a deal. I think if most of their guys are tied up here and we actually managed to get a landing, what's their navy look like? See, we just might not be able to do anything against their navy. Yeah, what happened here? Why did he go to 0 troops and then, oh, whatever. We'll try landing with the 10 stacker, I guess. I don't know what happened there. The general died. I don't know why he went to 0. He's in Italian HQ, is he not? Oh, he's in the Indonesia HQ. Okay, fair enough. There's a fascinating province in South America which has -33 from the Amazon and -20 from mountains. I think that's this one, or which one is it? It's like over here, right? No. Where is it? Thought it was over here. Okay. Pain! Someone please take on our debt. We love you forever. We love you long time. I think we are going to be coming on, deleting some military after this. You deleted his barracks? Yeah, I did. France wants us to join their customs union. I don't absolutely hate this. It would temporarily help us out. See, why would we not want to join their customs union? What does everyone think? France customs union or no? I think the answer is no, but I think it's pretty marginal if everyone else wants to do it. Low starting pops in a bunch of places, construction issues, makes it a really slow start, plus great powers get involved a lot, I found. Really, in South America, often they don't have interests, except the UK, which has access to the Falkland Islands. So they have a native interest in the region. That's the Falkland Islands, of course. Goodbye, biscuits. Ah. It'll help with weapons. You really do want to. They will siphon your pops. They will siphon our pops. They will suck off our pops. This is, but they're not gonna super suck off our pops. Also, they might not be accepting, if we look at their politics, no, so they are accepting our pops, so they will siphon off pops. It'll help with weapons, though. But this is just for this war. I think we're gonna massively tune down things. You say no. Is France's market a good one to join? It's fairly good. I think the UK is the best, generally. But if we're in France's market, they are less likely to stick their finger in our pie, which is kind of something we like because we're adjacent to them. We're doing a bunch of trade with them. We already have a trade agreement, though. No, they want to conquer you? No, what? They don't. They're protective. How dare you accuse them? I think we're gonna go no. Just a quick question. If you were playing a small nation, i.e. Colombia, should you join a larger market early on, British market for example, or stay in your own market or smaller one? The main thing to think about is population. If you're going to benefit a lot from siphoning off pops from them, then yes. If you are not, then no. We are not going to benefit from siphoning off France's pops, but we would be benefiting because their market is a little bit more stable in terms of prices, and this is how we would benefit. And long term, we might benefit from pops because we could increase our SOL for by enough, but we would not benefit that much right now in terms of pops. And so, like, if you were playing as... so I think an interesting start is releasing Perm from Russia, and then you get all the resource-dense areas, but you don't have a lot of pops. And so joining a market like then would be good. So it's mainly a population thing. What's the difference? Don't they both have everything? Between France and the UK tends to have more depressed, as a result of the Dutch East, these guys who build a little bit more agrarian, They tend to have more depressed fabric and dyes and like opium and silk prices than France does, which is why the UK is better. Also, once you get multiculturalism, you can siphon off pops from the East India Company, which has enormous pop, which is why they're better. You're doing a Michigan campaign and it's hard. Yeah, I was thinking of trying a campaign as the like Native American country that gets half of New York. You wonder if Italian unification will work if you become a subject of someone else. That is a good point. That is probably not the case, but we can leave the customs union whenever we want. It looks like we get our landing off. So we're gonna move this guy over here. Oh, our general died? Come on. We have Occitania HQ? Come on! Why do we have this and it's like no general? It's so stupid. Alright. I'm guessing we had one and he just died or something. I wonder if Italian unification... Yeah, okay. I already read that. Huzzah. Wow, 45 viewers. Crazy. The last few times I streamed it was not like this. Like, the Putin stream was not like this, where I just ripped on Putin every hour on the hour. Almost gonna finish this. Eventually, one day, not only are we only getting 1/4 of the construction towards that, it is also being, yeah, I think we switched laissez-faire a little too early, but it is helping us keep the construction going. Man, we just have so much expenses on the goods for... It's actually... Goods for military buildings is the primary one, yeah. I think we're going to delete a lot of our military after this. We should have deleted it at the start, I think, but once we have leadership, I think we'll be looking to... Yeah, we're going to enforce on them soon. You really wish you could move generals from HQ to HQ? Yeah, I kind of hate the HQ system. Considering they don't do too much with supply lines, which I think is like the cool thing about it, or that's not like a very like important like detail, it seems. Although I'm less concerned with the military in general. I'm so glad generals dying is on PDX's list of things. Me too. It is so annoying. Also the bug where when you get a landing, occasionally they unassign immediately, which is just like, if you're trying to get a landing to make your war work, like sometimes it just like bricks your entire war. Oh my god, what are we doing here? Wait, why can't we? Oh, okay, we're waiting. That's what we're doing. We're waiting to be able to pass proportional taxation. A little jumped the gun a little bit. I think we should have waited until we were a little bit closer to go proportional taxation. That would help out a lot. We were enforced, or Papal States is out. That's unfortunate, but I think our guys are going to get over to the fronts. Anyways, and this guy's going to be out in just a second anyways. So we do have a bunch of excess Diplo. Let's make sure the Great Britain likes us. And we get Italian leadership, and let's delete the military. Okay, so we wanted to delete all the ones in Savoy, I think. And I think we want to take off the conscription centers everywhere except Piedmont. Off their PMs. Save a little bit of money here. And then also we of course are gonna get rid of the Edict, because we don't need it anymore. And then we will put in consumption tax on meat for now. And try and get out from under this a little bit. Raising concerns? I am concerned. Catholic Church can suck at that. I don't mean that as an attack on the religion, but the in-game mechanic. How's your debt utilization? I don't know exactly what you mean by the question. How much are we paying in interest? We're paying 5K in interest. And we have a credit line of 2.9 million. And so we're going to pay some of this back and then look to increase construction, I think. We will get this steel mill eventually. Do you need an army for the Italians to respect you? I mean, we still have a pretty decent-sized army. Maybe deleting it wasn't best. We don't really need to expand. We really need to increase construction, though. Like, this number needs to be higher than 14. And so I think it's more important. And actually, because the investment pool is growing by so much, I think what we can come and do in iron frame buildings here, and I think we'll still be making money, but we'll come up to 19 construction. This start has been a little bit slow. Why do we have no progress? Oh, because we dipped to not being a great power anymore. We did need that for the great power thing. That is a factor, but now we're going to be progressing faster here. We could also undeclare the interest here. We're kind of more concerned with the Suez thing. TBH. Does that say kinda? Oh, Kindia. And we can go after, like, Bhutan, but that's kind of, like, the only thing we have the interest. Check the culture tab now. Okay. I've not done this. Oh, we don't want to do that. I think we just want to get guys into our market. Oh, and we're going to have to fight Austria eventually. Or there's 4 supporters. And it includes all the supporters. So we have to get support from 2 Sicilies, which we won't be able to, and Parma. Who doesn't like us very much. We could bankroll them. The bankroll's not too expensive, but we're kind of at a point in the game where we'd really prefer more construction. Are you in your own market right now, or in a bigger one? We are in our own market. We considered joining France's market, though, and it still might be okay to do. We could join as well if we want. That was the question 2.3 out of 2.9. I don't know what that means. Oh, out of this? Yeah, how much credit? Yeah, okay. I think without being a minor power, you might not convince the other Italian miners to join you. It looks like most of them are on board, with the exception of Parma. But, right? And so, but maybe we'll need to fight 2 Sicilies for something. Somehow they're cordial with us? I don't know how that works. We'll damage relations. We'll maybe have to... Well, actually, is there a way to check how close they are to... Why don't we try improving relations, actually? Why are you belligerent, my friend? You're cordial, they want to conquer states, they view us as a threatening neighbor. Okay, and why are... Oop. My thing is blocking the thing. Oh no. Is there a way to see why? Antagonistic. Okay. Yeah, us being a lower power is hurting us in that regard. But it's mainly, I think, the belligerence. We will become a stronger power, though, as we, like, build up. I think we want to build up a navy of, like, 15 so we can do this Zulu thing anyways. So maybe we will try and do it more through the navy. But right now, I mean, I think the priority number 1 is expanding construction, so that currently we only control 5 construction, because 15 is controlled by the autocue. That is not an acceptable thing to be building right now. Let's build the iron mines in there. And we did finish the steel thing, so we can come up onto steel frame. Yeah, this negative construction thing is, like, really breaking our balls here. We could also maybe do this. Nope, we can't. Yeah, I mean, it's been a slow start on the construction front. We really need more money. Which we are about to be kind of progressing towards with proportional taxation. When you want to make more money, I just let the autonomous fund all the construction. Are you stupid? You just let it spill over into the thing? I mean, like, if you... We could do that. I haven't really played around with that much. I like having the control. I also like generally expanding construction so much that it does this. But if we pause construction, for example, we will make some more money. And the autonomous investment pool will pick up the slack because our manual construction pool overflows. But generally, like, the manual stuff is like, we are trying to decrease the price of our construction by overbuilding the iron mines and stuff like this earlier on. But no, that's not stupid, but it is going to cause them to just build a bunch of random stuff instead of, you know, pursuing economies of scale bonus from, like, for, like, throughput. So I prefer to, like, manually control it, but, it's not insane, no. We're gonna go pharmaceuticals into Quinine. Did we have... Yeah, okay, we're already... Now that we have egalitarianism, we can try and go proportional taxation. Who do we need? The government, petite bourgeoisie, armed forces, rural folk. I think that this is going to be the most legitimate look. And we'll go for proportional taxation. And once we get proportional taxation, everything should really take off if we can get it. So if you have a real small pop base, you should consider joining a market. Yes. Also, if you like, the smaller your economy is, like the fewer buildings you have, the more just having a diverse variety of goods is going to be useful, and the more stable market prices are going to be. But like, for example, when you're playing as Japan and you like kind of source everything yourself before you get like open up, joining a market for goods reason is not very good, and joining a market for pops reason isn't very good. So like, Japan should probably never be joining a market, but it's reasonable for us to join a market here is Italy. Why is it 70 weeks for an iron mine? So this iron mine is in Savoy, and Savoy has a negative modifier for construction efficiency, which is something we've been kind of struggling with this entire game. We have this construction malice in all the places except for here. We do need more coal. Let's see if we can try and import coal. I think we are already importing coal, but we'll import from the Austrians and the French. The French is not even profitable, but we'll still do it, because this will solve their problem. But 78 weeks for an iron mine is just like super uncomfortable. I think actually let's research a different tech. We want railways, I think. I think we're getting close to the point. And water tube boiler. You're really good at this game. I like your detailed analysis of the mechanics. Thank you. I try to do it. See you guys later, gotta go. See you, AFO Dragon. Might have to take a pee break in a while. We've now been streaming for about 2 hours, so if you have been here since the start, highly recommend maybe getting up, taking a short little walk around. We're actually going to do some air squats. Bodyweight squats, just trying to get the blood flowing. Sitting for like 2 hours is not necessarily a good thing. It's good for your health. I'm sure you guys are getting the wee-woo effect of me getting far from the mic and then close to the mic. Wee-woo. Move around. Would not want you guys to just be sitting for forever. Question, what is the best strategy to get the quest of lowering iron, steel, and motor? I think to 20% under price. I've never gotten... That might be localized to a specific country. I haven't seen that much either. Oh, I think you're talking about... This is going to be something that is... when you start a new game, you have to start under, like, the economic dominance thing. So one of those countries you have to start as in order to do that. Can we decrease taxes? I think so. This will increase consumption. Man, we really want to get proportional taxation though. Isolationism does it? Okay. Oh, we forgot. I think we want this to be... It is going. Perfect. Really trying to get into here. We should be on 0 infamy. We're just not next to anyone. I guess we can land Bahrain, but we don't have an interest. Oh my god. We're not even colonizing that fast anyways, so we'll just do this. We can actually afford another construction center. I think we want to build it. No, we don't want to build it there because they have no infrastructure. But I really want to get out from under this. Where do you think you should prioritize colonies like Africa first? I think Kenya is good because this gives you the ingress here. But more importantly, I think going Suzu into Futa Jalan and just conquering your way to eastern Mali because they have a unique building that's particularly good. And so I think those are the two places you go. Unless you have a special claim. Like if you're playing Japan, you colonize Hokkaido. Because you have a claim there. We'll take the enactment chance. This is a decent tick for us. And we get our interest, so we're going to take a save and we're going to conquer Bahrain. We will take a save because great powers put your finger in their pie. Okay. Put their finger in your pie. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. You know what I'm saying? You do it early with trade routes. Late game, you won't make it minus 20%. Oh, that would be how you do it, yeah. You can do it if you subsidize as well. It's pretty easy to do if you subsidize. You can never complete it, yeah. It helps to do it with trade routes. It helps if you subsidize. You can also just like super push the buildings if it's really early on, and it's a lot easier because every building you construct is a much higher percentage of your total economy than late game. But late game it gets hard. At game start, there's no other big wars like conquering Ethiopia, Horn in Africa. Largest power and interest there is Egypt, is free land. That's a lot of words and not organized in the way that is the easiest to understand. Let's read it again. At game start, if there's no other big wars to do, you like conquering Ethiopia, Horn of Africa. Okay. Ethiopia, I don't like as much. Why do you like Ethiopia? Horn of Africa, there's a ton of gold and resources here. And if interest in Egypt is free land. I kind of don't like going after Egypt too much. They have high pops, but... Why do you conquer Bahrain? Bahrain is part of the Trucal Coast state, so these two together form a state. It has the highest oil in the game, and this is kind of a more later on thing, but they've also been constructing with their 5 construction here, so taking any single state country can be kind of good for just increasing your economy, but it is the fact that they will have like a ton of oil here later in the game. Same with Nejd. We get the far left party and the illegitimate government. Okay. So now we want to keep ticking on this thing, so we're going to do this. We want to keep proportional taxation ticking. Also, we would prefer the conservatives not being government, because then that helps for us to tick it. We are going to need to recruit another general in the Italy HQ. Sure. But yeah, Nejd also has a decent amount. Also, the population here is very low. So if we just take a look. So, obviously it doesn't... well, let's take a look here. Obviously it doesn't look very good at the start, because it's like, oh, there's nothing here. But the population is also really low, so this is almost no infamy. We should actually be back on, like, 0 infamy, just about, even though we, like, just started this war. So it's also a really low infamy play. And it's one we can make with our, like, we only have a level 5 navy. We don't really want to put more money into the navy, and so this is one of the wars we can get done. And then once we have this, we will have a native interest there, and then we will be able to go back to Suzu and colonizing there. Hopefully we get a lucky tick with proportional taxation, and we can just go up to 100 construction real quick. But yeah, we can land with our 5 stack, basically, is a big part of it. Like, early on, I really do like vassalizing these guys and going for Beijing if we were playing a bigger and stronger power, but we're not, so It is what it is. Proportional taxation? Taxation is theft. What? No, it's not. We'll do this. It's gonna hurt on the tax rate front, but we really want to keep ticking. And once you already take the -10 event, then the next one's only -2. So if you can stand the -10, then you can. If you can handle me at my -10, you can handle me at my worst. Yeah. Although I think we are going to be losing this Diplopact in kind of nearish future. What political positions does the trade unionists have? Stuff that's good for the common man. Let's take a look. So they are proletarian, so you have graduated taxation, so progressive tax. They also like co-op ownership, protectionism instead of free trade, which is not good. Old age pension in terms of their welfare, health system. They like public health insurance, public schools, this type of stuff. They are egalitarian, so they like protected speech, private school, worker protection, property to women. And they are populist, universal suffrage. They're kind of neutral as far as government stance. They like migration controls, which is a bit interesting because they like the power for the people, but not all the people. And they like national militia, and then they're anti-slavery, which is kind of self-explanatory. We want to stop losing money. We really just want this proportional taxation to finally tick off. But now that we have this conquered, so first of all, we'll hit it with our handy-dandy smacky-wacky button. And second of all, we will redeclare the interest that we had over here, so we can continue colonizing, and then we'll take a save, and then we'll conquer Nejd for much the same reason we conquered Bahrain. But slightly different. Now we actually have a front with them, so we can actually kind of make stuff pop off. But we are taking the save because great powers are often unhinged. We actually would not mind if they revved here. That would actually be good for us. It's just uncomfortable to look at. Oh, we have to land Nejd? Terrible. Okay. And we will also conquer state Nejd, which will make them, this is a bug. We've discussed that it's a bug, though. How's everyone doing in the chat? I know for the Putin stream, my question was, I forgot what my asking how people were doing question was doing. If you've accidentally fallen down some stairs and died, put an F in chat or something like that. I'm surprised that it didn't get more views, but I think that it got like deprioritized because I was talking so much about the Ukrainian conflict. I don't know. I put a lot of effort into that one. We will let him gamble. Let him cook. We could also pause construction and just let the auto queue. We kind of are relying on them right now. We don't mind if this guy... Let's have him... He can take the blame, yeah. I love how whenever anyone steps down, they just die. Alright, let's reform government. This will be good. Good enough. We will get to continue trying to pass proportional taxation, which is what we need. Revolution, please. Savoy would just secede with no troops, so there's that. Nejd, of course, is gonna fight. Because why? Doing fine, concerned about the finances over there? Yeah, I'm a little concerned too. I'm pretty sure our credit line is increasing at a rate that outstrips this 2.5k, so like... And the investment pool is growing, so like we will hit a huge corner turn once we get proportional taxation, but until we hit that, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable up in this bizzle, you know what I'm saying? We will try and land, though. The Illuminati don't mess around. Man, gonna have to take a bathroom break soon. I unfortunately did not prepare the piss bottle. So there's all that. I guess we could have incorporated some of this. I don't really think it's necessarily the best land to incorporate. It is 20-year incorporations. I do think Bahrain is better because Bahrain's population will eventually be huge, so it's really cheap to incorporate, and its population will crank up as a result of there eventually being oil there. Congrats on the 1K. Thank you, Dixon. Much appreciated. It was kind of out of nowhere, or at least from my perspective. A lot of people have commented that they think I should have way more subs, but yeah, we'll put the Industrialists in government, and then we'll take them right out. Oh, we're illegitimate. But the Industrialists actually support the law change, no? So we can do this temporarily. We'll actually probably stay on that. And then, now we are legitimate enough. Oh no, he got a revolution. Oh no. Whatever will we do? No. We don't care about the rev, by the way. This rev is super fine, because it's just Savoy. It is not Piedmont. Although, how do we... do we not have a way onto the front? What is this? Wait, did we unrev? That's a bug. They were just kidding, I guess. So here's what I was talking about. If you already get the minus 10% tax event, when you do get this event, it's only minus 4. So we'll sway them with a tax cut, but this is uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable. I'm not comforted. And we, of course, would not have mobilized this guy had we not procced the rev, which apparently we didn't proc, because liars. And they're getting minus... Yeah, okay. Well, we're just eating a bunch of construction goods for no reason. Or, sorry, military goods. Which provinces, other than Bahrain, should you consider attacking? Depends what you want. For oil, all of this is pretty good. Tripoli is pretty good. Also, Eastern Borneo is decent. In terms of having relatively low populations relative to oil. Also, this region in Russia is pretty good. But it's harder to get here, right? Corn Law's trick doesn't work with the US. Depends what you mean by the trick. Corn Laws is still really good. I mean, since we have this mobilized guy, we might as well move him over. The Corn Laws is still extremely strong with the US as far as I am aware. I don't know what you mean by trick, though. Does it allow you to, if you're talking about, like, allowing you to, like, circumvent the US, like, event chain or something like this, I don't know about that. And as in, not in I think you're wrong, as in, I don't know, as in, I don't know. My knowledge on the matter is not, I played US, like, a while ago. And I think it's since been, like, updated, changed, and reworked and, like, this type of stuff. We might even pause construction. I don't really mind deficit spending. So when you're accruing interest, it's really not a bad thing because it's getting paid out to your pops. It's not like the money's being deleted. And so it's really not a big deal. Going into default is a huge deal, though. But we are currently growing an enormous amount in the investment pool. So we have this huge investment pool. We are so primed to, like, just quadrupling our construction as soon as we get proportional taxation. And so it's unfortunate we've gotten, like, bad ticks this entire time. The US starts with protectionism instead of mercantilism. Not sure why you would even need that event. Because laissez-faire is better than they start with protectionism instead of mercantilism. I mean, free trade is better than protectionism. And I don't know if they start with laissez-faire, but laissez-faire is better than interventionalism. They definitely don't have serfdom. And the market liberal does not affect the slavery thing. If market liberals used to oppose slavery, now they do not. If that's what the question is. Russia sides with Egypt? Yeah, baby. Egypt is such a fun nation to start, and, like, I had a lot of fun, not with Egypt, but playing Syria, where if you declare a war in Anatolia, this is actually generally a pretty great power sparse region in terms of what they want, or what they look like, and so this is, you can start a bunch of plays in the against the Ottomans without, getting wrecked by GPs. I think that the provinces you get from, or sorry, the interests you get should scale, though. I don't think it should be linear. I think, and I've discussed this with someone in the comments who thinks that GPs should not get as many interests. I think the interest should scale in a different way. Can we declare another interest? No, we're still stuck in. We're still trying to get we're still trying to go after Eastern Mali here. think after this we will be going pharmaceuticals. Oh no! We didn't mean to click that. We meant to click this. Add to the queue. One time, lucky, please, 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 please. Team never lucky over here. Corn laws is good for a lot of loyalists, especially during Reconstruction when there's journal interest based on loyalist number. That makes sense. I do not have a... So if the person was asking me a question regarding that specifically, I do not have a comment because I don't know. We could probably fight the Ottomans right now, right? Just go after Jabal Shamar. Kind of don't want to open that can of worms if it is indeed a can of worms. I don't think these guys have as much oil, but we have an interest in the region. We're going to take a save and we're going to go after some of those boils. We aren't decaying any infamy. We don't have a war we could start adjacent to anyone. And so we will just conquer a state here, I guess. And hope we don't get a finger in our pie. We're also going to take a look at forming Italy. Do we have... No, Parma still doesn't support us. And Two Sicilies does not support us. I think because they're belligerent. I think we're improving relations with them. Hopefully we can get them non-belligerent at some point. If they just want to conquer our states though, maybe this is not the way. Does anyone know if this is the way? Do we have to clap them? If we have to clap them, we want to damage relations. We're not in a position to clap them just yet. We really are just kind of in a bit of a waiting period on proportional taxation. This is the way. I think we went for this one step back, two step forward a little early. I think we wanted to try and get like total separation or stuff like this first. Far left party. Wild that the landowner, this market liberal guy, does not want to be in with the free trade party, but I didn't realize they'd gotten marginalized. How the frick are they marginalized with 23% clout? What? This is a bug. Wait, they're revolutionary? I understand they're revolutionary, but they don't have a revolution. They don't own this... What? This is a bug. I don't know what's up with that. That's actually kind of an annoying bug, because they just are randomly floating 23% clout in the marginalized section. I guess it's good that they're... I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird one. No two ways about it. That is strange. I guess you could scale back to mercantilism to make the Southern Democrats like you, and then flip with the event to make them like you even more. Yeah. It's funny how Mexicans are accepted by Americans with 1836 laws. Yeah, 1836, but not 2023, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make a larger commentary that they shouldn't be accepted, but rather there's a general anti-immigration sentiment in the United States, specifically against Mexico. Nobody's complaining about the Canadians. Or if they are, I've not heard it. Poor kebab, getting clapped. Absolutely wrecked. Hopefully we get lucky here on the proportional taxation. Man, where's my piss bottle at? Don't they oppose proportional taxation normally? The landowners do it, and the landowners still are. Other interest groups will oppose proportional taxation if you have per capita taxation. So what you have to do is you have to go from per capita to land-based to proportional. That's what you're getting at. The landowners are still opposing this because they're trying to preserve land-based right here. But, yeah, this is, I have to imagine the way we have played this is just, like, not optimized at all. But we're gonna, I guess what? What happened there? It said the landing was successful and then nothing happened. It says we sieged a beachhead. I guess they must have gotten unassigned. Classic bug. Patriotic taxation? God, can we just get this? We'll just do this. I wonder if no taxes run would be viable. Stay on the minus 100% tax waste from the bureaucracy the entire game. I have no idea. I kind of want to try consumption tax only run. Which only gives you consumption taxes. Notice it barely knocks our revenue. Land-based is real bad. Like, if we were on per capita still, we'd be making a lot of money, right? So, like, this swap back and then swap forward is, like, uncomfortable. And I think that it's perhaps the case that you want to focus more on getting, like, off of monarchy into parliamentary republic and, like, census suffrage so that the trade unions become strong enough that you can go into it. Like, this, like, 2 steps back, 1 step, or 1 step back, 2 step forward, like, thing that is, like, people have told me is, like, really good, I think is not that it is necessarily really good. It is that once you finally pass proportional taxation, it feels so incredibly good that it's, like, more difficult to evaluate, but, like, this entire phase where you're trying to do this is, like, really terrible. And if, like, 2 Sicilies declared war on us right now, we would be so screwed. They can't because we're cordial, but, we would not be in good shape. And perhaps we should just be in a customs union here, but I don't know. I can't bring myself to pull the trigger on that. We would be getting our pops sucked off, which is never ideal. So I don't know. They can pull us into their customs union, but that is a lot of debt to take on. For us, at this point in the game. In fact, we would be making money because we're paying more in interest than our negative balance. And 2.4 mil, I think I like this. We'll do it. We now owe an obligation to France. They can use it to pull us into the customs union, but we were thinking of joining anyways, so this is real good for us. Same color CB Oman. That's fair. I can respect that. We also would get Zanzibar, which would be nice, because then we would have a native interest here if we like go for like a full annex or dominioning them or whatever. So I actually really like that idea. We probably should have gone after them instead of these guys, actually, just so we would have, because if we own this state here or have a subject with a state here, we can colonize here, which is what we want to do because we want to cut off Kenya. The Suzu thing is progressing slowly. So, let's double check that we are established. Why? Okay, yeah, we're growing there. Okay, good. Okay. One day, we will get this proportional taxation, though, and then we'll get to pop off. I mean, I guess we could go speed 5. Where is our piss bottle at? Oop, we definitely want to delete the barracks here, though. Oh, we can't, because there's a rev brewing. And this rev will never fire because this weird landowner bug. I don't know what this is about, man. We can probably integrate this as well. Yeah, this is cheap to incorporate. And it'll take forever, but it's really cheap. Where are gold mines? West Borneo. I think we still have a lot of turmoil there. We're going to take a quick look. I believe we have enough turmoil that the construction efficiency is particularly onerous. The auto-queue will build that eventually as well. But I think I like the going for Oman plan. So... but we do not have an interest here, so we can't conquer Zanzibar as part of this. In which case I kind of like puppeting them so they actually pay us a little bit of money, because we're going to have a lot of infamy we want to decay anyways. We're going to take a quick save, but this will open us up to the great powers trying to stick their finger in our pie regarding Oman, but I think this is... Well, I think it's kind of fine, but it'll also give us an interest in Persia, right? I think that's how this works. And notably, we can bring our big stack to bear here. I think we'll mobilize this guy as well. Which does lose us a bit of money, but this is fine. Would you ever in countries that start off with land tax just put up with it until proportional is available? Yes, if you can research proportional really early. or something like this. But the problem is like, on most of those countries, you'd rather go, like, lathe, atmospheric engine, mechanical tools into railway. And if you would rather do that, then I think it's better to just swap onto, per capita for some time. France sides with Oman. We will take a load to the face, really, from France. What does France even want from us, man? I'm curious. Subjugate us as their primary demand. Whoever chatted like an hour ago saying France wanted to subjugate us, they were right. Okay. And so this is like one thing I really hate about Diplo plays, just super opaque, because these guys are protective and then suddenly they want to subjugate us. I bet if we join their customs union, this wouldn't happen, but then they could protectorate us, so we don't want to do that, because they have an obligation, so they can protectorate us, so it's like, ugh. Just want to say that learning how the game functions through your channel has made playing less confusing and more fun. I'm glad to hear it. Hope the channel blows up when Victoria 3 gets more traction. I hope Victoria 3 gets more traction, if you know what I'm saying. The game is really cool. I mean, I'm mildly burnt out on it, just because a lot of the runs start to feel the same. So I'm really hoping that they make some, like, localization and variants and this type of stuff. But the first, like, I was just absolutely hooked. The first, like, just, I really like figuring out complex systems, and Victoria 3 has a bunch of complex systems. You know, there's a bunch of, like, cascading effects in a variety of ways. Like, and I think one that I'm going to make a video on soon is, like, you actually don't want your revenue to be as high as possible. Sometimes you want to decrease taxes to feed more money back into your pops, and, like, this is not something that you see in, like, any other game. Wow, we're starting to crank up there. Discord within the Intelligentsia. I think we'll just take the enactment chance. Never lucky. We've gotten like 8 ticks of proportional taxation and still haven't gotten it through. This is exactly what happens in our Japan run. I can't remember if we've uploaded the video yet, but for like 50 minutes we try and get proportional taxation and can't, and then over the course of the next 12 minutes we pass like 4 laws. You should branch out to Stellaris. I think my overall... And if anyone in the chat wants to correct me on this, I think my overall viewer base would prefer if I just only played Vic 3. That's my impression. We're gonna actually save and go for Cathari, actually, here. I like Stellaris. I also don't have all the DLC, and money is, like, a pretty non-zero consideration for me. And so... I mean, it's... Now that I'm monetized, like, I want to put some of the money back in the channel, and so buying the Stellaris DLC is not too bad, but I currently don't have all the Stellaris DLC. I think nobody wants to watch someone making videos without all the DLC for a game. Or that's my general impression. I could be mistaken. Another big reason to incorporate this is because it's a split state. And so we get a faster incorporation on all of the incorporation than the stuff. Fair enough, PDX does get expensive, yeah. I think I would rather get more into Hearts of Iron. I'm closer to having all the Hearts of Iron DLC. God, it feels like this isn't moving. Is it not moving? No, we haven't contested. If we could get the rural folk in, this would be better. We can't. I'm Fluffy Kitty. Yeah, truly, too many people play Stellaris. As he mentioned above, not a lot of people play Vic 3 exclusively. Yeah, so I think I'm filling a little bit of a niche right now. And I think that in general, and I don't want to sound immodest, I suppose is the word to use about this, but I think most of the Victoria 3 videos I see are made by people who do not specialize Victoria 3 and don't have over 500 hours of Vic 3 played, and so they often miss on things. Like I saw a video that had a ton of views, and someone was saying Command Economy is the best, and I was just like, what? Command Economy is not the best. Command Economy is actually just like uber situational. Like you have to like enter with a super small economy, like you have to enter late game with a really small economy for it to be like even a consideration. Yeah, it looks like maybe France doesn't like us subjugating. We have had no great powers join when we're just like clapping these guys and conquering stuff. So maybe this is the way. I don't know, like maybe I need to figure out how to look at the code and like how great powers join against you, but like it seems like we've been pretty on top. I will probably play this non-stop until Dominion DLC hits for EU4, and then it will switch again, but I can't wait to play revamped great powers. Yeah, I played a ton of EU4. I think I have close to 2,000 hours played on that game, but I stopped playing after Leviathan, because that was just terrible. And it turned me off from the whole thing, and now I would need to pick up like 4 DLCs. I think Hoey will fit the channel better too, I agree. I thought about Imperator as well. I really like Carthage, so like Imperator is like kind of there. Also CK is like, you can do more RP stuff. Oh, thank God. Alright. Y'all ready for this? Are you ready? Oh baby, let's go. Alright, we're gonna go up to 100 construction right now. If you're getting burned out on Vic, you might be also burned out on Hoey. Yeah, that's fair. Correct. I think you have more detailed movies about Victoria 3. I like this. Yeah, the problem is I like my editing sucks. So there's that. I like don't edit at all. I need to make a poll to see how people feel about like starting to edit more, but significantly decreasing the amount of videos I put out. But that would also decrease my game like play time, which I think is I think my edge right now is that I have played a lot more of this game than a lot of other people making content, and so I would be losing that edge to some degree, and I'm not sure if that's worth it. They don't care enough to learn the game and read the tooltips. Who is they in that case? Lions in the North is great. Yeah, but Leviathan like felt like a kick in the nuts. It's almost out of principle. Although maybe that's not fair. Now, we're gonna also try and import wood here and try and import glass. I don't even know what's using glass, actually. What are our buy orders from? Food industries? Eventually the auto queue, yeah, the auto queue is picking that up, that's fine. We want to get all of these goods really cheap. Probably a bit few too many trade routes, but what we will do is there we go, just trying to get the wood really cheap so we can crank up the construction faster here and still be making money. Now we can increase taxes one level once we need to, but we are just trying to beeline 100 construction here on the back of this proportional taxation swap. We're gonna take a pause, put one in, another one in the queue, and crank this up. Unfortunately, they do build slow, because they have the malice. Really would love to move my capital somewhere else, or my industrial base somewhere else, but we don't really have a good place to move it. Is this all Yemen still? Yeah, we'll hit it with our handy dandy wacky backy button. Eventually I'm gonna accidentally, like, say something bad doing that. Because I just, like, utter a bunch of words. Nonsense. I guess we'll just keep going for stuff. Your editing is fine. For having 0 edits is perfectly serviceable. I think that also, I think that's just because I can, like, stream consciously, like, talk the entire time. But that also indicates to me maybe I should be streaming instead. Other YouTubers, they don't care enough to learn the game and just read the tooltips. Yeah, I agree. So they don't see how the systems interact. They just like look at the system by itself. Also, like the command economy suffers such a huge malice. So like let's take a look at where the malice comes from here. As I talk smack, I forget how open the tooltip. Okay, so the investment tool is all investments get modified by an amount based on your GDP. As your GDP gets bigger, you start to run a huge negative balance. The exact same one that affects your investment pool transfer also affects the command economy transfer, except it is all the dividends from the buildings just go directly into your economy. And so when you have this positive bonus, like this 1.5x, it would be extremely strong, but no country can get this with like a 7 mil GDP. No country, like you have to play horribly to only have a 7 mil GDP by the time you get command economy. And by the time you get a command economy, you'll be suffering a malus. So like 80% of the dividends are going straight to your coffers, but 20% just get erased. They just get destroyed. And this is why command economy is bad. It shoots down your SOL, and it also like causes unemployment and depressed goods prices, and it's, yeah. But that one's a good example. We'll swap to ceramics immediately. Usually this is not profitable at start. We won't do it initially. Oh, I think, did we research railroads? We did. I think we needed railroads. Yeah, we need one. We need a couple, actually. Yikes. AutoQ's not building them because we don't have engines, I think. I think we might just put this on the back burner for now, though, because we're trying to up the construction. We'll get construction up high, and then we'll do it. We'll just add one more, and then we should need... I do admit to listening to the 1-hour videos on 1.5 speed. I talk so fast, though. That's wild. That you can 1.5 speed it. That makes sense, though. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's probably... I should probably say that in the intro to the videos, that it's not particularly edited, so watching on high speed is probably good. Let me put this... let me put it to this way. I wouldn't have guessed you have 0 edits. Yeah, I have 0 edits on a lot of my videos. Information's not the best, anyways, because I made it 3 months ago. I've seen relatively small YouTuber play Vicky and do achievements without ever building a single construction center. What the fuck is that about? I don't... That's wild. I don't even know how you do that. That's actually impressive. Why do you have reduced build speed? Because of state construction efficiency negative modifier here, which is so painful. I think we will actually just build one more construction center, which will bring us up to 50 construction, so we'll be halfway to 100. I think we don't want negative relations with this guy yet, but we will soon. Because I don't think he's going to swap off a belligerent. Oh, it's stuck at 20 exactly. Yeah, we don't want to come off of that then. We want to just keep small ball expanding. We really... No, 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 no. Now. It's tragic. We really wanted to get adjacent to Fudajalon here. And maybe we'll still get that so we can go for Eastern Mali, which is one of the best provinces in the game. I think it's the second best. All your homies hate the Alps. Facts. Gotta get some Hannibal Barca up in that bizzle. Now our investment pool is draining, but we're super okay with this. Yeah, we're in good shape here. We can always increase taxes. Can you conquer what's now the UAE? Didn't we... Is the UAE the Trucal states, right? We cannot conquer this because it's a British protectorate. I mean, you can in theory. We can't fight Great Britain for it, though. Like, we can't win a fight against Great Britain, is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's so nice having... Now we have this 50 construction. We're coming on up a little bit here. We do want to fight these guys eventually. I don't think we want to fight them now. If we expand the navy, we can do this Zulu conquest. Maybe that's the play? Probably not. I think we just need to get to 100 construction before we do anything else. Yeah. That is, otherwise we would definitely go for the Trucal states because they are part of the Trucal states state, or the Trucal coast state, all this here, has the most oil in the game. So, it's quite good. But this is going to help with the, we're going to do this to get rid of things. So this should make construction goods cheaper a little bit. Let's take a look at our trade routes. Haven't looked at them in a while. We'll try and look what's not really productive. Yeah, we'll delete these. Whoop. No, what did we click? Oh, we clicked the Tuscan market. Kind of okay with this. I just blanked on whatever we had pop up. I'm gonna go through all these and try and figure things out a little bit. Oh, we wanted to smack the button because we conquered the state. That's what it was. Oh, it's all part of Yemen. So I guess we're gonna go after Quasmid State now. I'm gonna take a save before we do. Great powers, fingers, pies. Is Sardinia Piedmont the best to form Italy as? I do not think so. I believe, I'm not really sure, but I believe it is 2 Sicilies. Do you have the still to build trade engines? Yes, but we do not have the ancient engines. We need to build the engines. I think we're gonna put them in here. Because we do need to build railroads. And once we build the engines, then the auto queue will start building. So we're going to prioritize like this. We're going to kick the government admin down to the bottom. I guess we can kind of let some of these go through. They do have a construction efficiency malus, but it's progressed down a lot now. Not in that one. We're just taking a look at the construction inefficiency malus that's in these places with partially filled construction. And if it's really big, we're just going to not. I think we're going to finish that one. Something like this. They can take a hike, I guess. Do you think it's worth playing Krakow or just a waste of time? I don't know what you mean with the question. In terms of framing, Krakow is the weak start. It's worth it if you have fun playing them, right? Would be kind of how I would conceptualize that, so... it depends on what your metrics are and what's important to you. Whether or not it's worth it. It's a really hard start. I've done Krakow into Poland, Lithuania, though. And it was fun. Well, we're not putting down no decree. I think Krakow's a meme run, and I think if you have played less than 5 runs of Victoria 3, then maybe it's not the run for you. I think Luxurious Luxembourg is similar and might be a little bit better. Or the Luxurious Luxembourg, like, achievement attempt. So, that would be... Oop. We did not see that Russia joined. I don't think we want any part of this. I really hope they improve the Diplo play situation, or, like, it feels, like, so scummy to, like, be loading. But at the same time, like, there's no... Oh, we could actually enforce on them. I'm pretty sure Russia could land us. We should have seen what Russia wanted, though. Sort of like playing Luxembourg and Hearts of Iron. I don't know Hearts. I'm not good enough at Hearts of Iron to like talk about what runs, how hard a run there is. But yeah, that would make sense. Are you for real? That's actually impressive. Yes, I did it on 1.2.2. I don't know if something's different for 1.2.7. It was pretty tough though. Back to Indonesia. Yeah, basically. Except we kind of conquered everything that's worth conquering in Indonesia, except for Bhutan here. I guess we could fight, we could try beating up the East India Company, except their power projection is pretty similar to ours. We are a little bit stronger. We could actually beat them up for war reps and something else. Let's take a save. Maybe that's... Dimitri has the right idea here. Back to Indonesia. We'll just ban slavery and then liberate subjects. Oh, you can use... This is new. You did not used to be able to liberate subject as a primary war goal, right? Maybe you did. No, okay, it's this one. We want to liberate, like, Banjar. Okay, liberate subject. We go against Banjar. And the Netherlands. Do we care about the Netherlands? Fighting those two guys together might be a little spooky. I think we're just content to expand construction and not worry about that. Hard times? We can't afford it. I didn't see how much it was, but it's too much. No. The UK is going to cut us off here. We're trying to get to... We just want to get in. We want to get to Eastern Mali. Please stop. Stop, Daddy. You have to land Netherlands to win this? I think you're correct. And we have 5 boats. Daddy, no. Daddy, please. We just wanted a spot to expand. I don't think there's a good way into Messina. Hopefully we can do this route instead. We are going pharmaceuticals Quinine, and this is our only place we're colonizing, so maybe it'll work, but that's unfortunate. Daddy, no. We did double construction, but I thought we were going to be able to take off a little bit more, and we're not able to yet. Let's take a look at our unification thing. I don't think we can get 2 Sicilies as a supporter, right? Unless we, like, kneecap them. I wonder if they have any releasable countries. We will have to land them. So I guess maybe it's time to increase the navy, because we are, like, we are a little warlight in terms of what we can do. We can also cut off Kenya. This might be worth doing, as opposed to just giving up on Messina. Oh, we have a native interest there now, though, so that's nice. So we'll just do here. Rip F, yeah. Daddy said no. Oh, did I delete it? I meant to move it to the bottom of the queue. No! I lost all the production. Alright, but now we have a railway coming up here, and we're going to build one at the front of the queue here. And that should solve some of our problems, should help out the economy quite a bit. We have the Great Hunger. Tragic. Well, we could declare an interest here and then go after Galendi. Actually, I like this idea. That way we will have a native interest in that region as well. Hopefully we can get to Messina. I think we will take the donations of France. Unless that will bring us to... No, we'll take the donations of France. We would much like them to not stick finger in pie. The far left crushes the election. Let's take a look at what we can do. Oh, we also don't have the revolution going anymore, so we can come in and we can delete some of these barracks, or the barracks we didn't like. Which is gonna be big nice. And let's see here. Looks like we have mostly the reforms we want. But we want elected bureaucrats. I have not been paying attention to the laws as much as I should have. I've been paying attention to chat. Shame on me. I think we want parliamentary republic. And we also want total separation. There's a lot we want. Okay, let's start with total separation. and see from here. That will also decrease the cost of these techs, which is nice. Sardinia wants to rev. Alright, we're gonna save because we got our Ethiopia interest activated. And we are gonna just conquer these boys. Surely we don't need a super big guy, right? Should be enough. Thought in action, thought in prayers. Okay. They should be really happy with us, so I think we're just gonna be getting the max things anyways. Rip Kenya colony, really? No, the Kenya colony is still gonna be a thing. We're gonna do that. The Kenya colony is... We'll come back to it, but once we have Glendi, we'll have a native interest in Ethiopia so we can expand there. Also, just really RPing Italy perfectly with that one, right? And then maybe we'll soon be powerful enough to do something. Feels bad, man. Rip this, though. Tragic. Getting this will be really nice, though. Getting both the, whatchamacallums there. Freedom to starve. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, show of hands in chat. How many people have a piss bottle for their gaming? You know, you can't leave the rig. Mama Victoria said no. She does say no. Mommy, please. Speaking of, let's see if we can improve relations with some people. We don't want Mom to be bad at us. LARP is Italy. Don't really leave Somalia like they did. Yeah. Go full nationalistic ethno-state Italy. I think we can even do this. It won't like break our war if we just do this. Once we declare the war. And then we can do the Kenya thing. And then we can expand in Ethiopia at our leisure. We've got a nice little, you know, thing going on here and here. It does take convoys to support these areas, but it's not too bad. Let's see if we can get some good trade routes. We'll just look for fabric and we'll import fabric from Kebab. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Oh, baby. Give me this iron. This is gonna actually let us build a lot more. We should have taken a look at this. And then... the British. Let's see if we can export tools to anyone. Prussia. I don't know where our Prussia adjacency is, but I don't hate it. Oh, Switzerland maybe? No piss bottles, but the bathroom is pretty close to the rig. Nice. What places should you conquer for opium and rubber? I don't think... so, just to quickly talk about it. First aid no longer requires opium, so it's less of a concern early game. As far as conquering for opium specifically, Macron into Central Asia is really soft, but doesn't have the highest ability to exploit. You don't really need to conquer for rubber if you colonize or we get a good colonization kind of setup. But if you're going to conquer, Venezuela is particularly good because they have a ton of oil as well, and New Granada allows you to build the Panama Canal, and so I kind of like this for rubber if you're going to conquer for rubber. Some people really like, here, but I don't like it as much, especially after the rice farm nerfs. It seems not as good. There, with fair exception, on FFX and single player race, pausing and using the bathroom is not a problem. Yeah, the main place from which I have had, like, the piss bottle being relevant was in the context of poker, where if you leave your computer, you're going to lose money. So, that is a thing. We're going to get rid of this. And hopefully, we are hemorrhaging some money. We don't really mind deficit spending for quite a while, but whenever you're evaluating how much money you make, you want to do this number plus this number, so we're minus at 13k. But we're really injecting money into the economy to try and get this up and going. We will... Does that give us... I can't remember if dialectics gives us the PM or not. I didn't use my eyes there, so that's a big shame on me. It does. It's just one philosophy department. We really want to crank up to like 200-ish construction, though. We're trying to get there. This is all very painful. Maybe we should have tried to get war reps from someone else. I think our war reps ran out over there. We will acquiesce. We will take a save, and we will continue on our merry way, trying to conquer over into here. So we got Somaliland. We would love to delete the barracks, but we can't. I think we'll be going after these guys next. Now, don't we have a native interest in this region now? Why can we not start a play targeting you, my guy? We should have a native interest. I guess we have to wait. Someone bankrolled you? I don't think so. We're not receiving any from that. We're paying in subsidies for the railroads, so we can actually deal with this a little bit by increasing the demand for this stuff. So let's come in here and increase the demand for transportation, which will decrease the subsidy. This has been less responsive in kind of since 1.2.7 doing this, so I don't know if something's also changed in this regard. France colonized Windward Coast. You do you, boo. Just stay out of Kenya, please. Except, we do care about that. We want to come in to Messina here. Oh my god, I blanked on what I wanted to do. I hate when I do that. I think it was just construction. I suppose if I ever forget what I want to do, it's probably construct more. I'm going to build in Sardinia a little bit more, I think, because they do not suffer the malice. So we'll build the construction centers there. And we'll build a couple, because we want to be losing a little bit of money, but not a lot of money. Have you played Victoria 2? I have, but not a lot. And so, I could not tell you how to properly play Victoria 2 or anything like this. I was in the position where I thought the game was really neat. But I also just was like, I'm just gonna wait for the next game. So, why do we have that? That connects. Interesting. That kind of makes me want to recruit another general. I guess if they all assign here, that'll be fine. T.U. Dimitri. France took on his debts. Just missed that part. Yeah, France took on my debts. And proportional taxation. Is TU like shorthand for thank you? That would make sense. My brain was slow on the uptake on that one. We'd like for this rev to go away, please. I understand we're trying to get total separation, but you guys can just chill out. That would be preferable. I really like that they assign people onto this front. But yeah, we want to be losing a little bit of money. We have a really large investment pool. We can drain this for quite a while. Unrealized taxes. Where do we have insufficient tax capacity? Where's isolated? Piedmont, Guinea. We're going to put it in here. We don't have any buildings there, so... It's such a huge construction malice. It's almost done, though. I'm gonna move these to the bottom, probably. Yep. Ache. Whoa. That really goes to the bottom. Yep. We will take the free uni. We might have to delete it. Or we might want to delete it. I'm not sure. You loved your Sardinia run. It's much harder to get Sicily in your zone than the other way around. That was my impression. This was what the people voted for. I think we did not have the most explosive start. I didn't test this start a bunch like I usually do before any of my plays. I think we're doing okay, though. Really trying to get up to like 100-ish construction. Expansion's always kind of like a little bit tough. We're like in this spot where we're not like we're not really strong enough to like kind of declare the wars we want. We really maybe should have gone up on to having more than 5 boats earlier. We should have deleted a lot of the military really early on. Which state has the most coal? I think there's a 120 coal state in the US. Might be Pennsylvania. I'm not 100% sure on this though. Ural and Perm also should have quite a bit. Perm, Ural, and then Silesia has 120 as well. And then Transvaal has a good amount. 104. And then Shaanxi has a lot. 116. What law did we just pass? We passed total separation. Let's get back into the politics. I have not been watching politics as much as I wanted to. Let's go elected bureaucrats. I'm also playing, like, generally not super optimal because I'm trying to interact with chat. Also trying to stay on speed 4 and stay unpaused. I think it makes a better viewing experience, but, like, you're gonna make a bunch of records. Kind of see a front across the BAM and not there. Oh, this one? Yeah, it's not visually clear as well. It just like, it goes over here, but this is somehow part of Yemen. I don't know. Casual, no education. Well, we were wanting to get this, but yeah, we do want to get on education. We were trying to get off of state religion first. And I've been trying to, I have not passed laws as much. This is also like another reason why I think the super early one step back to land-based and then forward to proportional, why I think it's a bit weaker, because like we're behind on other laws we want. Like we want to get rid of local police force, we want to get no school, or we want to get schools, we want to get onto guaranteed liberties, we want to get onto rights of assembly, we like want to get onto like census suffrage, or sorry, yeah, we want to get onto wealth voting and parliamentary republic, and so we're behind on a lot of our law passes. Total separation. If you need to pause and analyze, please do so. I feel like I appreciate that you are patient, but other people in the chat might not be as patient, and I'm gonna need to take a pee break soon because I did not bring the piss bottle. And 3 hours is kind of, I think, we're probably going to try and go another 24 minutes before the pee break. Get another energy drink. Kind of encourage everyone to maybe get up and stretch the legs. It's really, like... So, I occasionally put at the end of the videos suggesting people to, like, get up and take a walk. Honestly, I would rather have people, like, who have been sitting for a few hours take a walk than watch another one of my vids. We gotta get rid of some of these here. We'll just do that. We could also increase taxes to facilitate more construction as well. I think this is probably the way. We really want to get up there to like 500, or to, well, we would love to get up to 500-ish as well, but I mean... Unfortunately, we have the Rev, so we have these barracks. But we're going to take a save and go for the next guy over, because this is kind of the only really productive feeling war that we feel like we can do. This is an 1836 time now. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The year is 1853. It's an 1836 start. We did not do anything to make us start at a different date. Pretty sure we're fine on the infamy here, but I didn't check it too closely. I think we're decaying. Yeah, we're fine. A little bit of iron. You actually watch a lot of YouTube when you're on treadmill. Hideously boring otherwise. To do the treadmill stuff? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I like to do mental exercises when I'm taking a walk, so I have like certain So, like, when you are, like, how should I say? You can use a ruler to make it so you draw, like, a straight line. And the ruler, in a sense, is like a jig, because it forces you to do a certain thing, and with mental exercise, you can force your, like, brain to go in a particular way. So, like, sentence completion and this type of stuff when taking a walk is nice. What did we just get? Oh my god, I'm blanked out. I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, we just got a law. No? We just got a tech, but I don't know what tech it was. Because it was natural spreading to us. So we're just gonna take a quick look through all this. We got nitroglycerin, right? We don't have any boom booms, though. We would like some boom booms. We would like to move the capital to some place that doesn't have a construction efficiency malice. Yeah, that'd be real great. We will build the boom booms here, I guess, because this place does not have a state construction efficiency malice. And we'll put this at the front of the queue, because... a lot of this has problems. I almost want to cancel these instead of juggling them down, but, like, my soul can't let me lose construction. I think all these are kind of fine, though. We could use some of this. I mean, I guess I should, like, try and evaluate it like this. Would we pick up a lot of bonuses? No, we wouldn't. But this is such a big... Yeah, whatever. We're gonna do this. Oh, barely did anything. Rip. We should have taken the extra enactment. We're gonna get on to elected bureaucrats pretty soon anyways. You have a huge issue with the landowners. Should I just delete the plantations, or how should I deal with this? Don't delete buildings. Pass the corn laws. Do the corn laws event chain, and then you will get a market liberal landowner who will... All the reason the landowners are annoying will not be the case with a market liberal landowner. We still have this bugged out, marginalized guy who shouldn't be marginalized. Or you could get a bug. That helps too. But they support laissez-faire, free trade, and serfdom abolished, and so you can kind of get through all the laws you want. It should be changed. It shouldn't be in the game. It's too overpowered. It's overtuned, but whatever. You found that you can offer them sweet nothings. We should definitely be paying more attention to this, but the problem is they're antagonistic, which I'm not sure how we get them off of that. These guys are amicable. I mean, we can bankroll them. I was really trying to get to 100 construction though before starting to mess around too much with this. We don't have a border with Lucca. But we can trade agreement these guys. We could try and also do a larger volume of trade to pull them into customs union. So let's actually just take a look and see if we can export stuff to them and import stuff from them. Will this be profitable? No, it will not. Small arms? No. Kinda don't want to export iron, but yeah, it's not even profitable, so that's fine. Just try to focus on exporting finished goods if we're gonna export anything to them. Coal's kind of fine, but we don't really want to export coal. And we'll try and import from them, even if it's not very profitable. A bunch of rural-y stuff. That's not very profitable. A larger volume of trade should help a little bit. Or bump 2 Sicilies down to minor as well. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. I'm trying to get to 100-ish construction before I like increase expenditures in anything other than construction. was my plan. I don't know, maybe that's a bit of a problem. Maybe we just have to, I mean, like, because we could also get to being a major power or whatever if we just get bigger. Cloud is a zero-sum game. By boosting other IGs, you weaken landowners. Yep. I guess I could answer the question, like, more substantively that he had asked earlier. Other than just go core laws, don't worry about it, which I think is actually truly the answer. But in general, you also, like, you want to, if you go into this tab and you, let's take a look at, well, we have a little bit of a problem here, so I guess we'll import from the French. But if you go into the trade route tab and you look at, like, what we have, and we're going to sort by goods, let's cancel these, I guess. For the most part, with a few exceptions, we're importing mainly these goods that are owned by aristocratic-owned buildings, or that are constructed by aristocratic-owned buildings, and this discourages our auto queue from building more aristocratic-oriented stuff so that we can build more capitalist-oriented stuff. We're also importing iron just because this makes construction cheaper, and it's our biggest construction cost, and we want to depress this price as much as possible. I was sad that the... Ooh, let's definitely import from these guys. And so this is another way that you can significantly affect it, because it'll have a lagging effect where over time your auto queue is not building as much of that stuff. They're also not getting as much clout from wealth. You also just, a way to disempower the landowner is to go onto landed voting, which they don't oppose initially, and then eventually making the swap to wealth voting, and trying to, like, work your way down the chain there. This is also good. Let's go in here, trade routes, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's, we're exporting, liquor is kind of a finished good, clothes definitely a finished good, we're importing silk, landowner good, we're importing sugar, landowner good, we're importing this, which is like, kind of, it's a mixed bag, we're importing the tobacco, we're exporting the finished goods, which is making all of the capitalist-owned buildings more profitable, and then we're importing wood, just because we have, like, problems with wood, specifically. We'll import hardwood from these guys, I guess. But we were trying to get these boyos in our market, I think. And we're passing a lot of these laws that are going to be good. But I don't know why they're antagonistic. They view us as natural enemy and military threatening, but it's literally just this. So we've been trying to improve relations with them. Modena before had... a more hostile attitude, and we could bankroll them, but this is such a large percentage of our, like, money right now. Parma's, like, smaller though, or they were. That's a cool anthem. The prestige is going to be useful for getting into the next rank. Can law enforcement limit the time of that turmoil? I've seen in Japan video you have a lot of problems with it, but you had the law enforcement at level 1. So, the law enforcement, my understanding is that your law enforcement, as an institution, will only apply to incorporated territories, and so we can't just, like, do a 20-year incorporation fast enough for the law enforcement to really kick in. Or it'll kick in partially. So I think we've been incorporating these guys. So these guys have 5% of our law enforcement institution. And so you notice you have the landowner political strength as well as the minus 5% state penalties from turmoil instead of 20% off of this. So you can get some of it, but for the most part with the Japan run, the problem is it's 20-year incorporations, and so law enforcement's not a big difference. With the Sokoto run we had done, it made a huge difference because it was all 5-year incorporations, so we could get people in really quick, and then the decrease really mattered a lot. And so as far as, like, any institution goes, like, I think the usefulness of law enforcement is, like, the most polarized. You think their score is being inflated with their military? Yeah. Not sure what you mean by score. The prestige? Probably. That would make sense. But we do want to swap onto wealth voting in the near-ish future. This is going to... We're going to have to get rid of another consumption tax. I think we would rather go dedicated police force here, though. And rights of assembly might be a little bit tough. We're gonna take a save because we just enforced on these boyos. It's all Somaliland. Classic Italian RP. We will see if our handy dandy whack-a-button does anything. It does. We're gonna take a save and we're gonna go after the next guy. Just RPing Italy over here. Why is this one better than appointed bureaucrats? Long term, although you deleted your message. Maybe I want to answer the question. Yep, let's get this in. And then get more legitimate. Yeah, too legit to quit. Hoo-ha. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine deficit spending here. We would get a better interest rate if we came up and stopped being minor power. How close are we? 195 is what we need. I mean, that's not the worst. Oh, I didn't see your, like, your way above comment, because I missed that. Let's see if this stuff is doing anything. I think we do want to bankroll these guys once we get to 100 construction, but we're a little sticky here. Wait, wait, what? Oh, that's a railway. Not a construction center. I was like, what? How did we lose all of our construction centers? How it's two Sicilies easier to form? Yeah. With them being a major power. Yeah, we also deleted quite a bit of military to try and up construction, which I think is going to have a lagging positive effect, but maybe it's better to have more of a military to form Italy. Like, I haven't playtested the best way to form Italy very much, and so I would not necessarily, like, do... Like, already just playing this run, I think there's already stuff we do differently. You could also just Dominion Parma if they're being a holdout. That's true. You're probably right. And I think they're gonna... Yeah, we could Dominion them. That's probably the thing to do. We'll probably even vassalize them, because we've been hitting zero infamy quite a few times. Which is better, appointed bureaucrats or elected bureaucrats? I think it depends a little bit, but that overall, like, just for the more simple answer, elected bureaucrats is better. It's going to become better once the institutions are particularly expensive, and you generally pass it early, not because it's really good to pass early, but because it is harder to pass it as the game goes on, and it is harder to swap. Once you already have elected bureaucrats, once you already have appointed bureaucrats, the Intelligentsia will oppose a swap to elected bureaucrats, but they'll support elected bureaucrats from the other ones. Because the idea is that, well, so there's a trade-off here between the two that's maybe worth talking about. Intelligentsia political strength is better, plus taxation capacity. It can be better depending on what type of country you are. If you're a really high pop country like Japan or China, this one will be better for large periods of the game. But eventually, the biggest cost is actually your institutions, and so this one will be better on that front for reducing institution costs. Or honestly, if you're fighting a war anyway, just annex, but that's more of a how much infamy. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, you're right. It should just be an annex, honestly. Dedicated police force, of course we get all the good ticks when we are not passing proportional taxation. When it's not the most important law possible, we get all the good ticks, and when it is, we don't. We'll go public schools now. I think you're correct in this. We go after Parma. It's so wild how it's... Oh, they've stopped... Maybe we can stop improving relations here. Because we feel like we might have to fight them. We'll try and improve relations with Great Britain. Gotta keep mommy happy. Mommy's always a bit of a concern. This has been... I don't normally do this Ethiopia business. Wait, why is... Did we stop colonizing? Or it's just really slow? Jesus, it is just really slow. Alright, so we'll take a save and we'll go after Parma. You know what is bad about Parma? Or just fighting them? I think they're in Austria's customs union. So Austria is very likely to... Yeah, you got this business to worry about. And this may side with the enemy, as they will almost certainly side with the enemy. I mean, we could try it. We're gonna load though if Austria joins. And perhaps this is not in the spirit of the game, really, but... Who could we possibly sway? France? France is not doing so hot. 1200? What? Austria on this patch in general has been quite strong. I mean, this is possibly a winnable war, but yeah, instant sides with Parma. That's kind of what I thought. Actually, if we can get 2 sways, we'll let it tick to a Monday, and see if, once it ticks on the Monday, if Prussia wants to join. They don't. They do not. So we'll just take a load. Classic. I guess we'll... Well, This land's just not worth very much. I think it's... Oh, we'll delete these Ethiopian guys as well. Which will kind of save us a little bit of money. We'll swap over to some of these PMs. Did we finish the boom boom thing? We do have the chem plant, so we'll swap to ammonia, and we will swap these up to nitroglycerin, I think, to create demand for the explosives. And I think we do want to... increase the size of the navy, and then we will put all these, like, generally have not been profitable things behind it. Something like this. I mean, now we can go after Harar or whatever. I wish there was a way to do an early drop out of... Yeah, in the current state, I do not think it's a coincidence that this is the first game that Paradox has released where the achievements are not tied to playing on Iron Man. Because I think that this game is actually incredibly frustrating if you try and play it like that. Why does it not tell us how much infamy we get? What the frick? I mean, I think we just go for all of it here, but... So we're at 10 infamy? Is this just gonna be free? Interesting. Very interesting. I'm curious as I'm joining late, but are there particular parts of Africa that are great to prioritize? Big fan of stopping Liberia at the game start. Liberia is okay. So there's two places in Africa that are particularly good. Some people like this region because it has opium. This is kind of okay. I think it's less of a concern to worry about opium because you don't need opium for first aid anymore. as of patch 1.2. But in particular, Messina is extremely strong, which we are not going to be getting, it looks like, because France is going to come in through here. We got cut off by Great Britain. But in Eastern Mali, there is a unique building that the AI never builds that gives you 20% education access for free. The second place that's really good is going into, for South America, going in through Zulu and taking Transvaal and Orange. There's a ton of gold here, and there's also a ton of coal and iron between the two, and so this place is really strong. Congo, I think, has the absolute most rubber, like the state of Congo, and one of these states over here is really good. If you look at the resource heat map for things, yikes. We don't want to import this stuff, we really want to build it ourselves, but that's unfortunate. If you look at the resource heat map, there's not much, I think there's like a decent amount of coal in some spots, and there's a little bit of iron in some spots. Yeah, so it's like this centralist region that's going to have most of the other resources other than rubber. And so, like, overall, this, like, kind of area is the most valuable. Which makes conquering Congo, let's see the thing. And so it looks like, yeah, Transvaal and all this down here. So, often going after Congo and, like, annexing them to get another front for the colonization is good. I really wish you could always play as Britain like a maniac. Yeah, pretty much. Are there no pops there? That might be the case. It's weird that there might be 0 pops. I think it's a bug, because usually you have to pay some infamy for 100k. Maybe it's because it's under 100k. Maybe check the culture tab. So, the holdouts are Parma and... Oh, looks like we have more holdouts. It used to be just Parma. Papal States, 2 Sicilies. Before it was just Parma and 2 Sicilies, now we have several more holdouts. I think once we become a great power, or not a great power, once we become more powerful, this will be less of a thing. We will... I think we're gonna bankroll... Or we could get Lucca, we could offer Lucca an obligation to become customs unioned. I'm not sure exactly what this does. If they're in the customs union, you don't need to protectorate them to integrate them, right? This is my understanding, but I haven't done the German or Italian unification. But we can offer them an obligation right now. Can anyone confirm if this is the case? If for the unification play you only need them in the customs union or to be supporting? That has to be it, right? You only need them to support it, right? I have not done Italy, so... Discord, well, we're more than happy for the Intelligentsia to pick up their clout, so we'll do this. Our obligation expired. We no longer owe it to Great Britain and Papal States. Huzzah. Customs Union, yes? Perfect. So we'll just offer them an obligation here. Which will also put us adjacent to Tuscany, which I think was a bit of a holdout because we're not... nope, they're still not quite good enough. Could we maybe force a bit more... What's cheap in our market? Coffee and tea. Well, I hate to export coffee and tea. Coffee, tea, explosives, meat. Well, we'll need to do some other stuff here, but let's export coffee. And tea. And lead was also cheap. Yeah. And then we can turn on more boom booms here as well. Nitroglycerin is going to be big ups on that front. Just trying to get a large enough trade volume with them, because I think if we get enough trade volume, we'll get into the 30 range. Yeah, so if we get enough trade volume between our markets, we'll get into the 30 range, which is what you'd need for customs union. Violation of sovereignty. We must aid Gojam. Well, we can't get to one of those fronts at this moment. Not our business. Yeah, we don't care. It's not our business. You do not need to protectorate. Thank you for answering the question. Kind of like Prussia. I haven't played Prussia either, so you have to click the button in the play and don't have launch. Okay. So I've been trying to get these guys in. So them being in is nice. Maybe our deleting our military was just a horrific mistake. The left party, man. Italy with their really simple named parties. I'm so sad we lost out on getting Eastern Mali, unless we want to fight. Well, I guess we could go like conquer Liberia into this, but France is gonna get through here, so we'd have to go. We have to either fight France or Great Britain to get in there now. Rifling. I think we'll turn this on. No, we'll turn this one on. Rifling is nice. It usually makes money, and even if it doesn't make money, it switches you over to being capitalist owned, which is good. Now, are we paying a lot in subsidies? No, not really. Okay. Don't have too much railroads, so this makes sense. Quasimid State refused to become a protectorate of the Ottoman Empire. Good for you. That would have been a really bad... you would have had no market access. I don't think we need more approval inside the thing, so we will be giving free trade party some juice. We have the left and the far left. Let's go, baby. I'm liking the unique interest groups that we have. So they can support you for candidate, which allows you to form, but if you have them in the customs union as a major power in good relations, they can ask to become confederate for a small infamy cost instead. Okay, perfect. British started in Kenya? No, they did not. Fuck, man. That's so annoying. Son of a bitch. Tragic. This is not the way. Alright. We're gonna get public schools. We're just gonna... God, they also already have this cut off too. Son of a bizzle. We can still colonize at least through Oman, so we'll probably have to go after Omani Zanzibar. We get public schools. Fantastic. We should be able to increase the institution. We can. So if we had never canceled that government administration, we would have kicked it to the front now. But now we're making a little bit of money. We're okay deficit spending. Our investment pool is about to drain, though. The investment pool is almost done for us, so we will actually not increase construction. God, we just get all the bad news all at once. Terrible. Let's see if we can play the little whack-a-button. And I have the feeling that our PMs might be bricked from this, so we're actually going to manually change some stuff. We're just going to do this so we don't forget. I know it's not profitable. Tragic. This is terrible. Why do we have dyes that are so cheap? What the hell? So we must have some really unprofitable trade routes then. We're just going to leave them in because we want them left in, but man. I guess we'll stop importing engines. We have really cheap dyes right now. I mean, I guess we can delete them for now. But was there a bunch of dye stuff here? 2 dye plantations, is that enough to kick us up over? There's kind of a lot of stuff here, actually. Take a save. Cry that the UK stuck their finger in our pie. To get to Messina, you can try going through the... Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. We could still do it. You need at least 50 points of support if their attitude... Yeah, yep. Oh, that's cheap meat. You like my meat? Alright. I guess we'll go after Wello. This one will also be free. And if we add... This is such a weird bug where they will think that they're getting full annexed, but they're not. New... We're loading. Did not realize there's no land access. Where do we have land access? Let's actually just try and look at this. I guess into here? That's so wild. I wish some stuff... I don't know how you make that more visually clear. I guess you just don't suck at the game and you just know. Actually, I think we're gonna Dominion this guy. This is quite a bit of a hit for me. And I think the landlocked, since he's landlocked, we won't have weird stuff going on. In regards to great powers can't try and take the state because it's landlocked. We are about to have a bit of a reckoning here when this comes through. Russia sides with Egypt. My heart skipped for a moment there. Campaign financing. I think we're fine with this. How close are we to being a major power? 205. I mean, we are building up the Navy right now, so I guess we kind of gotta wait to see if how this shakes out. Let's actually not build a Navy here, though. Let's build it here, because this place doesn't have the negative construction efficiency modifier. Do this. I can't help yourself laughing when things happening with Dahomey. Things be thangin', you know what I mean? When it comes to Dahomey. I mean, that's gonna be the only way. But we can get cut off here too, so like, I don't know. It's... Time is a bit of the essence in regards to being able to do the Dahomey thing at all. How much is there? I guess we can go after Dahomey next, yeah. Alright, can we get a more legitimate government? Not especially, without putting the agrarians and left in. I think we're gonna go for wealth voting here, though. We don't want to go census suffrage because we don't want to provoke the path to liberalism event. We do have a radical already, though. Maybe we just YOLO it? Oh, we should get off of monarchy. Yeah, let's go parliamentary republic. We have the freaking phantom bugged out landowners still. You stepped away from a minute. Aren't you pushing new laws? We're trying to keep on the laws. Between my bladder being about to explode and trying to keep up with chat and these other stuff, it's a little bit... Preserve monarchy. Would be more than happy to fight this revolution. Persecution of French people. Our hands are tied because of reasons. Yeah, I don't think we want the negative authority. And the pain starts to come in. The pain begins. Multiculturalism, yay! Unfortunately, we don't have, nor are we particularly close to human rights. I guess we're not that far. I really want to do canneries into, this next, I think, though. Although, man, our country's a hot mess. We only have, like, a level 5 tooling workshop. This is, like, not the way. We're gonna put another one in there. I think we should have built the manufacturing base in Sardinia, because Sardinia doesn't have the negative modifier. I think mistakes were made. They have negative infrastructure. We're going to solve it with a port so we can do more importing and exporting. But yeah, we got to do something about this. We're like losing 23k, which is a little bit more than we can afford to lose. And we want to bankroll some of these boyos if we can, so there's all that. But we really just have to get to the next power ranking, which I think we're going to with increasing the Navy by 5. Yeah, when you see a radical, you think multiculturalism? Real talk. Where are they, though? What's revved? Is it Sardinia? That will actually be annoying to land. Huh. That also has where we were trying to build the Navy. That'll be like impossible to land. Let's go back. We can't pass this law. I didn't even see the progress bar on the rev. The landowners are all bugged out. It's not ideal. Alright, I gotta keep my eyes open. We can't do that yet. It's fine though. I think maybe we go... we can't radicalize the landowners. But we can go for wealth voting. Or I think just the landowners themselves won't rev. How mad are you guys? You guys are pissed though. We'll see how things shake out. There's a thing. Bureaucratic shortfall, not too big a problem. We can actually just decrease some trade routes. I know we have some that are inefficient. Let's just look which are the most inefficient. I think we want to get rid of... We want to stay on the rural ones, but get off of the other ones. I think once this readjusts, yeah. What is that? Wow. Oh, this is just a problem with the kebabs market. That's driving this. The kebabi market. Ooh, charismatic popular commander. Hot. Command limit's like an important one. Stupid UK finger in my pie. So obnoxious. So tragic. We just like got the worst of both every world. We didn't get Kenya, we didn't get over here. I guess like there was probably a more min-maxed way to play that. Or there almost certainly was. It was just we got wrecked. Not sure we could do this as well. I guess we're gonna go Dahomey though. Probably just conquer state if we can. The infamy's not too bad. Economy's been coming up. We might even be able to declare another interest. Nope, still on this. I think we actually have to finish the 10 boats, but I think it is 10 boats per each. Ugh. Deficit spending makes the line go up. It does. That's kind of why we're okay with this, but we can't let this get out of control, but we're a recognized country, so it's a lot harder for it too. We might have to prioritize a little bit, or it might be good for us to prioritize. We already have banking. Postal savings coming through, but I think we want to go mechanized workshops, and then maybe come back and try and get human rights. Something like this. I had someone, like, on my short for, railroads, like, someone commented, "Oh, you're running, like, a negative balance, you suck at the game," and I was just like, in my head, like, it's not that productive to respond to those types of people, but in my head, I'm like, you really don't understand the game if you think this number being negative is bad. Like, necessarily bad. It's, like, sometimes bad. It's not, like, always good to be negative, but, like, you don't understand how the game works. Get the education on up. We subjugated Gojam. A little bit of map painting. We're gonna take a save, and then we're gonna go after Dahomey. Why can't we target you with a plate, my guy? Well, I guess we can... That's a different region. Well, we don't need this region interest very much anymore. Thank you very much, Great Britain. Well, I do think we can incorporate this now, actually. No, why? Oh, because we're not cut off yet? Great Britain will cut us off. Then we can incorporate it for real cheap. In your US game, you spend most of the time keeping your credit utilization about 50%. All the game is negative spending, but its credit limit is growing at the same pace as deficit spending. Yeah, I like to do about, stay at about a third, but I don't think our line of credit is growing by, 28k a tick. So I think we are moving towards that 50% line, and, like, once you get to 75%, if, like, bad things happen, it's untenable. This is really nice, though, because we are trying to get up into the next tier. And that's going to bring us very close. We will probably get there just off the back of our shippy ships, our boat faces doing. Why are we losing so much money? Because we're deficit spending. I mean, the real answer is we have a lot of construction good costs. Because we want to have construction really high, because your construction rate is basically your GDP growth rate. And so we are deficit spending, so we can make this line go up faster. You notice the line is going up faster. But it's not, this is something that's kind of unique to Victoria 3 relative to other strategy games. In most strategy games, you don't want, like, to be losing money. In Victoria 3, sometimes you want to be losing, Probably not at 75 building, no? Oh, in terms of being able to support this big a thing? Yeah. That's kind of what I think, but... Take a save. But we're also, like, building into it. I don't know. So, like, by the time we get to 50%, it might be okay. We'll just conquer state. I hope we can do it. A day late, $1 short, we get Quinine. I don't even think we have a colony going right now. It was probably stupid to, like, go for the colonies so early. I guess we could go for Papua. It's gonna be slow, though. You really like how complex Vicky 3's economics is? I do too. Yeah. Economic, I actually, like, am one, like, class away from having an associate's degree in economics, and I read a lot of the old, like, economic philosophy stuff. And I think the complex relationships are super cool. Man, we're just getting crushed on this, like, this start has felt a lot weaker than I thought it would, overall. Let's see if we can maybe... We can't go after you. I'm gonna start bankrolling him. You're in the customs union. You're... Ooh, we can offer you an obligation. Get them into the customs union. We can start federating once we get to major power, right? Or do we have to be a GP? I can't remember what people's told us. In 5 minutes, we're going to take a pee break, as well as a get up and walk around break for anyone who's been here for a while. We had a get up and do air squats break at 2 hours in. We're about to be 4 hours in, and so we will do that. How close are we? Come on, can our boats recruit a little bit faster, maybe? We'll take this one. We don't want to hurt either of those guys' clouts. In general, I guess I could have double-checked and thought it through a little bit more. I think we're going to... God, we almost even want to research power of the purse. I think we're going to increase this by another 2 levels. Just to try and push through kind of what we were doing. Just restart? I'm kind of not okay with restarting. I definitely want to form Italy today, and I think I could do a better start with Sardinia, Piedmont, but this was the winner. I think like definitely 2 Sicilies seems like they'd be much stronger for this. Since you know and understand how the systems interlace, a decent idea for a stream would be, I think, to take someone else's broken game and explain what's broken and how to fix it. I've thought about doing broken... How do I get someone's broken run? Do they email it to me? I don't even know how that like logistically would work. I've considered doing disaster saves. Somehow we're making money? What the hell? Okay. Yeah, but now we're only hemorrhaging like 10k or 11k. So we can keep at this rate. But I think... Oh, this is perfect for us. Hopefully France doesn't land this and they just get clapped and ejected. Yeah. This would be fantastic for us. I'm guessing UK has, nope, they very courteously have left this open, so we can't start, putting in on it. That's kind of annoying. What we would like to be able to do is we'd like to be able to incorporate this so we can maybe return state CB, but we need to not be able to colonize, and since this little piece of land was left open by the Great Britain, which I'm sure is part of the coding, we cannot do that. We failed our naval invasion? Sacre bleu. We'll try again. Let's see here. I also want, like, I think 12 to 15 is kind of the sweet spot where you can be able to land Zulu, which is another reason to want to increase the navy. Because we went to this Ethiopia business. These lands are not that great, but it was what we could get. You just publish a video that you're willing to save now, and just publish a video that you are willing to... You mean just, like, make a post that I'm willing to do disaster saves? But how do they send it to me? Like, through email? Or is there, like, Dropbox? Or, like... Save a disaster save, yeah. There was an attempt to save a disaster save. Ooh, they have a lot of defense. What's that about? I'm guessing we're just going to need to get lucky on one of these landings, and we're just going to keep doing it for a hot minute. Close though, they got down to 700 troops, so I think we can just keep doing this. We could also promote this guy, but I'm not sure it helps. We could try and recruit a better guy as well. That guy doesn't have offensive or anything like that. We have guys in Ethiopia HQ. We definitely want to get rid of these. Barracks. Wish there was like auto delete barracks mechanic. Yeah, I think I'll do a poll and see what people think about doing disaster save. Disaster save business. We're just so close to being a major power, huh? Just kidding, it's 220 now. Wrecked. The economy's growing nicely though. It's kind of flattening a little bit here. The duel, so between who and who? The industrialist moderate or the Republican petite bourgeoisie? Let them cook. Alright, they cooked. Unfortunately, we were hoping the industrialist moderate died, but it is what it is. We generally would probably prefer a Republican to a jingoist. But wealth voting will be nice for our legitimacy. Let the man cook. How's everyone in chat doing? We are going to take our break in just a second here. Woo! Can you do it? I don't think so. Their morale is pretty trashed out, though. Ooh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Let the man cook. Oh, we're gonna get wrecked. No, it was so close. Tragic. Alright. I'm gonna put this in again so I don't forget. But if you've been watching for a while, we're gonna take a quick, like, 2 to 3 minute break. I want to walk around a little bit and grab an energy drink. So feel free to get up, take a walk, grab some water, this sort of thing. Increasing your heart rate's good for your health, etc. Chess players, at a certain point, to become better at chess, you just exercise more, because more blood flow to the brain. Anyways, we'll be back in like 2 minutes. See you. Alright, we are back in the room, although not at the seat. Terrible. Thank you. You did not know about the cool building of Messenia. A tier list of great buildings, maybe a good video? It could be. I feel like there's some decent overlap with my best states video where I kind of talk about the 3 best. So the 4 best are... One second. This is the sound of deliciousness, by the way. White gummy bear rain. So can briefly talk here about the 3 best buildings. Our naval invasion is trying again. The 4 best. So Beijing gives you 20% legitimacy from including the head of state and government, which is really good. 50 authority. And the state of Beijing is pretty good because it comes with a whole ton of pops, and it also has like a little bit of chops and a little bit of lead mines, but it's mainly the arable land and the pops, right? In Messina, you have the unique building in eastern Mali, which gives 20% education access. I think this one's the best. In New York, you have the Statue of Liberty, which is extremely strong. It gives 25% migration attraction to all your places. And then... I think the next one, or the only other one that's kind of good, is the Lazio, which gives 100 authority and 100 influence. But yeah. We get wealth voting. And hopefully, those were some wild swings. Hopefully, I don't think this is going to cut it, but they have a lot less defense this time around. So we'll see. Maybe if we don't have blunder, we could maybe do it. I don't know. Can they decay us below 0? This would be embarrassing. They cannot because they want war reps. So no matter what happens, we're eventually going to enforce on them. It's just a matter of time and commitment. We are running a ton of convoys. Why do we have so many convoys? We're barely using any in trade routes. All right, let's take a look and look at highlights and see what we can do. We kind of... Okay, we're gonna kill some of our inefficient trade routes. I guess not with these people that we're trying to do. What is considerable import demand? What is considerable... We're going to import this from these guys. We want meat cheap in the market is the problem, but we can import clippers. I don't have a problem with this. We gotta take a closer look at these guys. I think we're gonna need to bankroll this boyo eventually, and I think we're getting kind of close to the point where we want to do it. I think we'll try and get Modena, or we are bankrolling Modena. So let's get Modena into the market first, and then we're not gonna accept this guy's white peace offer. Never, ever, ever. But we will instead land with this, and I think we will promote this guy. Now that we have a whatever stack. Great Exchange Trade Agreement seems good. Let's do it, baby. Out of curiosity, why are you not using your larger troop stack? This is an excellent question. When you do a landing, you suffer a penalty from having not enough naval support if the size of the navy is considerably smaller than the size of the army. So this is why we're not using it. Also, it's more expensive to have that troop stack raised, but that's like a different thing. That's not why we're doing it. We will land better with this 10 stack than we will with the 20 stack. As Infantio Specia just noted. Which is an interesting mechanic. When I was first playing the game, this was this thing I couldn't figure out, and naval landings felt impossible. They were a lot worse early on in the game. And what the metagame is for naval landings, by the way, is to navally land with like... or this seems to be the case for me, is to navally land with like three stacks of navies. That way the first stack ties up their navy, the second stack ties up like all their infantry guys, and the third stack gets through. So like if you're landing the home counties, yes, like here in Great Britain, you're just coming in, you have like 3 to 4, like 40 stacks, like with 40 ships and 40 guys. And the first one in just hits their navy. The second one in automatically gets onto the coast, but then it gets tied up against like 300k units. And then the third one in gets tied up against 5k units, right? And you just win the landing on the 5k, right? And so like it can't re-split in a way that is intelligible. Oh, we probably shouldn't have done that. I don't think we're going to get the SOL to come up that high. Oh well. And we get in there, finally. So we will be pushing Dahomey now. But this is like, this mechanic to me is not clear in the tooltips at all. It just says insufficient naval support, and it doesn't say what it is. But what it is the size of the navy relative to the army. Yeah, that's what you've been doing. You usually go for 4 stacks, 3 in the same location, 1 day later in the neighboring province. That makes sense as well. I haven't like mastered it yet, but like with our Spain run was just absolutely. I didn't understand this in the Spain run. It was like it would have helped out so much, just because we couldn't land them. But like this is, it's also an abuse of the system, right? So I don't know. You could decide you don't want to do it. Looks like we're kind of easing into things here. We're going to increase construction. Making a nice bit of progress. We conquered Dahomey, so now we have a native interest in this region, so we can declare an interest back in here. Wait, why can't we... Where's our one declared interest? Okay, there we go. So now we have Dahomey, and so we can try and do this. But I fear we might not be able to get into Eastern Mali in time. We can go after Damagram 2 now, which is also quite nice. So let's take a quick save and look at our infamy situation. And probably go after Damagram here. Or we could go to annex this guy. Actually, not yet. We're going to check our infamy. It's 1.7, so we can accrue a lot of infamy. We don't quite have a big enough navy to want to go into Zulu. We'll just get stuck in that war for forever, and so we'll do this. And Dahomey, of course, we want to reset their PMs and delete their barracks. I really hated in 1.1.6 or whatever it was, where they would just build level 20 ports everywhere. That was the most obnoxious ever. Forgot what Piedmont has differently in the PMs. Oh, I think it's the government administrations, but that's why we don't swap that one over. Show of hands, who took like a 5-minute walk break? Just out of curiosity. Our auto queue is kind of building what we want. We're getting, I feel like we're doing good. We're doing okay. Oh baby, yeah, we can increase construction because we do want to be deficit spending, and we're almost close to, we're getting dangerously close to being break even, so we'll do this. Yeah, baby, let's go. We should be winning this war pretty handily, unless they have good PMs, which I very much doubt. Let's actually look to decrease some of our... Well, let's get this on this. Just kind of comb through our PMs to see what's going on. Are we paying a lot in subsidies? We are paying a little bit in subsidies now, so what we will do is we will come in and we will add rail transportation, kind of focusing on the luxury things first, in order to increase the price of transportation, which makes our railroads more profitable. I believe we could swap that to privately owned. I don't know why that's like... You can make that change, like, if you just feel like it. And then you have to keep in mind you're making this plus this, so we're only minus 15k, which we're kind of okay with. Yeah, we have a lot of tooling workshops, but they're all just so spread out, because a lot of them are off of conquered stuff. You grab gin, does that count? Well, did you have to walk to grab the gin? That sounds like a health choice. Yeah, grabbing some gin's close enough. Grabbing a drink. I mean, like, walking is just absolutely tremendously underrated as far as, like, advancing your health goes. You don't have to, like, super mega exercise to get, like, a huge health benefit. We're almost at 100 construction as well. I think after we get that in, we will start switching to bankrolling everyone here to try and push through this event, maybe. We are also... Oh, we dropped our... Yeah, we dropped quite a bit. We're kind of like at the only phase in the game where like prestige matters. I really wish prestige like was a mechanic that mattered more, but it like kind of just sucks as a mechanic. Are you not a fan of interfering with Brunei, Aceh, Siak, and Southeast Asia, or is it the thing where you have a bigger army as Western? Wait till you have a bigger army as a Western nation. I am a fan of interfering. We conquered all this. But not having a bigger army is why we went over this first, especially not having a bigger navy, because otherwise we would have gone after Zulu, Transvaal, this stuff, and Chinese states. You need to work in morning walks before you work in, but you get bad REM sleep due to sleep apnea. I have sleep apnea as well. There's a lot of things you can do to improve sleep. Being hyper-regular is also going to be really good. But yeah, like, I would recommend just, in terms of walks, trying to do as big a regression as you can to, like, the easiest thing that you feel comfortable with. And so, like, for example, you could just say in the morning, all I have to do is put on my walking shoes. This is all I have to do, and then if I feel like walking, I can walk, and if I don't feel like walking, I can put my shoes away. And doing this significantly reduces, like, the internal friction for you yourself. Yay, they finally colonized this. Why do we have... Why is it... Where exactly would our colony be growing, good sirs? Anyways, but doing that will help you, like, can help to reduce the friction, like, that's kind of preventing you from doing that. We'll take the migration attraction. We're kind of at a spot where we want to keep increasing construction here. So we'll just do this. And now we will be reaching 100 construction in just a second. I'm hoping we can kind of turn a little bit of corner. Mechanized workshops is tremendous, but honestly, it's not going to be that great for us because we really don't have... Our economy is so spread out. A lot of it's actually in the territories we've conquered from people. We've just taken their milk money. We'll mobilize this guy because a weird front splitting is like, we don't want it to brick us. Oh, I guess that was unnecessary. France, unfortunately, figured everything out, it looks like. Hopefully we can get in on Messina. Austria wants a trade agreement. This is fantastic. We really would like a trade agreement with Austria. We don't want their finger in our pie, and we also don't want to have to pay super close attention to this. Let's see if we can improve relations. I think that we are max relationed with all these guys. We can improve with 2 Sicilies. I think we have to fight 2 Sicilies. I'm not 100% sure on this. Maybe when we become a more significant power, this will not be the case, but for now. You have the border with Somalia to colonize Kenya? Oh, you're right. Thank you so much. That makes sense. I was so confused. That makes sense. That makes sense. You missed the beginning of the stream where we did this? Yeah, that was the first place we expanded because we're like, we only have a level 5 boat. And this is all we can do. We'll take a look at our infamy. It's at 5. I think we will actually want to colonize this because we are trying to get into Mali. So I guess we will be taking the slowest route possible. So now we actually also have a bunch of places where we can expand, and we also have a nice low infamy war just to open Somali's market. I think we might want to go after Zulu. We could also go after Ashanti here. It's a little bit risky because it would give us a border. I think Benin, I think this territory is actually more valuable in general. Like Benin has, yeah, they have a lot of mines. And we could look to slowly get into Benin. Like I think this Bornu territory is not particularly valuable. They have a lot of stuff built out, though. We could actually, I think, dominion them though, because they're inland, and I think that this makes it less likely that people stick their finger in our pie when we're dominioning inland states versus states that they can get access to. This seems to be the case, and if anyone thinks that it's a little bit different or the heuristic is not this, it seems to be that great powers will interfere at an extremely high frequency in what you're doing if you have subjects that are, unrecognized states, because they have so low infamy to take it, but no one can take Bornu right here, right? So they're not going to interfere. Hopefully. That's the idea. we're losing a little bit more money than we perhaps would want. I actually really like canneries as a tech. It's one of the few techs that like changes the way stuff works in a way that is like dynamic and interesting, in my mind at least. And that is what canneries does is it uses less grain and it uses more fish, and so it helps to move your economy in a particular way, where you are like if we take a look here, you can see it uses less grain and more fish, and this helps to move your economy to being more industrial because the fish is privately owned and the grain is owned by the aristocrats. And so like it's this neat effect where it's not just more of the goods or whatever. Like it feels like a bit more subtle and interesting. We're up to 95 construction, which we can call an honorary 100 construction, right? That's how that works. Yeah, this is by far my favorite flavor of rain, the white gummy bear flavor. It tastes like literal white gummy bears. Which I suppose is very much so the idea, but yeah, we are just kind of waiting for this to wind up a little bit as well. Before we go after Zulu, I think we'll up the naval base one more level. We have supported level 13 naval base. I think you need like 11 to 15. I don't know the exact number that's necessary to land Zulu. It also depends on if you have skirmish infantry, which we don't. Might be Natch writing to us though. It's not. Shell gun. Bleh. We would love general staff to not spread to us, but gold's depleted in West Borneo. Oh no! Mine, it's all mine. This is nice. This is actually going to be a big bump in money that we're getting off of minting. So that's actually tremendously good luck. I mean, maybe we should have even gone, like, more for dynamite. I mean, we already have nitroglycerin. But, well, industrial boom, boost them further. Do a promotion? Sure. Yeah, this guy who's leading no one got promoted. Hurrah for him. Kind of losing a decent amount of money. Why is our queue not constructing stuff? That's what I want to know. We'll add that to the queue. Oh, there's not enough. We got to put more stuff in. Okay. Well, I think we can put a railway in the front here as well. And then behind this, we definitely want to increase the tooling workshops and try and build more economies of scale, more throughput bonus, this type of stuff. Do we get mechanized workshops yet? No, we're going for it now. Mechanized workshops is going to be big ups. It's one of my favorite techs. It's one of the reasons why I think specializing in clothes and tools early is really good. Smooth bores is profitable. Some of those things are weird about profitability. This, of course, is not. We would want to... So the good thing about this is it would switch the ownership to being privately owned. The bad thing is it's not profitable. So, there's that. Or it's less profitable. Nice, we get double gold rushes, so this is going to help out this a little bit. We are having a little bit of money problems. You know what they say, more money problems. I think we can annex this guy soon. 61 in July. So, yep, soon. TM. Let's see what we have going on here. We gotta be zoomed out when we click on him. So can't do anything here. Of course, they join if we declare war. Tuscany. This guy's cautious. Forming Italy is so hard. I actually just haven't done practice runs of this. I think it's probably not too terribly bad. I think it's harder as Sardinia Piedmont though. I turned down the mixer for the audio of the game because I had a few complaints that it was too loud. Does anyone feel it's too loud or too quiet? Like, is the music good? The in-game music? Which is absolutely banging, actually. To me. I don't know how much of it you can hear. It's 100% harder. Yeah. That is very much my feeling, but, oh, we're so close to getting into Messina. Oh, I'm so happy. Not happy about this. Let's check our infamy and then try and see if we can do a war. So we can decay a little bit. Not a lot of it. We could go for Ashanti. I think OEO is better to go for, though. I think we just conquer and then go into Benin. Blah. Oh, Tunis is free. How much? I think... Let's check their... We would be able to do this. They also are quite close to us. We're going to take a save, and we're going to conquer Carthage again, I think. We're almost at the Mali border. I know, I'm so excited. I'm probably going to need a towel after this, is what I'm saying. We don't have a North African interest. And we're currently invested in Zanj. God, I wish we... This is our only place we have a colony. But then we will have a native North African interest, right? Tripletanias actually would be better to get, but they've also been released from them. So we're just going to North Africa interest, and we're going to try and see what we can do. 2 Sicilies you can face roll into Italy as soon as you research nationalism, as long as Sardinia Piedmont so it doesn't hate you. Yeah. Maybe we can diplomatically do 2 Sicilies as well. I don't want to, like... crew an enormous amount of infamy, just like slapping them around. I don't know. But the people voted for Sardinia Piedmont. Let them cook. I think Paradox needs to make it Sardinia naturally hates 2 Sicilies at game start to prevent that. That makes sense. What I've been most annoyed about is actually this construction efficiency malus. Enacting interventionalism. Interesting. Yeah, we have just blanked on doing some of this stuff. So now that we have this, can we go for Parliamentary Republic without revving? No, we can't. I think that rev is strong enough to fire, and we didn't want it to fire before. We can try and go property and women. No migration controls. Let's do this. North Africa interest is activated. We will take a save. And then we'll see. I believe that Tunis kind of has a decent top size, so this is maybe going to be a dominioning war. I guess we're just going to conquer state, actually. Tunis and Algeria. Cool, we can pick up war reps from Algeria then, I guess. I don't think we can take Algerian states. Oh, we can, even though they're a subject of Great Britain? Interesting. How much infamy can we afford? Kind of do like the idea of taking stuff from them. Specifically to this province would be nice. Can also just take war reps. I mean, I think we want to take war reps from them. And then we'll think, I guess. Have a little bit of a think. Preserve migration controls. How strong is this movement going to be? Probably not too bad. We definitely would have put in the primary goal, just puppet them, and then just take the 2 Algerian states. I mean, I guess we can load and do this. Let's try doing this. I didn't realize we could have taken that, so we could just dominion them, and then... That seems a lot better. I really hope, for the sake of the future of the game, that they really update the diplomatic plays. Like, just because diplomatic plays just feel terrible. We're gonna dominion them. Which also might make them back down, so we'll see how that works. Yeah, so they're actually probably back down. Right? So maybe this isn't what we want. But we can add taking Tlemcen and Constantine now, I think, and still be relatively low infamy. We just won't mobilize anything. We will put in Tunisian war reps and make it primary. Oh, we can't even afford both of these. I guess we'll just put in Algerian war reps as well. And then once this gets closer, maybe we just want to back down here. This is fine too. We get a lot of... we are starting to get to Fawn secession. Alright. Yeah, I think I like this war as well. Just the make some money war. Money moves. Alright, we will look where we have insufficient tax capacity, and we will increase our government administration there, because we are starting to run a little bit of negative I think you think it would be interesting if Paradox comps Sardinia Piedmont with what kind of historically happened with France helping kick Austria's butt so that Lombardia and Venetia can compete with two Sicilies. Sardinia getting Lombardia and Venetia. That would be interesting. But like, they want the game... I think that they want them to... Well... We have a little bit of a choice here. I think that we can conquer Tlemcen, right? I guess for less border gore, we maybe want to conquer this. Which one also gives us... I think this also gives us access into Tuat. But maybe we just take war reps off these two boyos and call it a day. Because we will kind of not too shortly want to just annex Zulu, and neither of these states are extremely good. Yeah, I think we just take war reps off these boyos. Oh no, the Fawn secession. We could use these guys for now, I guess, to deal with the secession. Oh, we probably shouldn't have recruited this guy, because this guy's actually pretty good. Unfortunate. Maybe we'll keep him around and just have this a little bit of military here. I don't know. That makes my brain hurt, though. You don't think you want a sandbox? You want a thing where the AI always does it because it's meant to be more flavor for the player? I mean... Yeah, I mean, you want it to be dynamic, but... Like, it's not like a Civilization game where you want it to just be, like, true neutral towards everything either. So there's, like... I think there should be a setting, like, so for example, in Hoey, there's like a historical focuses heading, and then there's like random setting, and I would love to see something like that, with something like this. Oh my god, are we gonna get cut off? Son of a bitch. We're gonna get cut off here. Tragic. The duel, let's see, it's between this Royalist Admiral, okay, and this Landowners General. Let them cook. Alright. Say goodbye to the General. He's dead now. This game is not balanced by default. No, it's not balanced, but but you have, like, multiple things going on, because, like, if you literally couldn't do anything unless you're playing as Great Britain, the game would be unplayable, right? Because, so you have to satisfy, like, multiple things. You have to satisfy, like, an ability to be flexible while also, like, ostensibly doing, like, a certain thing, you know? Let them cook. Oh, this is not good. Was hoping for a little bit of an easier landing. I guess we could promote this guy. We could also use this guy. Expert colonial administrator. Don't see that too often. Yeah. Wish we had that expert offensive guy there instead of the other spot. This game's not... You love that idea. I'm not sure which idea you're referring to, but it's... Me too. No way to make it actually neutral. Yeah, you don't want it to... Well, so Civilization is neutral. You could make a game like that. But that's not like what Paradox is trying to do. It's trying to create like a sandbox historical thing where you can inject yourself into the history and still have the history occurring. Like, it's something that's interesting about like Three Kingdoms games, right? Where you want stuff to like follow a certain historical trend, but you also want to be able to influence it. And so, it doesn't feel like you're influencing the historical trend if the historical trend tends to never happen. So you want it to generally happen, but you also don't want it to be so forced that it's impossible for you to affect it. And so it's, you're running this balance between the two, and it's like, you want to simultaneously have... If the game never turns out historically, then it really doesn't feel like you're affecting history. And then if it always turns out historically, then you also don't feel like you're affecting history because you can't do anything. Right? So you need a balance between the two where you can affect things, but the things are generally a certain way so that it's not just pure. I think we will go independent artist probably. Juice up the Intelligentsia. Oh, no, Intelligentsia is already a little juiced. If the Intelligentsia is above 20% clout on for the art things, I prefer the bourgeoisie patronage. Well, philosophy department everywhere. We probably actually should delete some of these. Let's delete one. Paying a little bit in subsidies. I think we'll start turning on the urban centers. We'll start here, public trains. It's not profitable, but we'll figure it out. Let them cook. Alright. Once the 20 stack gets here, we will also move this, reland this 10 stack. It looks like we're getting pushed, but we'll reland the 10 stack on the other side here. Hopefully they don't brick us here with this battle we're about to lose. Mr. Generalist, do you accept a random question? Sure. You have railroad settings for someone who wants a more historical reaction, and those who want chaos, like Vic 2. And yeah, so like this is exactly. Oh, you're reiterating the idea that yeah, that's. I would definitely like it to be the case that there is a more historically railroaded version of the game and a more sandboxy version of the game as well. As well as perhaps giving, like, so for example, here, we're going to talk about something in one sec. We'll take this. Yeah, because we also have to add to the construction queue. But let's come in here and let's go and look at the investment pool, and we're going to see this modifier here. It's modified by 0.99 due to the size of our economy. So I'm guessing if it's 20 mil, it's just flat. And so this, for example, rewards you for having a smaller economy. You get a larger investment pool contribution, and as you have a bigger economy, it punishes you. One way you could tweak, like, Great Britain being weaker is by making this malice bigger, for having a big economy, which balances things, as well as, like, doing it the other direction if you want it to feel, like, particularly a certain way. We are actually cranking out a ton of money, though, but this is just because our construction queue is not filled, but we will add more construction a little bit, which we're losing money, but we're losing money at a pace that we're okay with, and then I think we're going to continue to push the tools here. And where do we have a lot of clothing? Let's find our biggest clothing industry, because this is the secondary thing we want to push. Yemen, which is incorporated. That's funny. I mean, it's not going to make money. This one's going to make a lot of money because we're encouraging manufacturing here. I don't know if we want to encourage manufacturing there in the long term, but we'll keep it there for now. This little 4 stack can come over here. Is there any viable way to play it without multiculturalism? Not really. You like that Paradox moved away from on-the-rails history feeling in their early titles to sandbox feeling with the historical start of EU4. Yeah, I like it too. It is about, like, balance, though. Do you accept the So, multiculturalism, this is something I feel pretty strongly about, that, in its current state of the game, multiculturalism is like way too good, such that it doesn't let you RP in a way you want, right? And it also, we're actually gonna nuke these guys' things. Your barracks were useful, but now they're gone. Multiculturalism is, I don't think it's historically accurate how good it is, right? And I don't think it allows for flexible play, so I really don't like it. But right now, like, it's really feast or famine regarding migration. Migration's an extremely strong mechanic, and doing anything but multiculturalism is just bad. Actually, there is one viable way to play without multiculturalism, and that's to play China. That's kind of it. And even then, eventually, you would want the migration, you know? And we should be... Yeah, we should clap these guys now here. We're gonna get no migration controls as well. It's gonna be big nice. Citizens of the world. I thought we were gonna get it. So we can get armed forces. This guy gets popularity. Oh, well, we love that. We love to see it. Stop pay for country? What do you mean stop pay for country? Stop bankrolling? Ooh, we can change them to customs union owing on my obligation. We want that, and we will stop bankrolling after that. Big nice. If that's what you meant, stop pay for country. I'm not sure that's what you meant, but... We will bankroll this guy and try and get this guy in. I think we can also bankroll maybe Papal States? Would they join? No, they're cautious. But we can get them above amicable. These guys are customs union anyways. These guys are custom union. We'll start bankrolling these guys, try and get them in. Alright, let's check our infamy. Yep, diplomacy has won the day. We will take that. We take those. Alright, so then we will need to come in and probably change their PMs, right? State actions, reset PMs. In there. In Modena. Nice. So we're starting to do it. We're starting to put it all together. We're making some money. Money moves, that is. Let's see if we have... We probably have, like, bad infrastructure here. Oh, not too bad. And we can put in some construction centers here now. Because we want to be losing money, and but our investment pool is really getting drained. So I think we'll just do just the two. Multiculturalism, vice... What? Vice? It kind of makes sense to underlying... Given the underlying systems, people are the most important system. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I just think that it's overtuned. Alright, we will... Diplomacy has won the day again. And we will again swap over the PMs to the efficient ones. Oop. Wrong things. So the thing is like, there's no negative, like, movements. You don't get a bunch of radicals when you get a bunch of, like, migration, which I think you should. And so, like, this is an example of, like, yeah. I think the multiculturalism migration is supposed to be more for the New World democracies. I agree. In Vic 3, they had a problem where the USA was hard-coded to get so much migration. Yeah, so, but I think that you should have, need to have some sort of legacy of multiculturalism that slowly develops over time and is not just a law that you instantly pass and suddenly, like, green switches. Like, it's not like multiculturalism. So actually, here's the thing, is currently the only system that you have is laws, and there's not laws and culture, and multiculturalism should be a cultural phenomenon that's not hard-coded into laws, and you should not be able to pass, like, a multiculturalism law. It should just be indicative of your culture, and you should have to do certain things culturally. Like, there should be a separate system for cultural, like, institutions, not, like, direct laws, and so, like, it just shouldn't be in the thing. Like, it should be somewhere else. You know, there should be a separate system, but there's currently not a cultural system, which would be more interesting, I think. But there's glass shortage in the Piedmont market. How bad is this shortage? There's a lot of shortages. Holy snapples. Well, we can import coal. Coal is something we definitely would want to be importing, so we'll import coal from those boyos. We want to produce all of this ourselves, so I think we'll let it happen. We'll import from the Austrians. We don't want the Austrians to stick their finger in our pie, at least not right now. USA did historically have a obscene migration level. Yeah, the reason why, which I think you're in agreement with, is the reason why is because they have this cultural legacy of, you know, being accepting that extended, or being like a getaway from the UK thing, or a place you can escape to that extended back to like the UK, you know, or to the independence from the UK, and so it's like this cultural legacy spanning hundreds of years that's particularly useful. I forgot what tech we researched. Oh, is this Bessemer process? We're gonna swap over. It's not profitable now, but it will be eventually. Yeah. That's the point, but the cultures do change over time. Yeah, but I think, yeah, the cultures change over time as far as the mechanic I think it should go, and I think you should have even less control over that than you have over laws. Like, the United States still has some racial cultural problems, you know? And there's no law that allows racism. There's like no explicit law that makes the institutional racism in the United States is like a result of like cultural, like extended cultural like problems that cannot be erased by a law saying it's illegal to be discriminatory, because those laws don't like work in the direct way that like you want them to, you know? So we just have to get guys in our market, right? We're gonna keep improving relations. We are bankrolling them already. So Luca, we're gonna start bankrolling. Okay, we don't have enough of that juice to improve relations. We have a decent volume of trade. Maybe we could bankroll these guys. It's super expensive, but this is going to be the way, huh? Okay, I think we annex these boyos though. As long as it doesn't kick us over 25, which it would. So we're in chill mode for now. The First Amendment. First gen American experience firsthand, yeah. The First Amendment, I think is, yeah, I think I would really love, so I want there to be like, a huge part of like the United States being the way it is like at the very start is this like legacy of like newspapers and freedom of speech, and so I think there should be like a mechanic for like newspapers and news and like this type of stuff, and it should be a good of some sort, and that this should like inform a variety of things. But I would love to see the like newspaper update. I think that would be really cool. Wowza. At some of these things, I guess. Now did we... Oh, this is so nice. We didn't get all this, like, negative stuff here. But we'll just start incorporating. Where do we have insufficient tax capacity as well? We have some unproductive trade routes. Let's see how unproductive they are. Actually, so much is changing right now. We should really focus up a little bit. We're hemorrhaging money, but I think we're fine. We do need to build more clothes. Oh, we have these unis that we don't want, really. So what we will do is we'll delete all the unis that aren't in Tuscany. Because right now Tuscany, I think, has the highest level university. And this way, we're going to save some money here. The throughput bonus is particularly useful. And I think that we will come in also, and this is going to really ramp up the demand for paper, but we're going to do all this so that we can incorporate this as well. Now, we are running a little bit of a bureaucratic shortfall, but I think that we'll be okay with this. We'll also want to incorporate this. And then this is going to make it so that... Do we have insufficient tax capacity? This is what we came in here to look for. We do in Piedmont. A little bit. And so we'll up this by a couple levels at the front of the queue to deal with that. You think maybe have a grade, like a new world nations have a stronger old world, not stronger requires maybe super high SOLs. Yeah, like currently it just seems like a light switch where you have either multiculturalism and you either get pops are either discriminated against and they won't migrate to your country, or they aren't discriminated against and they flood into your country, and so it should be more gradated. Yeah. This is a lot of money to be losing. I think we're gonna be like in super good shape once we get this though. Can we invite you to the customs union owing you an obligation? Why do you not accept? Why is it minus 21? What? It's minus 24. How does the obligation only give you 3? Interesting. I thought it was 30 in the post-nerf. We'll see what... We will not... We put a stop to this. We are not losing our boyo who's a radical. This is not what we want. In fact, we're actually going to come in here and we are going to probably go modern sewage into human rights next. So we can get multiculturalism. No migration controls. Hell yeah, brother. I think maybe the conflict of law and personal freedoms, you really can't outlaw a person's feeling, at least in America. I 100% agree. And like this game implies that that's not... the system is just like... well, it's like whatever. Like... it's not like the main thrust of like what's going on in Victoria 3, right? So like... it's kind of hard to like be like, oh, your system sucks or whatever, but... We're gonna go property women here. The ability to influence and manipulate people's opinions versus via newspapers, perhaps messing with IG approval, right? Sounds like a DLC to me. Yeah, it sounds like a DLC to me, and it sounds like the DLC I want more than anything. I think that is the way. We'll swap up. These is super good for us. Yes? Why are we revving when we're trying to go property women? I'm surprised that the trade unions oppose that. Maybe they have a traditionalist guy? I don't know. Oh, we should have more interests. We're going to declare an interest there and an interest here because we are going to want to go there. And then maybe over here because these places are decent to expand the market. The problem is the other choices are not even very competitive. I agree, and I think that they should be, and they're like not remotely close. Yeah. Alright, so we currently still can't annex that guy. I think we also just want to kind of wait and let these guys kind of join in, and maybe we just try and improve relations to try and get these guys in. This sort of thing. Maybe 2 Sicilies will not hate our guts in a hot minute. We'll see what we can do. So you can't replay in pure... Yeah. Like, we tried to do, like, nationalistic Armenia, which is probably idiotic, because there's not a lot of Armenian pops, but it went horribly. Colonization of Kenya is completed. Thank you. Now we can incorporate for very cheap. Wait, what? Decentralized nation has an active play. Okay, fair enough. You got me. I think in Tuscany, maybe we want to try and build clothes high. We have no place that has clothes built high. Clothes is the most profitable thing right now, so we'll just try and do some of that. And then I think that, will you need this? Yeah, you do. So we'll handle that, and we'll check chat. Not to get too political. Well, the last stream we had, we just ripped on Putin for 15 hours, so there is that, but I don't necessarily want to do that. But how pure nations do IRL, generally speaking, unless China. Well, China has the Uyghur thing, so they're not quite pure yet, but they're working on it. That's kind of a complex question that would require a lot to unpack, and the real problem is how well do they do. Your criteria for what well is going to differ widely based on country, and any Western country that values like liberty and freedoms and these sorts of things, their definition of well is going to be a lot different than like these other countries, and so all these nations are not going to do well on the basis that Western nations find valuable. But like, for example, Singapore, I don't even know where Singapore is around here. Singapore will is very repressive in some sense. You get the death penalty if you traffic drugs into the country. They also have virtually no crime. So if by that you mean no crime, this sort of thing. Although I think Singapore is relatively multicultural. That's probably not a good example. Like in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in these cities, there's virtually no crime. So if your criteria for well is having low crime rates, right? They do all right. But that's like kind of a separate issue. Like, highly authoritarian places either have generally really high corruption or really low corruption. Because if whoever's in charge decides that they want corruption to be handled, then it gets handled, and if they don't, then it doesn't. I don't know if that answers your question. Like Sweden needs pops, Austria does not. I'm speaking pure on RP level and would not be super min-max. Here, let's see. If you haven't seen One Proud Bavarian do a decent game with Persia as a backwards nation, I mean, I think you can do it, but like the benefits you get just aren't like worth it, you know? We're gonna take, well, actually, no, we're gonna take this. I'm not saying like it's impossible to do, but like it's, I don't know. Singapore is the southern tip of Asian continent of Indonesia. There's a lot of Indonesia here. Like Sumatra or down here. And maybe I shouldn't talk about a country if I don't know where it is on a map. There's always that. But, nah, it's... I think, I don't know. I think you could have, like, a discussion about it without, like, sounding xenophobic, but I like living in, like, a liberal country that values freedom, and, you give stuff up, like, there are certain outcomes that are bad when you have that type of thing. And it's not just, like, strictly better, but I think that the trade-offs are worth it. Johor. The only southern bit that's connected to Asia. Oh, okay, so down here is Singapore? Got it. There we go. Hey! Thank you. The only southern bit. In my head, this is all just part of Asia. I also probably should have read your comment more closely. Diplomacy won the day. Okay. So this is going to be 10 infamy, which is going to crank us to the next level. What happens if we say it's not the right time? I guess we'll find out. We don't want to be in the next level of this. We just want to, we probably should have taken them in. I assume we'll get another one of these events soon. And so we can't improve relations with them anymore. But maybe we can bankroll these guys into the thing. Let's try it. This is going to be an expensive bankroll. But we're going to try and get Italy. This game specifically has a very strong message. To do well, you must adopt Western liberal values. More you adopt, the better you do. Yes, I think the game devs have a particular notion of what's effective for running a country, and I don't think that I don't think that they necessarily value objectivity. Because, like, it's just, like, strictly better, and it's not, there's no complex, like, trade-offs. And they very clearly are coming from a Western perspective, but they also live in, like, Sweden, so, like, what can you expect? This is the most progressive area in the world. Like, of course they're gonna look like that. Just like if the game was developed in, like, you know, the UAE or something, it would be wildly different. You know, you'd have like a ton of radicalism from any degree of migration would just cause like instant mass radicalization, and you would be like rushing to, like, if you're playing as the United States, you would be rushing to close your borders and shit. Like, but it doesn't say it. It just has all the mechanics for good for adopting liberal values. Yeah, it doesn't say it. I mean, they do come out and say some things, which I am generally in agreement with, like slavery is bad. Or the devs have come out and said that sort of stuff. A game should have different playstyles, otherwise it gets boring fast. Yeah, I think they also have a problem with, like, this is kind of like a very early version of the game, right? And so, like, you can't be hypercritical on various things. We're not going to go in their customs union because then we can't do this customs union any things that we're doing right now. We do want to get Parma in. Is Luca's in our thing, right? Why can't Luca come in? Do they have to get to up... Oh, they have to get to plus 50? Is that the thing? Okay, we'll try and do that, I guess. We're bankrolling those boyos. The game should have different... here we fall into the economy. Is the game... is this a game for game's sake, or is it a socio-political simulation based on real-life situation? Both. Nothing's black and white. We could do a... We could open Zakota's market, actually, here. This might be decent. We can't open Zakota's market, just kidding. We could annex these guys. Kind of something we're interested in. We're kind of interested in annexing these guys, too. We don't want to maintain a bunch of subjects that are unrecognized powers. This also would give us an adjacency with Egypt, which would be nice. But I kind of want to conserve the infamy so that we have enough to do the Papal States again. Once again, it's a delicate balance, yeah. Or it's like, you try and make settings for the game, right? Where you do like, you could, in theory, you could make a setting where the liberalized playstyle is much better, or you could make it much worse. Or you could mod the game and stuff. I think we want to deficit spend a little bit more here. We're going to add construction centers in Tuscany, specifically. And I think we're going to definitely add a bunch of infrastructure in Tuscany. Holy schnapples. Oh, we're not even on wood. We generally like to do wood railroads first, but okay. Yeah, you're excited for this game to blossom and hopefully not go the route of CK3, which is, I think, went for the best launch, close to the worst post-launch. Interesting. I actually like CK3, the direction they've gone, but I do think CK3 is about, like, memes and RP, and is not trying to be taken seriously as a historical simulator. The whole appeal of PDX titles, I would argue, is that they posit themselves as alternate history. I think that's generally true, but that's, like, not the case with CK. Like, CK is a little absurd. Like, it's very much seems true with Hoey, though. But, like, it's not... In terms of, like, the flagship titles we're talking about that run on a Clausewitz engine. By the way, you think that the immigration radicalizing original population is a great idea? I think that's how it should work. I think that if you have an original culture, it should, like, yeah, it should radicalize them when other people come in. For the record, I'm pro freedom of movement. Like, I think that the United States should just let anyone who doesn't have a criminal background migrate here for work if they want, but shouldn't allow really fast or easy citizenship. That's my perspective on this stuff. And I generally feel pretty strongly about it. I think I'm pro, like, personal freedoms and the ability to move around. I think you have to have a reason to tell someone why they can't go somewhere. They don't have to give you a reason for themselves to be able to go there, is my perspective. We're gonna add a couple more of those. And we get property to women. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so we do want to... that'll force us into a rev. This will also probably... No, this probably won't rev us. The landowners are not super strong. Rights of assembly allows us to go guaranteed liberties. Speak of the devil. And so this will be good. But yeah, I don't... Like... on some level, this game also just, like, has to be political, I think. I mean, we can puppet these guys right now. Don't hate this. And then we can go into Transvaal a little bit later. Well, actually, I kind of hate it because everyone wants to stick their finger in your pie for this. But let's do a little bit of testing. Because it seems to be the case that... Okay, I assume once we have these guys as a puppet, great powers will join plays against us at an extremely high frequency to just take Zulu. This is my understanding of the game mechanics, and so I think this is bad in the current patch. It was good a while ago, but we are also puppeting so that we can go through them into Transvaal later. But we have hit the magical, like, 13-ish, which I think now we can probably do a landing with one of these guys. Probably just promote them. Oh, didn't want to promote them that much. Let's see if we can recruit a new general. I didn't realize we had a bunch of guys. We probably don't need this much military, to be honest. This guy's probably okay. Alright, so now we have a 19 stack, so we'll land with the 19 stack. I think your problem with CK3 is the content at first was real slow due to COVID, but I feel like for an amount of time we've had it, it seems a little shallow. Interesting. I mean, it has a ton of replayability. I really love the vampire mod though, so maybe I'm like a little bit biased because I think I've played mostly, in recent times I've played mostly the vampire mod. We need to use our construction. We're gonna just do this. Blam. And we're gonna do this. So, why did these... I thought we just finished these railroads in Tuscany. Don't tell me they're not subsidized. I think this is it. Yeah, they're not subsidized. Son of a bitch. I really hate this. I really wish it would auto-subsidize all the railroads when you, like, newly incorporate things. Yeah. Just stupid. But now that the subsidy's coming on up, and we also have a ton of railroads, we're gonna turn all these on as well. To help decrease the subsidies. Prussia wants a trade agreement. I think we're fine with this. We'd generally be happy with Prussia not wanting to stick their finger in a pie. Message redacted. I didn't read what the message said before it got redacted, so there it is. CK3 has potential to spiral into ridiculousness. Dude, CK2 was so ridiculous, though. We're gonna add war reparations and banning slavery and opening their market. And we're gonna make all but the war reps primary because we do want to cause them to not have these because people will join to get these enforced on our guys. Benin backs down versus France versus Great... Wait. They just give that up. Trade route removed. Alright, we're losing a little bit of money, but I think we're okay. I'm gonna put this on auto. This is already on auto expand. We're gonna put this. It is on auto expand. Silk is cheap. Tools are a little expensive. Maybe we can import. Let's look at our highlights here. Alright, let's try and import some of this stuff. We'll import it from the Austrians and the Prussians. We have a trade agreement with them now. We'll import some of this from who? Russia, sure. Can't find any videos on CK3 on your channel. There's a few. The sound is like completely messed up though. So invite to Customs Union. We will in 1 sec. Can't find it. Yeah, more so than other big titles. Yeah, CK3 is definitely gonna get more ridiculous more than other big titles. I agree. We're in a customs. They have a customs union. These guys have a customs union. These guys like hate our guy. Ooh, they're genial. Change to our customs union. We can owe you an obligation. We'll give you the good suck. All right, I guess not. We are bankrolling these guys, which is quite expensive. We would like to get off of this in the nearest future. Why don't we export stuff to them? I think we're trying to really crank up the tools and the clothes. So let's see if we can export these to them. Luxury clothes and luxury tools, and this also will help us stack this a bit higher. Even if it's not profitable, we're doing this. It's insanely rare to find a PDX player who only plays a single PDX title. Facts. I currently am like only playing this, but this is largely because this is what the people want, or like this is what people want to see me play. But I am, in truth, a little bit burnt out on this game. Not because I think it's bad, but like the overall replayability is not fantastic. A lot of the stuff like feels similar. You think that CK3, CK partial scratches an itch for me when you want to develop a medieval kingdom or domain with some pop and economy depth of other games with the character interaction CK has. Yeah, I really love the character RP stuff. Like so I guess we should have incorporated them like earlier when we got the event. That kind of sucks, I guess. But like, so Romance of the Three Kingdoms I think is like objectively not a very good game, but I enjoy it a lot because it's all about like officers and like expanding like people and like this type of stuff. And I would really love to see like a similar style game from Paradox, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms games suck, but I love them. And so it'd be nice to see Paradox make a game that like is similar in its nature, which CK is kind of almost there, but it's not quite. CK2 is not ridiculous enough, probably. Let's check our infamy. So we're ready to accept the Papal States with open arms in the event that they want to join again. Let's check. Ooh, I think we're bankrolling people we shouldn't be. Yikes. Like Parma... Are we above 50? No, we're not. Okay, so we'll do that. We're above that with this, guys, so we can stop doing this. And with Lucca, are we above 50? We're not. So I guess we'll just keep on keeping on. Total War? Total War doesn't focus too much on the people. Are you talking about Three Kingdoms Total War? I'm talking about Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Koei, I think, is the publisher game, not the Three Kingdoms. Yeah, it's the game from Koei, but I think Koei might not have the most recent one. I don't know. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I think 14 was the recent one. It just seemed like a giant cash grab. It was pretty bad. I also have like over 1,000 hours played and every achievement on it, but it wasn't a good game. I would not recommend it. Oh, 10 infamy for Lucca? That sucks. Alright, we'll take it though. I mean, we just want to get through this, right? And we'll see about our handy-dandy slappy-wappy reset PM method. Sardinia Piedmont has been urbanized. I think we'll take the Loyalists, I guess. Trying to get rights of assembly here. You don't think you don't think that you can join again? It's a one-time event? That sucks nuts. We gotta go this way then. And they're defending the borders? No. Is it really a one-time event? That sucks. We will have to incorporate them in the Iron Way. I think, well, it's gonna be a while till we form Italy then, I guess. We will go guaranteed libs now. We really hope that it's not... I think, like, we even said later. Like, the language of the game suggested that they would give us a chance later, so that's, like, poor on their part if that's not the case. But we'll see. What are we researching now? I think we were going human rights. Oh, this is a little too ahead of time. Why don't we go labor movement and just kind of force this a little way? Actually, no, we probably want some of this tech. The juicy tier 3. Let's do this. Shift work's not going to be that great yet. I don't know. We'll do this and then we'll figure it out. Nothing feels particularly good. Now, if they support you, you can assimilate them. Are you talking about protectorating them, or are you talking about an event? Check your culture. Are they supporting you? I think they will be. Parma is supporting, Papal States is supporting. So we should get another event then. And we gotta get the two Sicilies supporting. They're amicable, but we're bankrolling them. Hopefully we get some obligation. We can absolve it soon. You don't have to confederate as long as they still support you as a candidate, because you can diplo-annex later by clicking the formation button. Okay, the benefit of confederation is you get the territory now. Got it. So, okay, we're fine with this. Then, we do just need to get in the two Sicilies, who is only cautious towards us because they view us as a natural enemy and a threatening neighbor, but we're bankrolling them. We've been giving them the Muns. So I guess we really didn't want to do Lucca then, because that was just 10 infamy, which kind of blew. So I guess we're not going to do any more, so we can think about doing some of this Transvaal stuff. Which is kind of going to be our next area of ingress, I think. We are losing a bit of money. Kind of in okay shape. Going guaranteed libs. Things are decent. Should probably have a bit more of a strong think about what's going to be good here. Unfortunately, we don't have anything like even close to the 31 cap, so like shift work's not going to be very good right now, which is normally an absolutely insane tech. Yeah, I think maybe we just do a little bit with this action. Take a look at the railroads. Put one at the front. If we don't have a lot of railroads, actually, we have a ton of excess infrastructure here. I don't want to delete the railroads, but what we can do in order to make them more profitable, since we don't need the infrastructure, is swap to this, which is going to increase the transportation by a lot. And now we're not having a transportation shortage. And it also increases the demand for wood, but this should be good, and it should significantly decrease the amount of subsidy we're paying, because we are paying subsidy. Now, how about this? I think we can do the same thing here, especially because we have another one at the front of the queue. So we're going to come in and we're going to go wooden passenger carriages. Actually, let's just do it everywhere. And then we'll smack around the button when we have to, but we're going to go it everywhere. We'll probably also run a wood shortage, but we'll smack. And we'll come in here and we will go to the market and try and import some wood. You don't have to confederate, you can diplo. The benefit of the confederate. Alright. I was just reading through all that again. We are losing some money. Probably gonna order pizza later. That seems on theme with the Italy run. We'll take that. A little unfortunate. Didn't seem like too bad at Malice. I guess we can open Sokoto's market, or we can damage relations. We're going to damage relations with Sokoto. We're trying to get them to be down low enough, because opening their market is going to be a decent play, because we can try and incorporate them later. This is also good against Japan, but we have an adjacency to Sokoto, which is not always the case. And I don't think we have a ton of interest we can declare, necessarily. We do have 2 interests. Actually, let's try and see if maybe we can make some money moves, you know what I mean? Mexico is generally decent, and we'll also try and expand the customs union this way, too. And let's see if we can export tools to any of these guys. Alright, what about clothes? That's gonna feel good. And what about... We're gonna actually take... Once we get this interest, we're gonna take a look at just large sailing or large scale, just changing a bunch of routes if we can. We're barely losing money. We're probably gonna increase construction, get up to 200, which is kind of a nice like threshold. Let's do it here, I guess. Put a couple in there. Oh, pig stretch. I think in about 45 minutes we might order food. Guaranteed lives is so good. I think we should have the interest here now. I blanked out for a second, or I zoned out. So we're going to take a pause. We're going to look through all of our import routes, and we're going to go over kind of the goods we generally want to be importing. We're going to sort by productivity, and we'll import from Venezuela. We want to get them in the customs union. We're going to import from this guy's dyes. Man, those dyes are going to really make everything cheap, which is going to make everything way more profitable. I think Qing might be alright too. We do have to watch this, but we can delete some routes that are not particularly good. We do have an adjacency to Morocco and Tripoli. We might go after Tripoli. We'll see how things shake out. Fish, probably not as much. Grain, definitely want to depress grain prices as much as possible. Nothing's too crazy looking, it looks like. Ah, these are pretty good, though. And so now we're going to take a look at tobacco and tea as well. Xing. Argentinian. Alright. So we have a whole bunch of these. And now let's come in and let's look at the trade routes and see some unproductive ones. So we'll get rid of this one. We will keep these unproductive. Well, actually, we'll keep. These are not particularly profitable. And then we will delete these ones. And now we have positive balance up here. We'll also see if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere. We do in Tuscany, and we'll increase these by a couple in the back of the queue, which will handle this at the back. Doing a Sardinia Piedmont run just feels bad because they wind up time compared to fast. Wait, what? So much wind up time compared. Yeah, it seems like we're cruising now though. We wish we got the Papal States in, but I guess we can get them in anyways when we form. And we just gotta change these guys over. Gotta make them happy. This type of thing, I think. I have not done one of these runs before. It is a bit interesting though. Italy soon. Oh, we do have this candy bar though. It is a fast break for a fast break. Favorite candy bar. Does anyone else here like fast breaks? We're gonna take this, yeah. Let's put one of those at the top. You love them? Sweet, dude. I like them so much more than Reese's other stuff. I'm all about that nougat. Prefer baked goods for your sweets? I can dig it. I like my candy though. Although I like baked goods too. You don't get my size not liking food. I think these guys support us anyways. So it's just about these guys then. So now they're friendly with us. So will they come off of this? I generally prefer dark chocolate, but notable exception is the fast break. I had no idea. I'd forgotten to put down government wages a little bit. Let's do that. Do they have the Unify AI behavior? I don't know. They launched a play against us for leadership. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Let's take a look. The strategies. Strengthen the nation. Is this Unify? This doesn't say Unify Italy. So I guess not. We're gonna go into our rural stuff and encourage, or let these auto-expand all of them. All the mines and all the chops. Just so, because there's been a few times where we haven't fully filled out the construction. We have hit 200 construction. Big threshold here. Which is going to help out quite a lot. British Oyo is having some problems. Or Britain is giving Oyo some problems. So since we are looking to let the infantry come down anyways, so let's take a look at what we can maybe do with Transvaal. We can dominion them. we're gonna save, and we are expecting great powers to come after us on Zulu semi-frequently when we do this. But this is like the slow, this is the methodic way to expand, that's lower infamy. We'd rather do it this way. I've been doing it very carefully with the just annexing, but now we're at a point where we can accrue more infamy and we care more about, might be able to sway them. Like to join, well, so we can't offer an obligation for the customs union, but the real problem is like, how do we get them off of this? We're not going to take the minus an action chance. We'll take whatever the other thing is. Look at the modifiers in the acceptance culture window. Got it. You got me, brother. That's us. It says 25 for us. Okay, so we gotta hover the 25. Got it. Friendly relations. Cautious attitude. We have to get them off of cautious somehow. I mean, we brought them up to friendly, but like, they're cautious because they view us as a natural enemy and militarily threatening. And so it's off the back of natural enemy, so I can't hover this to see why they view us as a natural enemy other than, you know, history. We'll also ask for war reparations from them, and Orange sides with Transvaal. Well, I think we're more than happy to subjugate Orange at the same time. Maybe that's not worth the infamy because I think they back down. I don't know. Do we have military in places we don't want it? No, not really. We can swap to this, though. Let's go, baby. Power the purse, faster recruitment time. Let's go. I do think we do want a little bit more navy as well. One way is to call them on the war on the same side as you. Yes. I don't know how we're going to do that. Oh, with an obligation. Okay. We have to find, probably North Africa, maybe against Tripoli. Let's damage relations with them. That would make sense. Transvaal backs down. Unfortunate. So we just got a little bit of infamy for nothing on the Orange attempt. Defensive alliance, then? Defensive alliance. Can't. They won't, they stay cautious on us, so. But maybe we could declare war here and call them in with an obligation. Once we get an obligation, we get Bone China researched. Oh, I think we researched the other one and didn't even notice. Oh my god, we're not on leaded glass. Jesus. The mistakes have been made. Alright. So ship for work's not going to be very good right now. I think reinforced concrete would be okay. Steam donkey's not going to be that great for us. Could also just go rotary valve and electricity. I think we're going to go reinforced concrete, and then we're going to kind of be in a situation where maybe we push for human rights, actually. We're getting close to the point where we want to just significantly upgrade the military, but I really want, or sorry, the universities, but I want to know where our capital is going to be after we form Italy. And put the unis in that capital, so defensive alliance with them. Or we gotta see if they have an interest in North Africa. I think that would be an area for them. Nope, they don't. Wait, this is two Sicilies? No. We're not declaring war on France. So they don't have an interest in a region where it matters. 5.9 infamy. Don't want to go over 25. Don't want to become infamous. They're not in debt. If only they were in debt. Yeah. Definitely excited that the dev diaries are back as well and starting to get going again. They had didn't have dev diaries for 2 weeks, and so I was trying to figure out what I was going to do this Thursday, and I was going to make a video complaining about diplomatic plays, but instead they had a dev diary saying they were going to fix diplomatic plays. I think we could do that. We are going to run a shortfall. This is fine. This is fine. Don't worry. Much shortfall, much excite. We're just so close, man. Can't even give him the good schlorp. Terrible. Autocube building in a ton of these since we turned it on, which is going to be good. Let's see. Maybe we want to start bankrolling some of these boyos, so let's take a look. Getting that first one's the trick, isn't it? Then it all kind of comes in. If you scroll over cautious attitude, I think it should show the number where it tracks. So we can, if we scroll over, we see a big part of it is the fact that they view us as a natural enemy, and then they view us as a military threatening neighbor. You're saying if we hover over this, if we hover over either of these numbers, it doesn't tell us. And it looks like, you know, we have more positive than negative, right? Because this is 94. They sensed in the forest what you were going to do in that video. When do you think the DLC will come? Not for another several months. Because there's going to be another... I think there's another free patch for 1.3. And I think they're doing like one a quarter. So we have this Q1. And then Q2 will be 1.3. And then Q3 would be the absolute soonest. I think that they would make a DLC. But I think they would want it like a 6-month time scale maybe. So maybe Q4 of 2023. They're pushing the first 3 major updates first, every 3 months-ish. There we go. Yep, exactly. So, this is my understanding here. Bum 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 bum. Want to build the capital to a place, then expand the unis. Really want high-level universities. We'll just add some more construction in the meantime. Kind of want to be deficit spending, but I really want to build more unis. We probably actually want to colonize some spots, actually. I think we're actually not even colonizing right now. Just too focused on other things. Rip the dream. Should have a thing with them, truce with them. Could... Huh. I guess we could go for Go Jam right now. This is not terrible. You guaranteed libs. Let's take a look. Can we go after monarchy now? So I don't know if that's gonna rev us or be like a really problematic rev. I suppose we can take a look though. Restricted child labor? Oh, we got a reformist in the Industrialists. So let's do this while this is nice and cheap and easy. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere. We do in Tuscany, so we'll add a couple more of these. At the back of the queue. Not too much of a problem. Yes, you're also thinking 6-month DLC cycle. That's kind of what I think. So they do the first three-month updates, and then they switch to 6 months. Congrats for the 1K subs. You are very nice and helpful. Thank you. Really happy for you. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate it. I am... it was kind of a little bit surreal / crazy because they kind of all happened at the same time, basically. Or like a vast majority of my subs were like in the same time period. I don't think we want to go after Wello, considering... Well, this play probably goes through because they're getting annexed, right? And they're confident. But we don't want to go up to 25 infamy, so we'll just take war reps off of Wello and then like open their market and stuff, ban slavery. Something like this. But yeah, it was definitely a little bit wild. I was on like 450 subs, and then as soon as 1.2 dropped, in a span of like 10 days, I got to 1K. I think you keep the capital where you have your current one. It doesn't move it automatically. Well then, where is the best state in here for the capital? Because it sure isn't this place. I'm guessing it's here? Is there a way to... I'm trying to look at the arable land potential. I'm trying to remember if there's a way to do it. We're going to swap over that. That eventually will fix itself up. I know it's not profitable. I think if we go there and we go to goods and we go to meat, it will show the potentials. Yes. On the heat map. And I think Campania, Lombardy, Campania are kind of the two... Because every place can build meat. So this has 62 arable land, 68, 73, 77, 80. Lazio, I think, has less than 80. So this is 49, 51, 54, 60. And then Lombardy looked like it had more with like 100, yeah. Don't think we're taking it from them, though. A lot of people came back to Vic 3 on the back of the 1.2 update. Yeah, that's what I figured. I was surprised, though, because, like, so much of it was available already on, like, the public... the beta was open, so I was surprised how big a bump there was, because you could just play in the beta for free. We're going to up this, and put in this, and then decrease this. And so, it was, also just, like, the speed at which it happened. My thumbnails are very good. I very much appreciate that. I don't understand YouTube that well either. I've been trying to make the thumbnail for the upcoming video series of like Nation Spotlights look good, and I'm trying to make them all look the same, so I'm really trying to get that looking good, which is why I didn't have a tutorial video yesterday. And I kind of don't know what I'm doing, so I appreciate that. I think other people's thumbs generally look a little bit better than mine, but thank you. This is kind of what happens with you and PDX. There's an update to their title. You go through a couple playthroughs and then wait for the next one to get updated. Yeah. I think that I also had a bunch of stuff kind of like already in the pipeline when the thing dropped made a difference. You're only playing Vic 3 and Stellaris because they got updated recently. On a side note, is there a date for 1.3? No, but I think they said something about a general like schedule of looking to... Why are there so many livestock things in the auto queue? What the hell? We did not mean to click automatic expansion on the livestock ranches. That's not ideal. We're actually going to cancel a bunch of these. It's not what we wanted to do. Oopsie. We'll finish the ones we started, though. So there's no definitive date for 1.3, but it's kind of a rough guideline. You don't do the betas and very rarely do open access. Fair. Broken Shackles playthrough is what you had planned once you were done with the USA run. Is that a specific achievement? What is the Broken Shackles achievement? It doesn't bring to mind. Come to mind. Looks like we're gonna push through here and then push through here. Oh, the trade unionists will open their hands. Can we get a trade unionist up in the Bizzle? Oh, they are up in the bizzle. We want to make them happy. They have the best bonuses. Alright. We are probably going to go off of monarchy next. Yep, we are getting rid of child labor, which they hate, so there's the thing. It also helps that I'm doing well, offering better in-depth gameplay. I know you've learned a lot from me in some places. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that, I don't know, I haven't consumed too much Vic 3 content from other, like, people making it, and my overall impression was, like, not, I don't want to drag people, but it was, well, their content was much better edited than mine. Let's say that that's what they're good at. It's a Stellaris thing. The new DLC for Stellaris is also very nice. Broken Shackles is a Stellaris start. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like Stellaris a lot. I just don't think, I think that people who are here to watch Vic 3. You know? And so, give the people what they want. Let him cook. Alright. I'm gonna try and definitely spend a little bit more here. We're gonna just do those two places because they aren't running the Malice. I think we're gonna want to move the capital. Me and Bavarian are the best. When I look in, I am a fan of Bavarian's content. When I look in terms of like what people who are watching me, who else they watch, Bavarian is number one, and then Ludi is next. But Ludi is an EU4 player, but I don't watch his content. Come on, we'll suck you off. Join our thing. Stop being cautious. I wish that this was more like transparent. How we could ever possibly get this to change. It might be the case that we need to slap him around, in which case we need to damage relations all the way back down. Kind of sucks. We can form an alliance with these guys. Maybe we just need to get way stronger, or be way weaker. I don't know. Yeah, only thanks to Generalist I can use the private construction effectively. Yeah, the private construction, it's all about... The trade routes are, like, influence it so much. And so, like, this is the way. Where you, like, import all the landowner stuff. To make it so that they, in theory, like, you could, like, you know, go protectionism and subsidize stuff in order to force it further away from it, but I don't think that that's good. Me and Bavarian are best. And Stellaris has some very solid content creators. Yeah, that's, I also think that I'm not breaking into that space and, like, stealing share, you know? Restricted child labor has been passed. Perfect. Let's go to the institutions. Oh, baby. Let's do some of this. And we'll build into that. I know we don't have enough for that currently, but we're building some of these in the back of the queue as well. Stellaris has, yeah, Vic 3 is way more empty, or it seems way more open in terms of, like, the content creators. Definitely. Oh, we are getting enforced on. No. We might have to give these boyos independence. We'll see what happens. I think if we can push them out, they can't enforce on us, right? We maybe want to expand the military here, actually. And I think we have conscripts here that have good PMs. I need to pay closer attention to this. And maybe we can push these guys out. I didn't realize they were not getting absolutely wrecked, because they have decent PMs. I think once the unification with the Papal States. Okay, so we can say diplomacy won the day. We'll get 10 infamy. I think we're okay with this. Diplomacy has won the day. We annex these boyos. we take those, and then we will come in and we will swap over the PMs. I forget why we have, oh, we have this one different because, yeah, because the conscripts thing. This is the way. And now we have a ton of extra authority, or not authority, some of this extra action. And we will need to incorporate states, so we're gonna come in here, and we're gonna go state actions, incorporate. Perfect. And once we push them back, we do need to push them back though, because they want, do they want something other than, they want a state, right? They want to conquer this place, so if we kick them out of there, then they won't be able to push in. We didn't. Shoot. They need to come in here and designate Oramia, the strategic objective, so that next play, hopefully it pushes them out. We are actually also going to do a little bit of a trick. We're going to activate the conscripts everywhere, which increases the total proportion of people who are involved in the war. Which further, what it's going to do is it's going to decrease our decay based on casualties, because casualties is based off of a percentage. Let's see. Bavarian is great for the roleplay aspect of things. He understands the game, but he doesn't offer a way to learn as much as I have. That's interesting. I watched, most of the stuff I watched of his was like closer to release, so like, but yeah, I'm definitely more focused on min-max and less on, like, RP. I think that's probably fair. Forwind is... I haven't seen Forwind stuff. I'll be sure to check it out. But he is different, yeah. To be fair, it takes, like, a little bit of different to play these types of games anyways. Special kind of different. Hopefully we get them... Oh, no! No, no, no! If we get this, then they can't enforce on us. Yeah, we'll see if we can get there. Things with Sicily are going better now that you have -14 for being neighborhood military something. What? Oh, they're -14 instead of 19? Interesting. I mean, we went up over the infamy. We went up to higher infamy range. Interesting. You don't know how long it'll take, though. It's crazy how much better Vic 3 is now. Yeah, it's a lot better. I mean, it's gonna make progress. Alright, now they're stuck. Like, wait, we can get decayed below 0? And we don't have their capital yet. Why can we get decayed below 0? I'm not sure why this is. Do we not have all of the province? They want to conquer Oramia. Yes. That's gonna suck. They're gonna get Oramia back. But how can they enforce on us? They don't have it. This is an example of the asymmetry between the AI and the player. They do not have any speck of Oramian land, so they should not be able to enforce on us here, but they are enforcing on us. Unfortunately, you also cannot refuse the peace deal, which sucks. We would love to say no to this peace deal. Let's see if we can white peace these guys. Alright, let's see. Kuwait, nope, you won't accept that. But we can white peace them without offering them independence, so we will do that, I guess. They will just stay our subject. Rough. It's tough to be good at it's tough to be variety because you break in equally all directions, or you fall into gaining people who only want to watch you for one game. Like Red Hawk and Ludi are known for EU for quantities. Yeah, so like you attract a base. Like you have to actively decide that you want to be like variety. I think like close to the beginning, and then like do that sort of thing. I think it's fine. Like yeah, definitely. I mean, it would have been easier to for one of those guys to transition to a new game though. Montu is Stellaris only. Ludi, I would say, is being a bit more successful in branching out. Yeah, I don't watch his stuff, but that makes sense. I think once it breaks below 0, it just keeps going. That would make sense. But there's several situations, I can't think of the examples, where the AI just has an advantage in terms of how the mechanic works relative to the, like, player, and it's, like, annoying. So you said this was decreasing, right? This cautiousness. Now it's back up to 15. So I'm not sure how exactly we're going to do that. But we're significantly stronger now that we have all this. We might move the capital to, like... it's nice and themey to move it to Lazio, right? This is the themey place to put the capital, huh? Gives the church more power. Really a lot of infrastructure. That's kind of wild. That's going to be a big amount. This place is most effective. I've never saved this many bureaucracy in this game. You've never saved? Or had 500 plus? A lot of it's just because they were not using PMs for managing their stuff, and we were. But we're gonna, like, kind of do some of this action. We should probably pass laws. There's just a lot going on when you're trying to talk to chat. Which is maybe not something I should complain to you guys about. Or not even complain, but, like, point out that things are a lot different. We've been wanting to go parliamentary for a while. Why don't we see who exactly this revs, if it revs. Because I think it does rev. We get new journal entries stamped by monarchism. Cool. We will literally suck it if you join our customs union, my guy. Terrible. I'm upping institutions, but a big part of it is when I took these guys, I added this government institute, and they were on, like, filing cabinets. I could swap this back down. It's really not a big deal. It does increase construction a little bit. Not by a lot, though. I mean, in theory, if I want to min-max and be sweaty, I could do it like that, but I'm trying to play on speed 4 and talk to chat and do all this. Speaking of, let's take a look at our infamy. Okay. What is Annex Transvaal? Or, like, what is dominioning these guys? Alright, we're gonna take a save and try and dominion Oranhe here. But yeah, do want to up the institutions. And of course, we will put war reps to make them more likely to back down. That's a big negative. Maybe I got a little ahead of myself with that one. Tuscany also has, like... Can we move the capital here? What's the arable land look like? 23, 38, 43, 47, 50. Meh. Lazio's not too bad. Lazio's quite a bit. So 50, 52, 54, 57... That's probably not adding rep, right? So like 60? Really, both of them are not a ton. Let's take a look at our trade routes. This is no longer profitable. That's no longer profitable. Let's see if we can do some of this action. We can. Mexican market, Peru-Bolivian markets. Definitely want to try and get these guys happy with us. Austrian market we don't mind because we're adjacent. It's kind of nice. Same with the French, but it doesn't make much money with the French. We want to export these as well to Mexico and Peru, Bolivia. Not profitable though with them. Luxury clothes, maybe. Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Chilean. And now we're going to come in. We're gonna look at diplomatic actions, see if we can get people to change to our customs union. Oh, Parma's close. Well, Parma we can just offer an obligation. And they will join the customs union. I don't think we're gonna use the 10. Burma we can get in, the hell? Interesting. think we'd rather bankroll Burma and get them that way. Hope for a radical? We don't need to hope for a radical. We got a plan. We know how to force the radical. Since they don't have a journal to make radical leader type, it's very difficult to go multiculturalism. There is a journal thing to get a radical. We're not going to take this 10 infamy. We're just going to improve the relations. There is a way to get a radical. The path to liberalism event chain. When you complete this, you will get a person. And you see what you need is you need to have either census suffrage or universal suffrage. This is why we have not passed census suffrage, so that we can provoke this event later, once we have it. And we need to not be insurrectionary too, but we put a liberal in the government. There is a liberal in the government. The Intelligentsia has the liberal ideology, and to fulfill all the other conditions, and it gives you an event that gives you a radical. So we don't have to hope for one. We have the technology. Come on, stop being cautious, my guy. Oranhe backs down. Cool beans. I can't believe we lost that war, man. I mean, I can, but it feels bad. Let's see if we can declare some interests. No, not really. We have a bunch over here to try and do this. I think what we want to do, let's do a trade agreement with these boyos. So Argentina might be the easiest. Oop. So I guess we'll start with Argentina. We'll bankroll them and try and get them into the customs union as well. Not USA? What about USA? When should I change dynamite for mines? It keeps crashing my eco. You should change it over gradually. Unfortunately, this is the way. Oops, speaking of the way, we're gonna go skirmish infantry and then import the guns. So what you need to do is you need to slowly swap it over and then create demand for chemical plants and build more chemical plants. And it's, you swap a few over, you add more chem plants, you swap a few over, you add a few more chem plants, and this is the way. We are paying a decent amount in subsidies, so we will start doing some of this action, which is wildly profitable, so we should have been on this forever ago, I guess. Yeah, let's get on this. Which should decrease the subsidy significantly. We actually would not hate if this rev pops, but it will be a little bit tough. It is in Tuscany and Emilia, so what we can do is in Tuscany, specifically, where they have a ton of barracks, we can't downsize them, but we can swap them back to our regulars, which means we would just clap them in the war. And we are running a shortage, of course, of ammunition, which we can just import from these guys. Cool, that I didn't know. I don't know which one you were talking about, but it is pretty cool, whichever tip that was. I think that was probably the radical tip, to force getting a radical, would be my guess, right? So, yeah, once we, reinforce concrete, yay, watch this number go ballistic, because we are getting a bunch more construction. This is a big deficit spend. USA don't have an event to make a radical leader. They don't have path to liberalism? That's unfortunate. Don't know what to tell you, bud. See if we have insufficient tax capacity. Revolution brewing. Where's isolated? Wynyard Coast? Alright, well we can deal with this. Let's deal with it at the front. And we have unproductive trade routes. We have inactive trade routes. That's kind of fine. How's the Swiss one inactive? I don't know how that happens. Yes, correct. Path to liberalism. We do not remember seeing that in the USA. Yeah. I mean, I guess they're considered already liberal, would be my guess. As to why that's the case. I suppose. I wonder if this is going to pop off or not. Guess we should check our infamy level. Kind of in okay-ish shape. I think we do want to be annexing Transvaal as the next war we do, so we'll kind of just chill for now. Unfortunately, we could not get Messina. Big sad. We got cut off like 3 times. We got cut off here, we got cut off here, and we got cut off here. Echoes of Revolutions? Well, this is a way to get a radical as well, but this is all luck. Message redacted. Oh, do I just have top chat on? I need to put all chat on, or live chat. GG. Rip the dream. I hate that you have to swap that over. I need to figure out how to do that. Just got Barbarities back. Very nice. Couldn't have done it without my vids. Yeah. Transvaal Coal for the win. Yeah. I did like, I've tested out the start for Algeria. It's a lot of fun. The best way I think to do it is joining France's market, because then they don't want to clap you as much. Well, that's my experience. That's how I did, got like a fairly good start off them, but probably don't have to do it that way. That's certainly off theme. Doesn't feel very themey. Might order pizza soon. We'll be hungry in a little bit. I guess that candy bar is kind of keeping me going, but also not sure how long I want the stream to be. I think if we're getting around 30 viewers, we might stick in it. Which is kind of where we've been hovering. Yeah, it's like late game already and you can't get multiculturalism. Big sad. Yeah, it is big sad. I think anarchists also support it, so you could go communist. Yeah. That would be my recommendation. Going Council Republic if you have an absolutely huge market or something. Good ticks? King's Speech. Alright, so... Interest group approval, disapproval, minus enactment chance, or challenge the speech? Challenge the speech, I guess. I don't know. This movement's coming on down. John Paul says, damn. John Paul III? What about the second? What about the Pope? Let him cook. Maybe you want to get rid of one of these consumption taxes. King's not very popular in this bizzle. Pretty strong. We might even be able to put our finger in Great Shing's pie. Oh, just kidding. They have good PMs. We didn't mean it. We never meant it. This is not the way. Man. Can we just get past our disagreements, my friend? They're viewing us as increasingly more threatening. What happens if we swap our PMs down to nothing? Have you done Greece to Byzantium yet? No, that is next up. It was going to be next up, but the Japan run, like, was doing so well. Like, the starting steps got, like, 5k views that I was just like, okay, well, it seems that people are more interested in Japan, maybe. But still planning on the Greece. The Greece is, like, a rough start, though. It's, like, such a slow start. I've done it a couple times. Can I just auto-expand everything late game? Kinda. Is the short answer. If you don't want to, the expanding everything like is like bad and it's worse than micromanaging, but it's like good for like quality of life. You could just auto expand everything that is not built by that is capitalist based would probably be a better way of doing it. You're a huge USA is very OP. It will go Marx. Yeah. I think we do want to move the capital over here, eventually, to Campania. I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to decrease our military all the way down to the bottom for everything, and that will make us less militarily threatening. I don't know what else to do here. It seems to track with our military potential, right? Or that seems to be, so we could even downsize the military. Not right now because we have a Rev brewing, but like maybe this is the way. I don't know. That's also gonna decrease like our this though. I don't know. It's a rough start. You agree you did a pre 1.1 but also refused to join another country's market out of pride. Yeah, well that will make it even harder. Not being able to pull migrants, because that is a big part of how I think you need to try and do it. Preserve monarchy is getting radical, so it looks like they might be increasing. Quasimid state wants a trade agreement. I mean, I guess. Let's see if we can pull anyone in the market. Customs Union, Quasmid State, and Burma. We are, notably, we are bankrolling Burma. We can stop bankrolling Parma, because they're in the Customs Union. 2 Sicilies. God, this is so frustrating. We don't have an obligation from them, and we don't have an obligation from them. Just big sad all around. Honestly, you think you got lucky? No, it was determination. I don't think we have oil, so we're not going to do anything. I think this rev is going to pop. Once this rev pops, 2 Sicilies might be happy enough with us. Hey, that would be interesting. Can this pop then, please? 'Cause we'll lose like half of our army. It's frustrating how quickly Peloponnese depopulates at the start. Yeah, also like this province has like 0 people. I built up a couple, like the first time around I built up like a manufactory there, and then I couldn't do anything. I was like, oh whoops, just kidding. Parliamentary Republic is having trouble. What do we want to do here? I guess we're just gonna take the tick at 5%, but we don't feel good about it. They increase taxes here. Kind of want to move in the other direction, though. To pay for this. I guess we're just not increasing whatever it is. Kind of just want this rev to fire, though. Emilia also is going to secede. So let's find that. Tuscany, Emilia. And we're going to wind down your PMs to irregulars and infantry. And so before these guys were at 22 off of threatening neighbor, yeah. And now they're at 14. So maybe we just need to wind down all of our PMs. Really want to resolve this revolution thing though first before we do this. And we can't delete military. I think we would prefer to delete the military or some of it to maybe get there. We'll see, but I think maybe this is the way. Japan and Brazil are your favorite starts. Japan video was also very nice. I've started with Japan like 5 or 6 times now, like in terms of recording a video, because there was also the bricked one, so I feel very, very comfortable with that start, and the video is doing really well, but thank you, or so thank you. As Algeria, you managed to get some sweet civil wars and enact anti-landowners stuff there. In Algeria, first turn, move the capital to Tlemcen and just let Constantine revolt. Yeah, that seems to make sense. Wound up military dictatorship. Ooh, oh baby. You've been watching the Krakow game. There's something so satisfying restoring Poland, not necessarily doing the whole PLC, which is also awesome, but settle for staunch Poland. Yeah, that was such a rough start. That felt really good once we finally got out from under it, but like I almost restarted that run as well. I mean, so if we can get that threatening neighbor thing down to 0, would they be like amenable? You know what we're gonna do actually to try and do this? We're gonna flood their market with. We're just gonna do as many trade routes as possible. So we're gonna send them porcelain. We're gonna send them cannons, engines, tools. We're just gonna send them everything. So every finished good we're gonna send to them. Engines, sending. Fertilizer, sending. Furniture, sending. Fine art, sending. Groceries, sending. We'll send all these resources. Well, maybe we should import instead. Luxury clothes, luxury furniture, sending. Steel, sending. Arms, sending. Tools, we're already sending. And we're going to import from them everything that's like possible. Import this. Can't import that because we're sending. Oop, I think we wanted to send artillery to them, right? Import fish is not productive. This is maybe not productive, but we would rather import it than export it. We import, yeah, let's import that. Lead, can't import. Liquor. Not a huge loss, we'll just leave it alone for now. We'll import this. We'll import sugar. Sulfur, surely. They can produce a lot of sulfur, so we don't mind doing that. Wine. Import wood. We're already importing. So we just have like every trade route possible. Look at this. Look at all this. Bam. Surely we are your best friend now, right? Just we're doing so much trade with you. The volume of trade. Stop being cautious. Oh. Gonna grab some food, be back in some time. Yeah, I'm thinking I might order pizza soon. Once it's Japan and dominated Joseon and crashed my economy because of welfare payment. Yeah. Welfare is also just absolutely terrible. We'll do this one. The fate of the king. So maybe we gotta let this guy think a little bit, but now we're doing so much trade with him. Can we maybe... Oh, does this guy have a rival? No? Jesus, man. I mean, we might have to do it militarily. This kind of sucks. This isn't what we wanted. AutoQ's handling things nicely here. Kind of in a weird spot. I don't want to start a war because of this movement. I guess the Rev's not going to be very strong. Can't annex these guys. Can we import for more people? The French? Cool. Try putting... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think you're right. Putting all the military PMs at lowest. I just didn't want to do this in case the Rev breaks out. We probably actually should have kept these on. Actually, we're gonna keep them on skirmish and mobile. And all the other ones we are gonna wind down, which should take us out of being a great power too, though. Is one of the things that's going on. With a should, now it's only -2. Come on. You haven't watched over the Japan video yet, but from your experience, it's one of those countries where manipulating the IGs is something you learn to do or get stuck in Shogun land. Yeah, that is definitely the case. Stop being cautious. Because putting it to the lowest in one state just improved the good ratios, it did. But I also, like, strategically didn't want to decrease it. It's also, we're probably going to get bumped out of being major power, maybe. Or maybe not. We can't downsize the military. It's something to keep in mind, because we have the Rev brewing. How does Moses make his tea? He brews it. Yuck, 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 yuck. I think, you think all I have to do is put down this remaining one? I don't think it's gonna cut it. I think we would have to delete them. It's because we have too many battalions. God, it's so annoying. Plus 22, it seems like it should be not cautious. I wonder what it has to be not cautious. I don't know the answer to these questions. This is freaking... is obnoxious. Yeah, I don't have a way to pull them on a war on my side, especially because I haven't gotten an obligation in a while. We are bankrolling them. I mean, I guess maybe we start damaging relations, stop bankrolling. End the trade agreement. I don't know. I'm a little keen on deleting some of my military to see if that'll do it, but I can't delete it right now, right? So instead we're gonna wind the military back up. This didn't do anything, so we will put this up first. Or we're gonna actually... And now they're 12 or whatever, and it's gonna wind up steadily. Yeah, I wish there was a way we could pull them onto our side, but they also don't have an interest. They have an interest in, like, France. And so we can't start a war where they have an interest. So you have to go now, bye and have a good stream. See you later, Jonas. Have a good one. Well, this doesn't seem like it's moving too much, so we're gonna annex these guys and hope we don't get wrecked. I'm gonna take a quick save first, as you do. How's everyone doing, though? I think we'll send Carlos. And then we will stop bankrolling these guys and start damaging them. Actually, we're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna stop bankrolling. We're gonna start damaging. I think we have to do this. And we won't kill the trade agreement yet, but we will probably have to do that. It's unfortunate. See if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere. We have a bunch of flotillas in reserve. Okay. Oh, my brain keeps on getting distracted. Definitely trying to, yeah. I mean, currently this is the capital, so why don't we add one here? But I think we might be moving it to Tuscany or something. I don't know. It is auto-expanding. Is colonizing South America as Portugal a fun playthrough? Is it? I don't think you can colonize South America, unless you mean something else by SA. Great Britain sides of Transvaal. Let's see what they demand. I'm thinking it's Zululand, yep. Open Zulu market. Well, we actually don't mind giving that up. So we'll just try and annex Transvaal, and then give it up to Great Britain. Yeah. So, but we will raise everyone. I think we'll keep a little bit of guys at home. Be real nice if we could get that so we could go after Messina, but I think that's a little too ambitious. I don't think we're enforcing on the UK. Maybe our army getting wrecked will cause them to not view us as threatening. I don't know. We're only losing a little bit of money now, so kind of building into our where we're at. So this will be good. So how much can we hurt relations by breaking this, ending the trade agreement? It'll only deteriorate by 10. We don't want to do it yet because we're holding on to hope, but maybe this is a mistake. Yeah, I just can't do it with the cautious. We get far left. We should be able to push into here first, enforce on them, and then capitulate to Great Britain. Super fine, but this is one of the things I was talking about where us not annexing Zulu comes back against us later. It makes it so that it's harder to, or makes it so that we're like more likely to attract unwanted great power intervention. Is there a law that prevents revolutions from happening? No, but you can make the revolutions come slower with increasing the police force. But we're not too worried about this. But there's no law specifically, or I guess there would be a specific law, which would be us stopping trying to pass this. Like, if we just leave it on monarchy, the rev will go away. But in general, is there a way to... No, there's not a way to prevent it from going through. Come on. Can we win these? Oh, I forgot all of our PMs are booty. Or they're not fully swapped up. Yeah, this is grim then. I don't know how we're winning this. Oh, we just have way more guys? Yeah. I forgot that we had just swapped all the PMs back and forth. We will actually conscript then. This is actually going to be an uncomfortable war. Because we got to make this happen and get in on Transvaal and enforce on them. Yeah, we're decaying faster. This is not ideal. It'll help once we full occupy them, though. This will be good. Surely this rev pops soon. Yeah, it's been stalled here for a while. Sardinia is also in there, so we might have to wind down Sardinia's PMs. I thought surely these guys would join us, but they hate our guts, I guess. We could also expel diplomats to speed things up. We might end up doing that. Which is not the min-maxy way of doing things. Yeah, this is starting to come on up. I think we'll get this. Oh, ticked up to 95. I think we do want to swap these back. Like, they're still unfriendly, so there's still a chance, but I really just don't think they come off this. I wonder what the threshold for being not cautious is, though. I'm not really sure. 95. Is there a downside to granting off open market on one of my vassals as a free war gold to cede? Not really. I think you generally want it to be open. It will allow them to create trade routes that are more profitable and perhaps make some of your trade routes a little less profitable, but it's kind of really whatever. Is Sardinia Piedmont way harder than Two Sicilies? I haven't played Two Sicilies. This has been the consensus of the chat, though, that is way harder. Oh, how did the UK get in there? That's some BS. They can't get to that front. Come on. What is that? The UK can't have guys here. The fuck? Well, we're gonna decay them below 0. They can't decay us below 0, but that's stupid. Revolution time, baby. We got it. Full rev action. Now, surely we are not very threatening now, huh? I'm gonna switch to defending this front, probably. How's this happening? But okay, I guess. This is a bit of a ride. This is a bit of a bad time. Oh, what the hell? This is freaking super ugly. Why is there 0? Why did this guy move? We didn't move him to the front. Oh my god, this is so obnoxious. We need the guy here. Oh, that's so fucking cursed, man. I hate this so much. I hate the buggy, like, unassigning, reassigning. Like, that might just have screwed the whole war. Depending on if this guy can stick in long enough. Oh, it's obnoxious. I think I need to have negative relations. Two Sicily wants to enter the customs union. We did it! Oh, we have to take some dirt? Alright. Oh, we don't have the revved places. We need the revved places? Unification with two Sicily? Okay. I don't think we do this because I don't think we want the infamy, right? It's not the right time. So we can do it without it, although this would make what's going on here much easier, I guess. Just capitulate, please. Sucks that Transvaal is willing to do this, and we're giving the UK the only thing they have, and they're not willing to do this. So it looks like we're just going to trade spot for spot. We're going to capitulate to them as soon as... See, the thing is can we just hold this out? It looks like we can't. Will they continue to decay? I think they can't decay below 0. This would be an asymmetry. Something like this. Well, he's prevailing over adversity. I'm trying. Have you ever used the bankruptcy key? Yes, a few times. We can't decay them below 0, so this is an asymmetry here. Which is really stupid because our guy got unassigned from the front. Also, the UK shouldn't be able to reach this front. There's no way for them to reach this front, but somehow they reach this front. Also stupid. Very, very dumb, and they're like 5 away from... God. We're just gonna try loading and try moving everyone to that front just to stick in as long as possible. It's so obnoxious. Because the guy got unassigned. Got unassigned from the front. It's so dumb. We're gonna move this guy. It's so dumb. Oh, we don't want to go back this far in case the Sicily thing's non-deterministic. Oh my god. I'm so triggered. You would love a campaign where you don't do the low infamy conquest and still are around 1,000 the entire time. I've thought about doing this. I think I would do it as... I want to do it as France. Or I want to try and do it as France. Alright, we'll try and manage this one. Oh, we're just gonna get bricked off here? That's stupid. Are you sure, I guess? Alright, so we just need to win another one of these. And no one's on that front. So we just need to win one battle. I think we'll only save load once. But yes! We have gotten... Once this revolution's over, we will be able to do it. We really want Transvaal, but it's so stupid we can give the UK, like, what they want out of this, and they won't... Well, maybe it's not stupid, but... Our guy's getting unassigned from the front and breaking this. That's stupid. That's the real dum-dum there. We will go for, I think, steel frame buildings into open hearth process, which will give us more steel. But how is this 100%, man? But they're not pushing. Cool. So they're just gonna get enforced on. Cool. Get bent. And then we'll just capitulate. Yeah. Okay. 1000 Infamy is the ultimate USA play. USA can definitely do it. I think any GP you can kind of do it. From an RP perspective, I actually really hate it though. Like, I think it's RP not very fun. But we'll just open the Zulus market. And then we'll handle these boyos, and then we will form Italy. That's the plan. That's the plan. Oh, we have... Oh, no, we don't have unused construction. We are losing a lot of money here. Could do some of this temporarily. I think it's really... We just need to unrev ourselves here. Probably need to not call it unrevving. Let's recruit... Do some of that. We do have better PMs. We should be able to do this pretty quick here. I wonder if it's just because we got a rev that this was possible. Wow, they have so many battalions. Well, maybe it's they expanded their military and then they weren't scared of us anymore. They have way bigger military than us now. That's wild. They have so many battalions. What the hell? What did they do? Why do they have so many? Okay. I guess they did that. I don't know. Very exciting, though. Once we put this down. The landing should be pretty free. Construction, we want to keep this thing going. That's part of the rev, isn't it? Isn't it? Alright, we'll get this one going. How can they pay for that money? I have no idea. Let's take a look. Their PMs are like pretty good. They have like more power projection than us. By like they have 4x our power projection. And they're in our market, which is absolutely like unhinged. And they're genial. Like they would clap us if we fought. It's like not close. I don't know. Maybe they had this many and then they researched skirmish infantry and then they were like on regular thing and then they popped up. I don't know. I don't know how they... actually, let's take a look at their GDP, I guess. It's 1/4 of ours. I have no idea how they're paying for that. Maybe someone decided to bankroll them? I don't know why this is... Okay. Whatever. Making bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes. This has been quite the slog, though. Also, going to Parliamentary Republic has been uncomfortable. Oop, forgot to hit this with our PM button. So this one will be good. Let's see, you have infrastructure problems, of course. Put one of these in the front. We'll get rid of the barracks. We'll make sure that these are subsidized, which they're not. Subsidize them. Probably still chilling on 30 construction. That would make sense, actually. Maybe they don't know that the way is to just double construction when in doubt. AI's gotten much better about that. They used to literally build like no construction in like 1.0, and you could just roll over everyone like as Tunis or something. You know, the AI's improved so much, so now we'll reset everything, I think. And we will also come in here and we will just look at what our PMs are and make sure everything is okay, because that's like a whole lot to reset, right? Sometimes it resets the wrong direction. We want independent artists. Can't do vacuum canning. And so now we should be able to form Italy, yes? Oop. Just gonna take a quick save, just in case. Chilling on 30 construction. Story of my life, bro. I said we will save. Unreal. And we will do it. This is the way. Hey, Italy, baby. Woo! Take a little screenshot of that. That is first time forming Italy. That was fun. We're a great power now. Now we have to reset the PMs again. God, terrible. Probably delete a whole bunch of these barracks actually as well. That is so many things going on all at once. What the hell? Pizza to celebrate, definitely. But like, look at all the events we just got. I'm taking a screenshot of this too. There's a party up in here. Okay. Look at this. We get Rise of Radicalism, Radicals at the Gates, Revolutionary for our time, Thoughts and Action, Revolutionary Vanquish. Support the radical movement. Perfect. The revolution vanquished. Plumps, pops. Yeah, sure. Thoughts and action. Thoughts and prayers. Okay. We'll piss off the armed forces. A revolutionary time. Sure. Radical. Radicals at the gates. Tyranny is not the answer. Oh, so we could go multiculturalism right now. I think we are going to, at the very least, take this tick of Parliamentary Republic. And you want to rev, but you'll never get it off. Oh, we're losing so much money. Probably because not everything's incorporated, yeah? Yeah. See if we have insufficient tax capacity. We do here. We'll do some of that. I think we will be moving the capital to Campania. Once, you know, we incorporate it. Generalist is probably thinking never again. Never again. No, this was fun. I definitely didn't prepare for it at all. Holy shit. We're gonna take one tick of Parliamentary Republic and then we're gonna come off this shit so we don't rev again. Well, okay, we revved. Tuscany and Emilia. So we will swap these down to booty PMs again and get ready for the war. Because I don't think we can stop this revolution at this point. We could have stopped it by coming off of the thing, but now we want to go multiculturalism anyway. So we will do that. This, of course, runs that, so we'll get rid of a bunch of these. You can't stand auto construction? Tarek Main. I didn't even notice your name, Mr. Tarek Main. I was a Tarek Main way back in the day, like when League first came out. Back when you could go AP Terror with DFG and just like delete people. It was bad, but it was funny as hell. RAP DFG. Lazio also wants to rev. Yeah, let's get you out of that, my guy. Terrible PMs. We're also super fine paying less for these things. Although I think they do have some of the surplus. Yeah, maybe now is the time. I gotta make sure not to flash my credit card on stream, though. Rip the dream when you flash the credit card on stream. In terms of ordering pizza. Point and click stun was so nice. Yeah, it traveled so slow, so like you would have to like flash on top of them to like you would go ult stun W. That was like the combo. Or you'd like DFG, which causes them to take 15% more damage, and then you'd ult stun W and that would kill them most of the time. Did form Italy though, so this is ballin'. We actually thought it would be based on Vic 3, but I like to think that this game nails it. What, for forming Italy? Wee. Italy. I mean, we do want to accrue some more infamy, but we are about to rev. I suppose we can annex these guys here, so... Or annex these guys. I don't think we'll need all this navy or this army in order to put down the revolution. I think this will be kind of easy mode on this rev. So we're gonna take this and we're gonna annex these boyos. And we're gonna recruit another general. We need to recruit a bunch of generals. Okay. Experienced offensive planner? Sure. Do something like this. Then we need another small general as well. There we go. And we need to get rid of another consumption tax. Fine. And we're gonna need to add a bit more. Of these. Don't even think we're currently getting everything in, but hopefully we're trying. No, that was in regards to AI construction. Oh, yeah. The AI was like unhinged in Vic 2 though. Like it was like psychotic, was what I remembered. DFG was super good on burst mages, on all base burst mages basically. The DFG was so overtuned, it was even good not on burst mages. It was just like extra damage. Like you would before they like got rid of it, like you would be building DFG on Oriana and stuff. The game was so slow back in the day, on the other hand. Yeah, it was just mono AD carry. And so, like, no matter what control mage you had, you would, or, like, no matter who you had, you would just build DFG on your mage, and then you would kill the AD carry, because it just revolved around AD carries. People, also, mobility was also a lot worse, so ADs were, like, better on multiple fronts. Their damage also scaled way better in the late game. Today it would not be possible to play old Tarek fully AP. Well, I think they just, like, his ratios were, like, not terrible, and now they are. As well. We low-key might lose this war again. That'd be kind of funny. I'm not sure if we'll get the pizza on stream though. I think I'm getting pizza no matter what, but might just play for another 15 minutes or so and then call it a stream. Just based on how the trajectory works. Also getting a little tired. I definitely, another reason to not stream and instead do videos is I kind of run out of steam a little bit. You know, the videos, usually I take a break between every video when I'm recording it. You have nostalgia for Old League? Me too, dude. That game was so much fun. Oh, I forget we don't have, like, our PMs are, like, not swapped, like, the right spots or whatever. But it looks like we're wrecking this guy, so we should be able to move this guy over here. I guess let's take a look at our interests, because we should be able to declare a lot more. We're going to declare a bunch there, I guess. Actually, something like this. Doing a long stream, I give you a good credit for, I give you a lot of credit for a great video. Stream is also a lot different because it's like interactive too. Thank you. Not sure if the game is objectively better or not. New League is definitely better, or that's my assessment. Like, but the game is so, like, the community sucks now. Because it's in a state that is highly antagonistic to new players. Because new people are not coming into League, and so, like, at the bottom rungs, it's just people playing Smurfs or whatever. And, like, everyone just flames people and gets super mad and, like, is hyper sweaty and it's, like, unfun to play as a result of the people, is my opinion. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I think streaming's probably better for me, just like, I should maybe just do 2-hour streams or something like this. Instead of, like, these, like, marathonish streams. Like, we're going on 7 hours here. And I can talk a lot at the beginning, and especially sometimes, it seems that people sometimes have questions for me and stuff. The Intelligentsia, we want the new leader. So, is this guy a radical? If this guy's a radical, we never swap over. He is a radical, so his leadership is needed currently. But we have 50% chance on multiculturalism here. We didn't even do the Path to Liberalism event. But this is how you do it now. You make sure you don't pop this event until after you have human rights, and then you pop it. And then you pop off. Shake that thing. Let's see if we can get any people in a customs union. Let's see. Those are not the... let's put this guy, let's bring this guy into the customs union. Let's stop bankrolling him. Because I think we never protectorate him, yeah? He's probably just defending the borders constantly. And then, Argentina... No, we don't want to owe an obligation. Quasmid State, do we have an obligation with them? Probably not. Persia we can get in. Let's start bankrolling Persia then. Persia's a good one to get in. Argentina, do we have an obligation? No, we don't yet. We could also start at the other end with New Granada. We'll start bankrolling them as well. Trying to push this stuff. Burma, we could siphon off Burmese pops once we get multiculturalism. Doing a long stream. You ramped up subs lately, didn't you? Yeah, it was all very recent. Would be the best way to describe it. Let's up this so we can increase one of these and then down this. I had like 450 subs going into patch 1.2 drop, and then in the same time, like in the time since then, I've gone like 900 subs. So, yeah. Don't want to get humiliated again over here. It's me or them? Which me? Kinda don't want him to lose popularity. Actually, he's got so much clout. He can take a kneecap, and you can sit down, my friend. Parliamentary Republic. Let's go. Let's go. Do countries change the defend border? Do countries change to defend the border? Yes, they do, but not very often, especially if they have landowners in government. It seems to be the case if they're unrecognized and they have the landowners in government, they don't like swapping off of it very much. But they do eventually swap off of it, but it's not necessarily guaranteed, and like sometimes they can go like 50 years or whatever without swapping it, so you can't necessarily rely on it happening. But they do come off of it. It's not like locked in stone. In theory, you might be able to regime change them out of it, but the regime change CB like seems to be kind of a little bit useless at this current juncture. I think we're gonna. Yes, we want to. We have some stuff to do. All right. We have a lot of stuff to do, actually. So we have to incorporate some more guys. And then I think we're going to move the capital here, so let's put another 4 here and then 10 in the back, and we'll use that for other things. And I think we might stop encouraging manufacturing here. No, we'll probably just keep it on and encourage manufacturing here in Campania, but we want to move the capital over there. And we get multiculturalism. Swell. Let's see what we're spending it all on. I think we can get rid of... Yeah, let's just get rid of these. Losing some money, but this stimmies the economy anyways. And we're pushing in here, so we should be able to get through on this pretty quick here. Everything's kind of coming into place. GDP's coming on up. We are number 7. Let's take a look at GDP. Just a little behind the British Raj. Do want to expand the customs union though, which is why these are bankrolling. This war is a little bit miserable. Russia abandoned Great Britain. We're gonna swap everything up to skirmish and mobile artillery. We forgot to do all the swapping the PMs back. Let's do that. Where? And then we'll come in, we'll kind of make sure everything's correct manually. Not that we have a lot of unis, we're gonna build a ton though. In Campania now. Where we're gonna put the capital. Yeah, it looks like everything's in where we want it. Oop, actually, gotta check, make sure they didn't stop. Yeah, he's gotta sub all the railroads. do some of that. Not gonna be very fast though. The country's changed, defend the border. Yeah, we're starting to crank up now. We also, in particular, do have a much stronger like military base here, and good amount of flotillas. Let's recruit a naval, an admiral. So we can try and figure out like what else we want to do here. We annex Gojam. We're gonna hit them with the button. Do want to annex Iran here. I'm gonna take a save first. Check on the infamy. Could even maybe think of fighting a great power here. We're kind of in a decent spot. We're a little bit strong. We're probably not fighting them without help, but... Or we could think of, like, maybe what we want to do as a meme run. We're going to take a pause here and take a think. We're going to take a look at the infamy as well. Yeah, we're at 0.01. So, in terms of, like, fighting great powers, what we would want to do, I think, is actually, like, take this from Great Britain, some of this, and try and make it better. Looks like Congo is fighting France, which is bad for Congo. We also want to incorporate the last of the Italian states. Don't tell me Sicily has more arable land, though. No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. I was a little concerned. We also wanted to move the capital to Campania, but we gotta wait 5 months. Trying to think what... I mean, these are the great power fights we would want to do. Kind of don't want to do any, like, randomish fights. We've incorporated most of the stuff. I guess it would just be annexing Orange. This feels kind of not the best. We could also annex Zulu, but annex Orange is probably the play, to be honest. These gold mines, we're not building these up yet because we have a ton of turmoil, so the negative state construction efficiency is the reason why. I think we might call an end to the stream here, though. It was a good time. Thank you, everyone, for the congratulations on the 1K subs. I might try streaming again next Saturday. This seems like it's been getting some traction. We'll see. We'll probably do a poll to see who enjoyed the stream and who would be more interested in streaming versus, you know, publishing videos, this type of thing. Something like that. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for the congratulations, everyone who congratulated on the 1K. I think I already said that. But yeah, we'll see about, if we do continue streaming, we'll continue the same run, so we'll make it an Italy run on stream. Can maybe try for the other achievement, although that seems really luck-based, the one where you have to side against 2 of your allies in one play. You have to first get 2 allies and then somehow side against them, something like this. Oh, I guess the thing to do would be to go after Austria now, right? Because they have some Italian dirt, don't they? North Italian. Yeah, we gotta save the Italians here. So maybe that would be what we're doing next time. Something like this. And so, who are they rivals with? Great Britain. They're rivals with Russia and Great Britain. So maybe we want to do some of that action. Expand the trading, all this type of stuff. There's a lot to do once we come back to this. But for now, gonna call it a bit of a stream. You came from EU4, so you watch people's YouTube videos on A3, but I found myself playing better than them pretty fast, so I looked around and got you the recommended. Thank you. Much appreciated. But goodbye all, and to all a good night, something like this. Anyways, bye-bye. Oop, your stream will stop immediately. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I clicked this button.